Hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the final day of the Phase 3 playoffs here for Season 9. Of course, all of this powered by our friends over there at Prime Gaming. If you aren't a Prime Gaming member, first off, you should become one. If you are one, here's some of the things you need to make sure you're capitalizing on. And of course, like I said, if you're not one, this is the stuff that you're going to be able to get. First off, free Twitch subscription to your favorite Twitch channel. That works across the entire website, but also works here. Just throwing it out there. But you also get a ton of access to free games that change monthly. It's the 4th of the month. If you haven't checked that out already, there's a little crown up there. Go ahead and click on that. Ton of content that you're going to get from that. Not just from free games, but also in-game content for all of your favorite games out there as well. Plus, you get all of the access that you would get with a normal Prime subscription, whether it's the shipping, whether it's going to be the vast video library, all of that stuff. So make sure that if you're not a Prime Gaming member, you become one now. And if you are one, you got to use some of these benefits. They're fantastic. And of course, it is with their help that Season 9 comes to you. So thanks over to Prime Gaming. And thanks to Trelly, who's joining me, Scoremizer Trelly. And we're in a seeding day, right? So we're looking at it. If you've been watching, we've got 4 teams that have officially qualified for Worlds. It feels weird to say,
It
but
does
we have
feel
it.
weird.
It's been a long year. We got 4 teams that are going to be going to Worlds, and all of that started actually here, right? I mean, if we look at the graphic and what we've been talking about for the last couple of months, starting at the Phase 3 playoffs, we got the top 4 for the World quarterfinals. The question that is still to be answered today is what order are they in, right? That is what they're playing for. Kings Leviathans are going to be fighting for first 2 seeds, and then later today, the Dragons and the Bolts fighting for 3 and 4. Next week, if you're still hungry for SMITE after this week, I've got good news for you. Next week, we're going to be going through the 6 SCC teams and the 2 SOC teams, top 2 SOC teams from Europe. They are all going to play against each other, and they're going to move forward to the qualifier group stage in January. Then the next week, we're doing the same thing with North America. 8 teams come in, 2 teams move on. And then we'll take a little break for the holidays, come back 5th through 8th. It's going to be the group stage, where we find the last 4 teams for Worlds. We know the pro teams that are going to be hanging out there. We got the Valkyries, we've got the Scarabs, the Titans, and the Warriors now waiting for their 4 semi-pro teams to come in and their opponents to just tussle for a weekend, figure out who's going to be able to fight. The 4 that we're going to watch today, the week after, January 13th through 15th, live in Arlington, Texas, it is the SMITE World Championship. I am incredibly excited for that one. But Trelly, unfortunately for me, and maybe for a few others out there, we got to take it in bite-sized chunks, and that means that we got to start here and now. We got to go through what is still left for today, and that is to go through some of the seeding matches. So again, we're going to be starting up at the top, seeding match number 1. It's a best of 5 between the Leviathans and the Kings. Winner of this one gets first seed at Worlds and choice of their opponent from the group stage. Ooh. Any 4 of them. They can just choose whoever they want, whether it's a good matchup or if they just think they have an easier time beating that guy, whoever. It is going to be interesting and something that's worthwhile. Second seed gets a choice of the remaining 3, and then down there in seeding match number 2, fighting for 3rd and 4th. Third seed gets the choice of the remaining 2. 4th seed is stuck with whatever's left. So there is still a lot on the line. Honestly, it's one of the few times that over the last few years, Trelly, I can say like the first seed curse, you're choosing your own curse, right? Like, I mean, if you go into Worlds, it's a choose your own destiny adventure, and it definitely creates some interesting dynamics going into the next month.
Yeah, and we've talked to all these teams, and they all feel really confident about trying to get that first seed because that's a good thing to have, right? You want to make sure you know who you're facing, you can prepare for that team, things like that, and maybe get your Worlds run started off right.
And so far, I'd say they've got their Worlds run started off going pretty well, right? This has been a fantastic weekend, and specifically these 2 teams that are behind us right now, the Leviathans and the Kings, have had a phenomenal weekend. And if you look in specifically at the Kings, right, very recent roster change just a few weeks ago at this point, but and taking words from Twig himself, took a team that felt like they were in a slump for a little bit, a slump that put them in 3rd place, by the way, and now it's been absolutely revitalizing, and to the point where I would say that Twig, at least this weekend, and the Kings themselves have looked fantastic in every game they've played. But you know, we got to take from me. We actually have Twig standing by, ready for an interview.
That's right. Dulcin and CaptainTwig here. And Twig, you already qualified to Worlds. We talked about that the other day. Guaranteed first or second seed for you guys. Are you approaching this type of matchup with a job's not fully finished type of mentality? Did qualifying to Worlds check the box and this is just icing on the cake? What's the mindset going into this one?
I think there's like slightly less stress than last match. Last match was the make or break of the entire weekend, but we're going to go and try to win every tournament, every game we can today. The difference between first and second seed I don't think is huge, but it's going to come down to who wants it more.
Absolutely, and look, Gord just talked about it on the desk a bit. You know, a team that through phase 3 had plenty of ups and downs, but you specifically, and you know, I think you're one of your own personal harshest critics when it comes to the game of Smite. I think you've put together a really nice weekend here so far. Do you think your Smite game is getting back to where you want it to be personally?
Absolutely. So far this tournament, I definitely say I've played how I wanted to play. You know, everyone makes mistakes, but I've kind of got back on form a little bit, which is how I want to play a Worlds too. And I think like today is the last day to kind of prove that it's not just 2 good matches and it's just I'm back on form.
Absolutely. I mean, technically a tournament final here for you today. You'd love to go into Worlds, choice of 4 teams coming out of the group stages. On the flip side, Panitom for the Leviathans also been playing a great brand of Smite for himself and his team. Do you feel like Panitom, one of the toughest jungle matchups in the league?
For sure. Actually, my bracket's just gone through absolutely top solid junglers. Last brought into Scream into Panitom. Those are 3 of the best junglers in the league for my account. So you know, I'm excited to play against a really tough opponent. But you know, you learn the best from the best. So.
Final thoughts here. We'll have another seeding match later on today. 3rd, 4th seed technically determines your Worlds bracket, depending on how that breaks down. Do you have early preferences on who's on what side of the bracket, or do you have a we got to play everyone anyway type of mentality?
I have if we get the toughest bracket in the tournament, I'm happy. We're gonna have to beat every team anyway, so I don't really mind. We're just gonna watch the tournament that qualifies to Worlds before and kind of make a best opinion based on who looks maybe the worst or the most shaky, if we have the choice.
Well, the battle for first continues. Best of luck in your matchup. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to the desk to start this one off.
Charlie, I've got 2 things immediately that stand out to me. First off, that was a damn good interview from both Dave and Twig.
Love those guys.
And the other one is that's the dude right there that's leaving this room. That's the guy who's qualified to every single world championship, baby. Like, he is the only one to have done it. And that's the thing I think that really catches my eye when you look at the Kings and you look at this weekend that Twig has been having. Because this is in my opinion, like, and maybe even beyond that, maybe just objectively, one of the best players to play Smite. Like, he has had such a wildly successful career. Maybe there's no heavy rings on the finger just yet, but considering how many Worlds finals he made it to, the fact that he's made it to every single Worlds, like, you got to talk about the fact that the Kings this year have a lot of success in their history of every player that's playing with them, and I'm happy to see that Twig is at the forefront of it.
Yeah, I would say you can't even make an argument against it, right? Twig definitely one of the best to ever touch the game, and I think the fact that he's been able to evolve his gameplay so much is insane. You know, I mean, he's been playing for such a long time. And his style is always different, and that's what's important, right? You think, oh, I've been playing against this guy for years, we can learn what he's up against, but you can't learn what it's up because it's always going to be different. I think this iteration of the Kings has been looking real difficult to beat.
And unfortunately for them, they're going up against a team that has done it a few times this year. This is a very even matchup between the two of them. They're going to be going up against the Leviathans. Panitom specifically in the jungle also having a hell of a time. It really is, and this always comes down to it. When we try to decide who to talk about on the Leviathans, it's such a difficult team to choose from because it's just like,
just pick a number.
Yeah, well, because sometimes it's always like, well, who popped off the last game? Like, it'd be really good to zoom in on them, and you know, Panitom's been having a really good week, but also Haddix been having a good week. Sheento's had a good week. Zap's had a good week. Rongngyu's had a good week. Like, it's so difficult when this team. It feels like, you know, with the Kings, you have seen it a lot more lately. All 5 of them, I think, looking phenomenal. But the Leviathans, it's kind of become expected. Every single set.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They've got this brand, and I think they've got a standard for themselves that they're trying to play against, and I think Panitom is the one who sets that standard every time he enters the jungle. It's just every time we get to talk to the other junglers in the league, they have lots of praise to speak about this man right here because of the way he plays the map and how difficult it is for the other junglers, right? He makes your life miserable. He's going to look out for those 1v1s if he can. You're like, okay, don't worry, I'll come gank you after I do my speed, but then you look up and he's already there. You know, he's beating you to the rotations, he's beating you to those team fights, and it's just so deadly to try and go up against that. As you said, usually, I mean, this split in particular, the Leviathans are getting the better of everyone, but doesn't mean that 1v1 between Twig and Panitom hasn't been up for debate. I mean, they've had some great brawls, and I'm just excited to see what happens today.
And a pretty overlapping god pool at times,
Yeah.
right? I mean, like, they're not every god is going to overlap, but some of the things, some of the styles that we've seen, specifically that Gilgamesh made me think of it, but a few of the others that we've actually seen in this highlight reel are things and gods that we see Twig go for as well. So maybe even a highly contested area. Some of the time we see the jungle picks go super high up for the Leviathans. I'm thinking of the Daji the other day. Some of the times it, especially for the Kings, falls on the bottom too, and isn't necessarily too surprising to see them wait on that pick, considering just how wide the god pools are for both of these junglers. They have that wiggle room. The thing that's really interesting for me in this matchup is it's 4-3 Kings to Leviathans, right?
Right.
So, a small head-to-head advantage towards the Kings, but most of their wins first half of the year, right? You go back and look at the three that the Leviathans have had. Well, at least two of them happened in Phase 3 not playoffs, and the regular season there. So looking at Phase 3 and knowing that recently the Leviathans have been able to kind of take the top end of this, but the Kings feeling a little more revitalized since then, is making this one, to me, feel like this could very well be the exact match we see for finals. And
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if it was these two teams.
100%. This does look like a World's final matchup, and I think that's why they're fighting for a first and second seed. So the fact that we're getting a small look at what
Getting a
could be
taste.
yet to come is it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, so imagine instead, as we get into picks and bans here in a second, imagine, if you will,
Okay,
we're doing a desk.
I'm imagining.
We're talking about this. It's Leviathans, it's Kings, but Trelly, you look out, and there's a crowd around you. And there's a lot more ambient noise.
You mean more than just Mike over there?
More than just Mike over there. And I guess technically Dave and Miff, who are sitting right over there. More than the three other people that are in this room with us right now.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's crazy. And that's going to be us in a month. And I guess technically also the players. They'll be up on the stage. It's going to be
And you at home
fantastic.
will also be there.
Well, those at home will be there.
That's what I'm saying. They'll be part of the crowd.
They'll
That's
get
what,
to join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. No guarantee that it's these two teams.
no,
but
definitely not. But
you
it
got to
could
say
be.
something about your 1 and 2 seed, whichever way it ends up shaking out. It's going to be. Man, I'm just excited. Now I'm thinking about Worlds. I got to get back into today.
I just got World's jitters, and here we are. We got still a month and plus days to go.
Yeah, we
But
got a lot of SMITE between now and then that I got to focus in on. I'm starting to I'm in the Worlds vibes already, and I can't be there yet.
I got to pull you back in.
Pull back in.
Get out of the World's vibes for a bit, just so we can get through this matchup.
This is one though that again I'm just really excited for because it does feel, and I'm actually gonna pull a quote from Genetics here. When you look at it, I actually would think that these are the two teams. Genetics said that he thinks they have the best backline in the league, and honestly, I'd be hard pressed to find a solid argument for people. And Leviathans is maybe the team that you can argue the most about it, but it's that the fact that BMT and Jarcorrr are always going to be on. They're always going to step up mechanically, and you're not going to get that from every single backline in the league, but I think this is going to be putting that to the test. I think if we pull away from the junglers for a second and look at the supports, look at Ronngyu, look at Genetics, if we look at the backline, we look at Sheento, we look at on the other side BMT, we look at Jarcorrr, and we look at Zap. I think that there's so much between these two teams when it comes to like full-on team fights that it just makes it so difficult to try and figure out who's going to be able to come on top. Like this one, if you told me draft diff was going to be the thing that happened today, this is the matchup I'd believe it the most in.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think that's probably something that both of these teams are thinking about going into this matchup. Like, all right, who should we try and focus out? Yeah, well, BMT always looks solid, and we know that Sheento can pop up, so maybe we leave mid lane alone. Okay, so now we're looking at the solo lanes. Variety and Haddix, always incredibly consistent as well. The only way you could really look, I mean, if I'm the Camelot Kings, I'm probably looking over towards the duo lane because Zap very much used to playing from behind,
Yep.
trying to play through and trying to get Jarcorrr ahead. That could be a smart play for him, but it's never easy, and I think that's the difficult thing. These teams, if they can get an inch, they can take a mile, but it's so difficult to even take an inch when they are defending absolutely everything. They're playing through their mid laners so well, letting them get farmed up, that sort of thing. It just doesn't become any easier, and this is the most competitive matchup we're going to see for this whole tournament, I would imagine.
And that's going to be the fun of it. We can jump into picks and bans for game number 1 between the Kings and the Leviathans. Leviathans will be the first pick. And Trelly, I was already looking a little bit at maybe some overlaps that exist here, at least in bans against these teams. And just looking at Phase 3 to keep it a little more relevant instead of the full year for right now. Ymir falls up very high. Yemoja falls up very high on each of those lists. So maybe something you're going to have to worry about. Daji versus the Naja is going to be the big assassin switch up between the two. And I'm not surprised to see that one. The other day, and and these bans maybe speak out the most of it. I would say the Leviathans have had a pretty simple path getting here. They came in first seed, played a 3-0 set versus the Titans, and waltzed their way into a 1-2 matchup. But one of those games, they got the Daji, the Morrigan, and a Cthulhu. And the Kings don't feel like they need to ban all 3 of those. They take out the Morrigan and the Daji, but they ban out the Cupid. Other side, Hades, Ymir, Khepri. And it is a first pick Vulcan for Sheento. Something that we've been seeing highly prioritized by a few teams, but you talk about burst, you talk about control, Sheento's going to give it to you.
Yeah, certainly is, and that means that the Camelot Kings do have the option to grab that Yemoja if they so choose, and they will. Genetics, not going to think about that one too hard. Loves that character, and more specifically, doesn't want to let the Leviathans have it, right? They gave away the Vulcan. They're not going to give away that pick. But also, the Naja comes through. I was really expecting an early Lancelot prioritization here, but it looks like the Kings and CaptainTwig specifically would rather have that amount of setup and just be able to take someone out of the fight. And I think that's just way too valuable here.
Are you surprised? I'm actually a little surprised to see that Hades got banned out over the Naja, considering that's like Twig's go-to. Are you that caught off by that as much as I am?
I would say that variety looks really gross on the Hades as well, so
Yeah.
maybe it was just the lesser of both evils. You know, Haddix said, hey, I want to play like, I guess Cthulhu in this case, and I don't want to get that out pressured. Is there any way we can take away the Hades? And that's what they're going to play through here. They've got some incredible team fight already with the Double Guardian and the Vulcan, and I think Hades would have been a little bit of a thorn in their side.
Yeah, a pain overall. 20 games this phase for the Leviathans that they played, not including this week. And first pick, 3 of those they grabbed Vulcan. They won all 3 of those games, but admittedly they won a lot in phase 3. So sometimes their numbers are going to be a little skewed. Yemoja, Naja, and Cernunnos, at least 2 of those being pretty high up. The Naja and the Yemoja on the ban list. Cernunnos a little further down, but still in the top 10 against the King. So they're getting some high priority picks. And they're going to have to deal with a little more. Zapman, Panitom still looking for their picks on one side. Meanwhile, you're maybe looking for BMT, depending on where this Cernunnos goes. We've seen it thrown in mid in a double hunter comp for the Kings a few times, but could very easily be thrown over to Jarcorrr, as well as maybe something for variety. Leviathans are on that level of thinking right now. Shen banned away to maybe help balance out a little bit of the solo lane. The Ishtar banned away by the Kings. And that one was actually interesting to me, Trelly, again, just because they've played against it quite a few times, but they actually have a winning record against Ishtar as a god, 70% win rate against her. They also take out the Susano, which has just been a classic when it comes down to what Panitom's been playing lately.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, that Susano ban. I think that, the Lancelot still could be up for grabs, but if you're thinking about just a character that can get to the backline and just be so disruptive, Panitom on the Susano definitely comes to mind. I'm curious here if that Cern will just go over to Yark as we would expect, or if the Camelot Kings are trying to play into a double hunter composition. The fact that BMT's been looking so good on these burst mages, I wouldn't be surprised if something like the Scylla came out to follow up with that Naja. Not going to have the best early game, but she did see some buffs to her early clear, so certainly still could be the call here for that mid lane. I just love seeing some big mage burst follow up to the Naja. When the question has always been, if you're hitting Windfire wheels, what's going to be waiting at
next?
the bottom? In this case, we don't have to wait much longer. We're going to see an Artio in that spot for variety in the solo lane. So they got the double Guardian, which means they could easily transition this into a double hunter composition if they don't really want another mage.
Well, I was gonna talk about Scylla, Trelly, but I was gonna talk about Scylla for BMT. Hovered right now
There's no way.
for the Leviathans, and there's so many questions that could come up with that if it gets logged in. Instead, I think that's way less likely. Set, maybe, they clicked a little too far in the S's.
Yeah, Set, Scylla, they're very close together.
S-E-S-C.
It was a bit of a misclick there. Because
That would have been insane. I mean, like, hey, you were talking about big burst follow-up to a Windfire Wheels, and my mind immediately went to Scylla. And so there's definitely ways to try and strip things away from the Kings. That might not be the way to do it, though. Set now being hovered for them. And you had already mentioned how you like the top 3 in terms of team fight. The Terra bringing a lot with her ultimate, Cthulhu bringing a lot with his ultimate, and Vulcan just being Vulcan.
Yep.
And specifically, I think also Sheento being Sheento. But it does feel, when we've been looking at some of these matchups and maybe trying to find a little more control Artio was on that list, and there were a couple of weeks there that Artio was really high up for solo lane and was able to deal with at least a little more of those matchups, and then she kind of disappeared again. Do you like the varieties going to that again?
I definitely don't hate the Artio. I don't think the cripple gets too much value into most of these god picks. More specifically, it's the Terra, right? That's going to be super annoying if you're trying to initiate with those dashes. Should just be able to catch that pretty easily with that cripple field, and if you can get value in lane and out of that cripple field, then Artio is always going to be a solid pick. So I don't hate that one. But we are seeing a set hover here that does have some pretty great burst as well as the dive. We already talked about the amount of magical damage the Kings have, so a physical mid laner would not be a bad look. The question is that something that BMT wants to go to? He's got good early pressure. We've already seen the set versus Vulcan matchup a few times. I believe Pagon was doing it to BMT specifically. It was just that set right when you're at level 5, you're able to dive that Vulcan so easily, even through beats, you can find that kill. So maybe BMT said, I know this matchup, and I might try and do it to Sheento, but it looks like possibly the switch up here. Merlin surprising, though, because, again, you've got the late game damage covered already. You want a little bit extra early pressure. Merlin's not the greatest follow-up to the Windfire wheels early on, but I mean, if you got the stand switch up, you've got plenty of burst damage regardless.
We also saw a lot of it from Pagon yesterday as well, right?
Yeah.
I would argue a little surprising. I mean, we saw some shifts for mages over the last couple of weeks, the last like big patch, but it did kind of come with not necessarily like question marks around it, but it did raise the question of like, well, for like 3 months now, all we've seen is Vulcan, the Morrigan, or Hunters in mid. Who's going to rise up? And Scylla was kind of on that list. I think Mifflin said yesterday it wasn't quite sold on the Scylla totally just yet. Merlin has just been doing Merlin things, all right? He hasn't necessarily done anything crazy, but Pagon had a different build for him yesterday, kind of shifting into some items that maybe we aren't used to seeing on him. Do you think BMT goes for maybe a little more standard? Is the build maybe from Pagon that we saw yesterday more in line with what to expect, or is this just going to be box standard Merlin top to bottom?
I think if you can hit the Polynomicon shots, it's an excellent item on pretty much any character that's got decent setup, and Merlin does. He already has the semi-polyautos built into the kit by way of his passive, so if you're just able to use an ability, hit that slow with the ice, hit a poly shot, you're just absolutely chunking. And more specifically, it's the damage you're not expecting, right? You're like, okay, I see the burst, but I didn't expect that auto attack to hit me for 500, 600 damage late game. So if BMT feels confident hitting it, which, let's be honest, he's one of the best mid laners in the world, he probably does, it could work. But if you're just, there's also another playstyle of Merlin, which is just throw your abilities out and they'll do big damage. So there's plenty of ways you can pilot this god. That's what I like about him. His early game's kind of slow, but late game, you can do whatever you want.
Got a lot of burn potential from the Kings. That's what you were highlighting earlier. But they're going up against the #1 seed into the event, the Leviathans. We'll see what the Kings have to offer here as we jump into game #1 with Dave and Mifflin.
Will the Leviathans be first seed at Phase 3 playoffs and at Worlds, or will the Camelot Kings finally win one of our playoff events here this year? Lots to play for in this one. Your choice of all 4 opponents versus the 3 remaining after group stages. Sides of the bracket start to come into the conversation as well. And in all likelihood, the last time we will see these 2 teams play up against one another outside of maybe a grand final matchup at the SMITE World Championships. Miff, it feels like destiny. These two teams run into one another. Both looked dominant in their respective, I suppose, semi-final matchups, their qualification matchups earlier this weekend. I think both maybe not letting on quite how much they want that first seed.
Well, I think that Zapman in his interview, it's essentially said, I just want first
Fair
seed.
enough.
Maybe Twig a little bit more coy. But I love the compositions that both of these squads have assembled for themselves in Game 1. We've got some signature selections on both sides. Haddix on one of his highest performing picks in the Cthulhu. You've got Sheento on the Vulcan, an incredibly high priority selection as well. And an easy steal for the Yemoja. We always talk about the pressure she brings early on. Well, you can solo out those purples, but it doesn't go unanswered. Ronngyu able to take away the other one on his own. And then on the other side, Genetics on the Yemoja. I mean, that's essentially just a win condition for the Kings at times.
It gotta be. Genetics, one of the best supports in the league. You get a playmaking style of pick like the Yemoja. Certainly turns some eyes. Talking about unique picks, though, Zapman goes to Heimdallr, and Heimdallr has not seen high levels of play and high pick rates, really, is what I'm getting at. quite some time. Been a lot of Cern, been a lot of Cupid, been a lot of Ishtar. Question ends up being, scaling will be there, but is it as good as when Heimdallr was fully in the meta?
I'm not so certain that it's exactly as strong as it once used to be, but the strengths of Heimdallr are still there, which is a lot of big numbers in the late game, especially if you want to itemize towards crit, but mainly it's the safety in lane. If Zapman's worried about the matchup in a Jarcorrr, one of the most aggressive hunter players in the league right now, you either go to Charybdis or you go to Heim to make sure you're not falling down pretty early on. And I think it's probably just a straight-up good decision considering how aggressive not only Jarcorrr is, but the entirety of the dual lane of the Camelot Kings. Cern plus Yemoja is very, very heavy kill pressure.
What a story it would be. You're talking about Yark, and you're looking way, way far forward here to Worlds, things like that. I mean, there's already a pretty cool story brewing here with Yark, Worlds MVP, going up against the team he just won Worlds with, the new solo laner. He's had to jump around, sticks now with the Camelot Kings, who a really good look at first seed going into Worlds. It's been quite the journey for Jarcorrr over the last year. And already a nice start to his duo lane. Plenty of pressure rolling into Zapman here. Turns out genetics on Yemoja and Jarcorrr with the Bramble Blast are going to lock down some good damage. And a bit of pressure over there in duo lane. Now an attempted purple buff invade from the Camelot Kings, or maybe it's a look for first blood. Zapman dodges out the stun while Ronngyu has continued his pressure around the purple buff, uses the hog. And so I suppose at least able to pick up the golden experience, but my goodness, this dual lane shoved against the Leviathans in the early goings.
Really smart prioritization from Ronngyu though. There's not much you can do to peel out for Zapman in a situation like that. You just have to trust that he's able to walk out. And instead, had he decided to help Zapman, you probably just lose the buff. But in sticking to it, utilizing that hog, not trading too much of your HP in exchange, he's able to confirm it for his team. That's massive for the Leviathans, just making sure that timer doesn't go over to the Camelot Kings. CaptainTwig very likely would have rotated over for the next spawn of purple buff had they gotten that timer. So the Levi's alleviating a good bit of pressure, going a little bit further into the game.
Wonder where CaptainTwig choose to get active here. I mean, we talked to Twig before the game. He was talking about how his personal jungle matchups this event have been difficult. This one no different. Has to ult away from the earth shaker, and Zapman has to dash away. Zapman's still level 3. This is maybe some of the most overwhelming pressure I've seen build up in a duo lane in a little bit of time. Where Zap, yes, safe. He's avoided the deaths. He is fallen now, level behind, and he says the crystal. He'll get back to lane, needed to, otherwise he would have missed an entire wave here. But does not have the goal to complete the Devourer's Gauntlet and an early 2-level deficit.
Yeah, and that's a massive cooldown on his teleport as well, so a good deal of safety in lane lost, at least for the next couple of moments. Take your eyes towards CaptainTwig's relic selection, though. That's not the standard blink in first slot. Instead, Aegis, concerned about the potential of Sheento dropping those Earthshakers. Yeah. I like this decision because what's your follow-up on a blink Windfire wheel? This early on, you haven't really got any.
No, blue buff looked at. Looks like confirmed by the Camelot Kings. A dash away is Haddix. Maybe now gonna get run down. BigManTingz is rotated over from mid. Slowing down the Cthulhu, it's always a viable strategy, and there's plenty of CC, and BigManTingz has the damage. It's King striking first, and BigManTingz on the Merlin with first blood.
The second Ting showed up, Haddix knew he was dead. CaptainTwig plays it perfectly, holds on to all of his cooldowns until after the D-transformation from Descent to Madness. CC combo on the tail end, and all of a sudden it's Cthulhu in a pretty tough position. I was curious to see the Leviathans put so much pressure towards the Camelot Kings blue buff there. Generally, Cthulhu a bit more passive in the laning phase. The answer that teams have found to him is, let's put pressure on that guy. The Leviathans maybe feeling like they need to do something on the right side of the map, considering the state of the duo lane with Zapman and Ronngyu largely locked in this tower.
I wonder if it was maybe Haddix who did end up confirming the blue buff on the invade, got it, and then ended up dying after the fact. Variety without the blue around his waist. So a little bit of help from CaptainTwig, and you love to see it if you're the Kings fans. And again, Twig talking about how he's getting back to playing some of his best Smite around The most important time of year to be doing that. We'll have some downtime, some practice time, and really get things up and running headed into the SMITE World Championship. This is maybe one of the most exciting jungle matchups you'll get in the SPL. Panitom, who has been white hot for the Atlantis Leviathans in their matchups, and CaptainTwig, who's been playing a lot better for the Camelot Kings. And two playmaking style junglers here, Myth, between a Lancelot and a Naja.
Yeah, I think Panitom probably has slight edge as of right now. Experience lead, as well as Lancelot just having a bit more power, a bit more damage output at this portion of the game. The only issue for Panitom is that target selection a bit difficult to come by. I would argue for the most part, you want to rotate towards that duo lane. Cern, a great target for Lance, but not when Cern's dominating like this.
Variety's lost another blue, but is he going to pick up another assist? Right on time is CaptainTwig with the Windfire Wheels, and BigManTingz with his second of the game.
Sheento.
If that Earthshaker connected, it simply didn't do enough. Sheento's got to use the beads, and the River's Rebuke from Genetics just misses. And if that had hit, that would have been a 2-kill swing for the Kings, who answer right back with a blue buff invade of their own.
Man, the 4-man Mire as well from Haddix to buy a little bit of space for his team. I mean, that was perfect. Exactly what the doctor had ordered to escape that situation. But it's the Camelot Kings once more. On response from aggression from the Leviathans, putting their second on the board. Levi's have made a clear distinction in their playstyle here. I haven't seen any rotations towards Zapman. Haven't seen anybody try and rotate over deal with Jarcorrr. Instead, it's all playing through Haddix. That was a 4-man rotation, just about towards that blue buff. And Haddix has already fallen slightly behind in the lane. Itemization about equal, though. Means that Pythag P is giving that aura over to his teammates. That will make those fights a bit stronger. Fortunately for the Camelot Kings, Variety has answered in kind.
Well, good news for the Kings as well is that BigManTingz, the main beneficiary, he's rotated in to the tune of both of those kills. About 100 XP per minute ahead of Sheento right now. The nice 2-level lead, even a bit above that, 120, 130 or so. About 1,000 gold separating the two as well. So half of the gold lead right now flowing through mid. And Myth, if I'm any team in the SPL, and I've got a 1,000 gold lead, I'm hoping it's on BigManTingz. Lots of very, very talented mid laners that deserve to be in that conversation, and Tingz absolutely one that you'd love to funnel that gold through.
And I think a great target, not only player-based, but god-based. This Merlin is going to be the key to your neutral objective playstyle. If you want to look at gold and Pyromancer, look no further than this mid laner. Merlin has so much burn potential in that fire stance, space control, and arcane. And looking at the rest of the composition built around it, Jarcorrr is already starting to finish up that Devourer's Gauntlets. CaptainTwig going a bit more towards Bruiser in that second slot, but still certainly has great damage output through his auto attacks. Seems to me, if the Camelot Kings can win one more fight on this right-hand side, might net him a Pyro.
My goodness, they're going to try again. Haddix uses his ultimate. You can already see BigManTingz was rotating over. Blue buff will get dropped by the Kings, but that's forced now 2 ultimates out. For Haddix and Panitom will not be able to scrap with their ults. And Genetics just going to rotate through, help Twig, steal away some of those back camps on the right side of the jungle. It's methodical from the Camelot Kings, but Myth, exactly what we expect the Kings to do. When it comes to their play style, the fact that they've gotten some kills is just extra. They love playing around these objective, or the buff invades, the small camp invades, things like that. It's worked out perfectly. A lot of it flowing through Tingz. Yark has a bit of a lead over Zapman as well. Now about the Leviathans, you're wondering where you're able to start to fight back a bit. You know, the Pyromancer's certainly going to get looked at by the Kings here shortly, or are you in the fight back conversation with the gold lead being where it is?
I think the Levi's not so terribly behind that they need to have alarm bells ringing just yet. As we're starting to approach 4,000, that's generally where you get a bit more concerned. That experience, though, already concerning. Hadn't realized how much it stacked up for the entirety of the Camelot Kings. But significant power spikes are coming for the Leviathans. Sheento in particular, with his Divine Ruin in second slot, starting to finish up that Book of Thoth, will have massive damage output. And Genetics has spent a lot of time roaming the map, hasn't spent a whole lot of time stacking up that Gauntlet of Thebes. Means that he could be a pretty easy target to isolate. Just a route from Panitom into Earthshaker, probably upwards of 50 to 60% of Genetics' HP bar, could be one way in. One pick for the Leviathans could really open up the door to some of these team fights.
Yeah, but the Kings have not made many mistakes, if any,
I can't find any.
early parts of this game. No overextensions. Even when Genetic and Yark in lane were playing right on the edge, you know, one overextension suddenly gets Zapman back into that lane. They never force that lead too heavily. Now, Zapman being a bit behind, gone into Executioner. You're still buying some time for this Heimdallr, and Zap, no stranger from a slight XP deficit in lane and needing to come back into it. So he'll buy some time. He'll be just fine later on in this game, but elsewhere on the map hasn't looked so great for the Leviathans. Here is the Pyromancer pull from the Kings. Talked about the God Selection myth. That's a great place to have a lead. You can burn down these objectives quickly. That's what Tingz is helping do around the Pyro. No answer from the Leviathans. They were close by. I suppose Haddix sends in an attempt, but no good. And the first neutral, the big one of the game, goes to the Kings.
And the Kings play that Pyromancer so well. They hold onto their DPS, they make sure they created the space first, get eyes on each individual member of the Leviathans on the right side of the map, and once they had realized, okay, we've got this much time to play with, we know exactly where everyone's standing, we can then look to burn the objective, and it's clean after that. The only one who was maybe in range to put up any sort of defense was Ronngyu, but we've seen Terra steals, usually Genetics going for those.
Yep.
Ronngyu, I think this early on with only that tier 1 helmet, not enough power to really threaten a steal away from BigManTingz. The Camelot Kings take it clean.
Well, good news for the Kings is that if you start to consider Gold Fury, the left side of your map also in a very strong state. Yark with 1 level lead over Zapman. He's continued to have some pressure there. Panitom wants to gank Yark, but CaptainTwig is there to stall things out. Genetics is rotating in as well. Zapman's got to use the beads. Twig just used his ult as well, so no reinitiation. But Panitom beads, Zapman beads, and both ults are gone. The Kings keep the gas pedal pressed, and it's a Gold Fury confirmed by the Kings. Earthshaker had no chance. Oh, and it could get worse. This is a relentless Kings team here in game 1. They've only got 2 kills, but breaking the backs of the Leviathans in the first 13 minutes.
The Camelot Kings are playing classical Smite at its purest form. Just force out some relics, find some pressure in duo, immediately rotate towards gold. Having already taken the Pyromancer a little bit earlier on, you don't have to concern yourself with any sort of fight back from the Leviathans in splitting the map. That forces Sheento to rotate in, and too little too late. Earthshaker, maybe the best confirmation on map, but you have to be in range to shoot it off, and simply wasn't.
How are those alarm bells going right now?
Oh, they're ringing. It is awful. It's loud. It's shaking my skull.
It's woken us up from our slumber. The King, but look, I mean, this is the brand of Smite that if the Kings are playing at its best, it's near unstoppable, and it is being played near its best. Now, these down moments traditionally are where you'd say, okay, maybe the Leviathans can close up some of those gaps. There's no Pyromancer, there's no Gold Fury on the map to steal away. But this is where the Kings really make their difference, isn't it? Early in the game, it was buff invades. Now you can just go back to doing more of that if you feel like you've got enough of a lead. It's very, very awkward timing now for the Leviathans, having to pick and choose maybe even what jungle camps you're able to farm up. I mean, you're a jungler in this type of scenario. If you're Panitom, you fall on a level behind Twig. Are you just desperate to maintain your farm levels, or are you actively looking to impact the map?
I think Panitom in this position, not so concerned with his direct matchup into CaptainTwig. The nature of jungle is when a team is succeeding, the jungle is going to look better. That's when you're able to split farm a little bit more efficiently without really hurting your allies. If I'm Panitom, I'm looking at whoever is capable of fighting on my team, and you want to really leverage them, play through them. As of now, still likely Sheento. He's gone for a much faster build. The Magic Focus in second slot, giving you a little bit of penetration. Divine Ruin finished up, has both relics. But the hard question for Panitom is, how do I facilitate that, considering just about every relic for the Camelot Kings has been up all game. Their ultimates are always up as well. The Kings have chosen every single engagement around when they're able to fight. And Panitom on Lancelot from behind, not even itemizing towards any sort of bruiser items, can't exactly just walk in. We had seen it earlier. Tries to rotate in towards Jarcorrr. I thought maybe that'd be a good spot for the Lancelot. Jarcorrr is just too far ahead already. A couple auto attacks dropped him down to half, and he had to disengage with his own ultimate. For now, it's just bide your time, wait for power spikes, hope the Camelot Kings overextend.
Wondering if the Kings were maybe considering a mid lane dive, some pings on a rotation out from dual lane. As Yark did just a moment ago knock down a finally knocked down the tier 1 over and left. And so that does make life a bit difficult for Zap. He can't even step up beyond where he's at right now unless he's got perfect ward coverage on his side of the jungle, which he does not. Smart from Yark. Just let the wave hang out where it is, let the minions kill a few of the others, and just deny Zap simply as much as you possibly can. All last hit. Look at all of this just melting away from Zapman.
You may not like how it looks, but that's the peak athletic form right there for Jarcorrr. That's a tough situation for Zapman. Has to step up to wave,
And look, he
what
stepped
happens?
up. He steps up, and now he's getting ganked by Genetics. Trading out damage somewhat nicely, but he'll take the Bifrost back and away. And you better believe that's now what's in Zapman's brain. Okay, I stepped up once, and Genetics was there. But a smart play from the Leviathans, an odd-numbered fight. You got to get this one. You got to confirm it, and you do with the Earthshaker. And a smart play with basically all that was available to the Leviathans. You saw Genetics on left, you pull the Pyro. Maybe more about denying it from the Kings than anything else.
Really smart play from the Levi's. Uncharacteristic from the Camelot Kings. I'd expect them to be on top of that timer.
Yep.
Instead, Levi's able to sneak away with a Pyro. But what's the answer from the Kings? It's that mid dive that you were talking about earlier.
Yep. Shove it down mid lane, melt down the tower. Variety will be the dive starter. Nice Riptide in. Oh, that is just perfect from Genetics. Tier 1 and a kill on a Sheento to go, say the Camelot Kings. And it's a 30-second timer on the Gold Fury. If that's even what the Kings are looking at, could be a 17.5-minute Fire Giant pull or potentially a bait to force in the Leviathan.
Genetics might hate Yemoja, but he is damn good at this pick. He just lands everything, sets up for his team, and now Fire Giant burning quick. Levi's have to get in.
Variety separating out this fight. But now the Kings without their mid laner, or the Leviathans rather, without their mid laner, just being melted away. They've got no burst damage for the Camelot Kings. Haddix left running desperately. The Wild Hunt falls as well. CaptainTwig dashes through. And an Aegis that he picked up earlier pays off. Another one for the Camelot Kings. And Panitom
PvE'd?
dies to a Centaur as well. When it rains, it pours. And the Leviathans are drenched in an onslaught of rain right now, while the Camelot Kings will claim their prize.
That just can't be happening. I mean, doesn't die to an enemy, so I suppose doesn't give up much bounty, but 20 seconds in the grayscale, just not ideal. At the end of the day, Panitom dying to buff there really only hurts him. It doesn't really change the game state too much. That was an impossibility for the Leviathans to step up and defend Fire Giant after Haddix had fallen down, but not great for the Menzel. Doesn't look good either. That is a tough look for the Leviathans jungler and the Leviathans as a whole. Goose-egged in the kill department. And the Camelot Kings, they make 4 kills look like 40. Yeah. This lead is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it is 40 depending on which way you read the scoreboard. 4 on the right
and I don't read it like that.
Left. No, as you shouldn't. Yeah, the King, look, they might goose-egg the Leviathans in this game. I mean, that fight right there, yes, you didn't have Sheento. Did not look close at all. The moment Haddix used his ult, he was pushed back. King simply shredding down the health bars, and there's now a Primal Fury. Primed for the taking for the Camelot Kings. This is a lopsided affair in game 1. And how about the mentality from Twig? I went a little bruisery, a little damage early on. I'm gonna pick up the Emperor's armor. I nearly died to the tower a second ago. If I'm going back underneath some of these tier 2s, under these Phoenixes, why not help out the team?
Yeah, Twig says, look, Levi's don't have damage. Maybe the most threatening thing is these structures. I wouldn't be surprised if the conversation is Twig heads back to base, says, can anybody afford Emperors? No? All right, I got it. Let's make this siege happen. Let's play with this Fire Giant now. Yep. Left side bird, approach 4-stack from the Camelot Kings. CaptainTwig acting as solo agent in mid. This should just be a threat from the Kings. They've got the lead to play as a 4-man core, but you really want Twig to be threatening that mid-Phoenix first.
What are you looking for on the defense then from the Leviathans? How do you repel this attack from the Kings?
It's a tough situation and it's cop-out answer, but Miracle Ultimate from Sheento.
You need it. You need an Earthshaker, and you need it now. If you're the Leviathans, this game, a ridiculous pace. Earthshaker.
Nope.
Drops onto Yark. He's used the Aegis, though, on the left side. Bird. Finalized by the Camelot Kings. It's such calculated aggression. I know that's a bit of a buzzword, but this is the best example of it, where 4 kills has now netted you the best Phoenix to get on a first Fire Giant. A 12.5, nearly 13,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yep.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's picking and choosing the moments to force something while realizing the Leviathans can't necessarily fight back in. And where did it all start, Myth? Right on the right side of the map, they built up this lead and forced it everywhere else over the last 15 minutes.
Unforced error from the Leviathans. That was the Leviathans on both fights that happened on the right side of the map, choosing the engagement. It's Haddix stepping up to the blue buff both times. Rotations from the Camelot Kings crushed that aggression each time. Now, having taken every single structure on the map and only a minute left on the Fire Giant, generally the Camelot Kings, always the methodical team, clinical in their approach to ending these matches, will slow down their pace. Don't want to risk approaching a Phoenix at this point, considering everybody had backed. You'd probably only have about 20 seconds to play with as they group up on the birds. So instead, clear the map, grab your buffs, push your lead a little bit further, establish some vision around the Fire Giant pit, maybe even grab a Pyromancer. The Leviathans, they can't step up to the small fish. They have to wait for fire, and then they have to step up because their base defense, although compositionally very good, due to the state of the game, it just can't work.
Play on field. That's what we've got in game number 1 here. Sheento just sent out the Earthshaker, I imagine, to farm up a wave in mid. He's going to bring that up as far as potential secure, potential steal, maybe around the Fire Giant. I mean, but that's also what you were saying, Myth, is potentially your win condition underneath the Phoenixes in these fights.
Fire's
You're going to
off.
have to pick and choose, if you're Sheento, where you send out these ultimates. Won't have it. Now on a Phoenix siege from the Kings. They don't have Fire Giant, but they've got a gold lead that equates to a Fire Giant buff anyway. Just poking out some damage. Really maybe just forcing the Leviathans back, not allowing them to ward up the right side jungle at all just prior to this Fire Giant spawning in the next 40 seconds or so. It's a team that takes everything they're given. Zapman will be on left to clear out one of these fire waves. I think maybe just Bifrosted over there. Aggressive from Panitom. You are 3 levels down, my friend, but you've got assistance from Sheento around the corner. Now no ultimate from this Lancelot, and all the Leviathans hovering left. Well, the Fire Giant about to spawn on right.
Yeah, I love that play from Zapman. Shows presence on left-hand side, walks into the jungle, and the Camelot Kings essentially have to push that right bird, or Zapman gets the tier 2 for free, instead force the back. But he had set up the Bifrost so they can get involved once more. Pressures out Variety and takes away his teleport. Small macro plays like that create even smaller openings for the Leviathans, but anything that can put anything in your favor goes massive for the Order side. Camelot Kings, though, they've got defensive positioning around the Fire Giant, but have not got eyes on Rongyu's wards. The Leviathans privy to this one.
The Kings have great ward coverage way back by the blue buff. That is an early Earthshaker.
That's it. No more fire defense.
Yeah, there's your steal potential if you're the Atlantis Leviathans. You're considering game 2 and what went wrong here in game 1. Talk about setting the stage, swinging first. It's what the Kings have done here, and they've done it convincingly. You're hoping if you're Sheento, you get that Earthshaker back up before the siege really begins, but Zapman way over on left. He's just now channeling his
40 seconds.
One fire minion just chased Zapman into the side of the jungle, so his back is now delayed. Panitom backing in mid. This is a 3v5 on defense, at least for a couple of seconds. So the Phoenix has lost half of its health. Haddix with a desperation ultimate. Well, Variety melts down half of his health bar, and some pushback from the Atlantis Leviathans. Can Panitom finish off any of these kills? No, he'll gallop forward. And the return fire from the Camelot Kings, simply too much. Zapman will dash away. Fire minions will complete the Phoenix on left. And in all likelihood, the Camelot Kings mop the floor with the Leviathans in game 1.
Man, Variety comes up massive in that fight, does everything, initiates and peels for his team. Now it's up to Haddix and Zapman to do the impossible.
The impossible seems to be finding a kill for the Leviathans this game, and it will remain impossible. 7-0 for the Camelot Kings in game number 1. Like a 25-minute game. That's a pretty fast-paced game from what we've seen from the Camelot Kings. But specifically in game 1, you got this feeling, Myth, early on, and you're talking about unforced errors. The Leviathans a couple over on right early, leveraging that where the Camelot Kings breakneck pace for the next 15 minutes.
And what a mental boon to the Camelot Kings to not only win game 1, but such an emphatic win at that.
Yep.
2 mistakes, 2 team fights, 2 small skirmishes around the blue buff essentially cost the Leviathans the entirety of that match.
That's a Kings team that has fallen short in these playoff finals in the past. Now they're able to find themselves a win, a convincing win over the number 1 seed in game number 1. Leviathans always have something a little extra down the stretch. We'll see what they can get done in game 2 coming up next.
Well, the Kings strike first today. And Charlie, they do so in a convincing manner, and it does bring us into a position where if you are a Kings fan, well, maybe a Leviathans fan, I mean, we both know they're going to Worlds, but if you're a Kings fan, it's a good time to start dressing up like a King yourself. Grab a jersey while you can here over, from our friends at Skulls. 8 fantastic jerseys for the 8 teams, at least 4 of them that we know of, guaranteed going to Worlds. And with a performance like that, the Kings may be selling some of their merchandise a little better. Of course, if you're looking at it first off, shop.hi-rezstudios.com/SBL or shop.smiteproleague.com. But not only that, there's also right now, and I'm going to mention this a few times today, but 20% discount on all t-shirts and hoodies in the store until December 5th. That's tomorrow. So if you want to be able to get some of that merchandise, you want to go to the store now, whether it's a jersey, a t-shirt, a hoodie, what have you. It's all going to be there. Of course, the jersey's looking beautiful there, just like the Kings did in game number 1. And Trelly, that is what leads us to this moment, which is, I think actually Dave put it in a wonderful way. There was a point where Phoenix sieges without a fire giant, but it didn't matter because they had a gold lead that was the equivalent of a fire giant. They blank them in terms of kills. It's 7-0. The Kings just controlled game number 1.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that the only kill that CaptainTwig was not a part of was when Panitom died to his own speed buff. I think you had 100% kill participation on that Naja, which was just where most of these kills lied, right? It was just great setup, good rotations from the Naja into follow-up. Variety and BMT were also usually there until late game. I would imagine the Leviathans are thinking about what to change up. Taking away that Naja could be the start, because BMT can do that on just about anyone. Like the Merlin was not bringing any overwhelming amounts of late game damage that any other mage wouldn't, but the setup, the lockdown, that sort of thing could be something to look at. And I know the casters highlighted it. The fact that Genetics gets Yemoja is also pretty disgusting. I mean, the amount of lockdown, the setup, the riptides that he can pull off, it's just not a good look. It's not fun.
I think what was Mifflin's direct quote on it was, Genetics might hate Yemoja, but he's damn good on this pick.
Yep.
And I think that just kind of encapsulates that game incredibly well, man. I mean, they play that about as clean as you can play a game of Smite. And unfortunately for the Leviathans, that is not the way you maybe wanted to look at Sunday. Granted, we have had the joke over the last few months that 11 a.m. Leviathans.
Yep.
It's a very different Leviathans than what we get some other times. Maybe they're still waking up, but if I have ever seen a wake-up call, it was that game. 3-0-4 for both Twig and Tings. Nice 1-0-3, 007 up there for variety. I mean, everybody being able to jump in and have a huge impact throughout that entire game. You had highlighted it. I think it was funny. You had mentioned it to me. Hazer had tweeted out kills on Panitom this tournament, and it was the Tartarus Titans won at the time. The Chief Centaur won. And unfortunately for the Leviathans right now, that is what they are up against. It does not seem like the Kings are going to slow down anytime soon. I am really curious what is going to shake out in game number 2, because there's a lot of good that the Kings get in their draft, but not all of that is going to be done in the draft. Some of that was on field.
Yep.
I mean, did anything stand out to you that screams, we've got to ban that now? I guess we can maybe try to find out as we jump into picks and pans for game number 2. And I'll give you the moment to try and jump in before they start coming through.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Leviathan's going to decide between the Naja and the Yemoja. I wouldn't hate banning both, but they're in first pick position, so maybe they prioritize one and ban the other away. Point is, I think the Naja stood out to me as pretty disastrous in the early game, especially for Haddix. This Cthulhu really couldn't get online because of how many times it was ganked in the early. Haddix still did decent setup and damage, that sort of thing, but I think that was definitely the smart call.
That, and I can't believe I didn't think of this when it happened. That might have been the first game 1 where the Leviathans had Yemoja open and they didn't first pick.
Yeah, they got Vulcan.
Rongyu's Yemoja is one of the best Yemojas period, in the world. I mean, like, just full stop. He's fantastic at that pick, and I can't believe now I'm baffled by it, and I wasn't baffled by it 30 minutes ago when it was really relevant.
I wasn't baffled. I saw it, and I was like, man, they really value Sheento's Vulcan. Like, that was the thought process. After watching that game, now it's even more baffling, the fact that Genetics looks so good on it, right? So I'm thinking probably a change up in that mindset as well. They tried it out. They realized, hey, this is a best of 5. We got a bit of wiggle room in that regard. We can let the Yemoja through once. And so now they're in a position where if the Kings are going to let it through, the Leviathans are certainly going to take it because they've already taken away the Naja. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe that Vulcan is still what they want to prioritize.
Scoop it up. Nah, I don't care about the Vulcan anymore. Scoop it up.
Yeah, I would not. I would really prefer just an insta-lock there with the Yemoja, but BMT's Vulcan is also terrifying. So I think that might be the call, right? They were like, we need to get that off of BMT's hands. They put him on Merlin, and he still looked really good on the Merlin, though.
Yeah, I think that's one of those.
There it is.
Yeah, one of those moments that you're gonna look good pretty much no matter what. Oh, surprisingly, well now 7 total times. We'll see how this game goes, but up to this point, 6 games that the Leviathans have been allowed to pick Yemoja. 5 of those have been wins, so maybe not the best thing. And I had to go to the year tab because that's how little it happens in the faces. And well, you're right on the money when it comes down to it. Vulcan has been a very prominent pick, something that should be feared if it's in Sheento's hands, but maybe in this case feared a little more, especially after the performance the Kings just had. They get Vulcan and Lancelot, and Trelly, as much as I want to look at the Vulcan, the Lancelot as well. I mean, even towards the end of the period that Twig was calling a slump, like, this Lancelot was the pick that made him start looking incredible again over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think Twig cares too much about the Naja ban. These two were definitely the 1-2 punch he was looking for. If you ban out Lance and Naja, then maybe the Kings are scrambling a bit, but not going to be the call. More so focused on Genetics, taking away the Yemoja, the Ymir, and the Khepri. And because the Leviathans already grabbed their support, didn't have to focus out anything in that first set of picks there for the Camelot Kings. But the Vulcan and the Lancelot, definitely a good one too. I just think the Yemoja deals with the Lancelot pretty well. I think the walls can really shut down a lot of that jousting field. He doesn't really appreciate being stuck in the walls like that. But if the Camelot Kings are planning on playing through solo like they did in game number 1, then you don't have to see the Yemoja until much later on in the game as is. Grabbing that Ishtar early on, also a very smart call. It's definitely going to get banned away.
Yeah, I think that's something that, I mean, we've been seeing dominance for. Although I go back to a point, and this is where this spreadsheet starts to come in handy, man. 10 games that the Kings have played against an Ishtar throughout Phase 3. 7 of those, they beat the Ishtar. And so definitely something that it trends in their favor. Granted, you see the double Hunter. I see a lot of comfort, right? Sheento looks really good when he plays Hunter. Zap on either of these picks is going to be pretty wide open. Do you have one that you prefer into the Vulcan specifically, or are you going to maybe wait for that carry before you truly determine who's going where?
I think that they both have some decent attempts to kill the Vulcan, but if you're just looking for a clear, then Ishtar probably in the mid lane. I don't think that's going to be the call. Zap loves that god and probably will go over to duo, so it doesn't matter to me at this point. I think it just depends on whichever, comfort in this sense. But the Kings, very smart to ban away that Susano. You got to imagine Cthulhu could be coming next, but if they're not worried about it, okay, they are. They're going to ban the Susano and the Cthulhu. That's exactly where my mind was going. 2 picks that the Leviathans would have loved to grab in those bottom 2. So taking away a lot of that team fight presence Leviathans would look for, definitely a smart call. Usually in this situation, Haddix would go to something like the Xing Chen, for example, when you already have double Fizz, you want a Guardian in that solo lane. But with Cthulhu gone, with the Hades taken away as well, wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to lean into that physical damage and let Ronngyu be the only magical presence on their map.
Well, now, last time, what was it? It was a pick for variety right here for the Kings in their 4th slot. Could go for that, could maybe wait, since variety doesn't quite know what he's going to be going up against. And that seems to be the option here. Chernobog picked up, thrown into the duo lane. And again, after, Charlie, what we've been seeing, like the Cupid up at the top, Ishtar, Cernunnos, the list after that gets a lot more muddy in the middle. Rom has been pretty high up there. But Chernobog, we've seen a lot this year. And that global presence is something that really can help a team out.
Well, I mean, the Xing Chen, that was obvious. But it looks like switching over to the Artio, which also works. But this I thought we were done with the Erlang Shen, man. We keep seeing him try and weasel his way back in. And it's got a decent matchup into Vulcan specifically. You can really get those beats down pretty early on, and the dive's not terrible. But you're going to have that fall-off period, where Lancelot also has some fall-off damage, but if you're up against an Erlang, you shouldn't have too much trouble really being a menace in that backline. It's just a comfort pick for Panitom. When he's banned out like this, when there's the Daji, the Susano, I guess the Thor and the Najah in this case as well, you got to look towards those warriors that get active early. And Erlang Shen, he can certainly do it.
I mean, it is one of the more prominent picks I think we've gotten to see. Yeah, I mean, 5 games only for Panitom in Phase 3, but won 80% of those. With the Artio as well, I mean, you're starting to talk about maybe some control theoretically against some of those picks that the Kings have locked in. And, we used to see, actually, I think Artio is the counter to, like, King Arthur, typically. Like, if it was King Arthur would come in, dominate, Artio was the only real pick that felt like she could do anything about it. What do you pick into the Artio? Like, when you see that on the other side, what do you think Variety is going through his mind right now?
I'm thinking the Bologna could be a decent call. Osiris is quite literally just the same as Bologna in that regard. So,
This is Bologna
yeah,
too.
they're very similar. And I'm not saying you pick that into Artio. I'm saying you pick that into the double ADC, and you have to lane against Artio, right? I don't think there's anything you're picking because you're like, oh, yes, this has a great matchup into Artio. You're looking at the late game rotation. You're like, yeah, there's gonna be a bear in my lane, right? Like, I have to deal with that. But later on, I get to rotate out and try and make these double ADCs miserable. The anti-heal is definitely going to be useful into a composition like this where Yemoja and the 9 turns blessing and the Artio are going to have tons of healing built into the kit. So I think the Osiris does get some value there, as well as just being a damage sponge, right? He mitigates so much in the backline. Build full Fizz D, get a Spectral Armor if you need to, and just try and make sure that Sheento and Zap have a terrible game.
So I've been scratching my head to I mean, almost to the point where I'm balding. And it's because I was like, there's no way it has been, I mean, it's been literal months since we've actually gotten to see Ronngyu play Yemoja. And I'm sitting here, I'm looking through it, and I'm like, I swear they had to have played it once at some point. There's not a single game in Phase 3. And that's how much it's been banned against them, right? How much it's been a problem. If they haven't had it banned against them, it's because they're in second pick and they're banning it against whoever they're playing.
Right.
So it has been a while. Team-wise, though, right? We've seen what that pick can provide for the Leviathans. Is this strong enough? I mean, you get blanked in game number 1. You're down 13,000 gold before we're even talking about Fire Giants. Your Phoenix is getting sieged anyway. Is this the kind of composition for the Leviathans to bounce back into this?
I definitely think so, but there's a lot of weight on Panitom. He's used to it. I mean, he can hold up the weight of the world if he needs to, but if this Erlang Shen doesn't get active early, their late game is going to be real hard to try and get to that point, whereas the Camelot Kings, they've got a decent early, they've got a decent late as well. The Lancelot and the Osiris are going to have tons of pressure over in that solo lane. That's how they played it game number 1. Leviathans have to know it's coming.
Twig's Lancelot has me scared a little bit because of what we've seen out of that one. We'll see if the Leviathans need to be scared here. Already up 1-0. Will they tie us up in game number 2? Let's find out with the casters.
Gotta slow down the Camelot Kings if you're the Atlantis Leviathans, and it starts with map play. You gotta think in unforced errors on certain sides of the map. We'll see where the Camelot Kings want to put their pressure this game, and where the Leviathans want to try to counter some of that out. So it'll be CaptainTwig. We're honestly switching sides on a handful of the picks here. Genetics will be on the Terra this game. Ronngyu on the Yemoja. But I'm used to seeing the Erlang Shen Osiris matchup in the jungle, Myth. It'll be Erlang for Panitom in the jungle, but Variety on the Osiris out of the solo lane. Certainly a lot of potential in that pick for the Kings.
Yeah, the adaptation here for the Leviathans is we lost a lot of pressure off 2 fights early. Let's draft early. Let's get pressure all the way across the board. So your duo lane is very high kill pressure the second you tick over towards level 5. Sheento on the Cern in mid can hold his own with just about anyone. And then you've got potentially one of the highest pressure feast or famine junglers in the game, Panitom, Erlang Shen. Can get involved very early. If he sees success, expect that success to continue throughout the duration of the match. If he struggles, though, it would be very difficult for an Erlang Shen to initiate into a team composition like this from the Kings.
Well, both supports pick up the purple buffs again, so we maybe should get used to seeing here during this set. The priority one for Zapman, let's not get completely shoved back against tower this game, but you mentioned it, Myth, you got a Yemoja on your side, you got an Ishtar, should be fine for Zap and the Leviathans dual lane specifically. Yark, though, is a bit of a different look. We saw some Chernobog yesterday. I believe Pandacat played it once. And obviously global pressure then becomes the name of the game. If the Kings feel like the solo lane side of the map is where they can find maybe an opportunity or two. Now you've got this extra X factor. But I feel like, Myth, you got to use it cautiously. If you rotate over, you get nothing, suddenly you've ceded all pressure in your lane to Zapman.
Yeah, the ideal situation might just be here. Blinking from Twig, displaces Panitom, he's got no dash.
Yeah, the double dash from Twig was good, and actually decent return damage from Sheento. Oh, is that a body block with the wall? Oh, that is crazy! And you got to expect it.
Hold on.
From Genetics. Maybe a trade back, though, from Zapman. The lob shot hits. And we'll trade out 1-for-1, both of the carries getting a kill. But it's Zapman who's still in lane to farm. First blood to Yark and the Kings. A nice setup from Genetics. But Zapman gets to hang around a bit longer and farm up safely.
Yeah, Jarcorrr really going to suffer in the experience department for that one. The entirety, or at least half of the initial wave still there, so that's a 9 minion wave heading into the tower. But you gotta talk about that wall from Genetics, man. Just perfect placement, utilizing not only his abilities, but his body as well to line up that body block. Zapman feeling like he's playing with a bit of fire here. Dashes forward, but now you're stuck.
My goodness, we're scrapping early in game 2 again. It's a red buff invade this time. Zap used the beads, and now on the chase is Twig and Genetics. But the dash away from Zap quick enough. Now targets have to swap. Maybe it's Sheento that's being looked at. Riptide gets used by Ronngyu, and somehow the carries are disengaged. But still a health advantage for the Camelot Kings. They will send their pressure towards the red. But the Leviathan, Zap is stuck around. Twig with the second dash. Knocks down another, but yet again, we'll trade out 1-for-1. A fantastic Riptide from Ronngyu puts Genetics on the chopping block.
That turret should have some disengage. Dash forward from Sheento, but a good wall from Genetics. Forces this pathing from the Leviathans, but Panitom with the pin secures the kill. Sheento kill credit, and it's the Camelot Kings who come out a bit behind on this exchange. I was surprised to see Zapman stand so close, sticking close to apply that lob damage, but you gotta know that CaptainTwig's got the burst potential and gap close potential to punish you for that one. Regardless, the Leviathans, I'm sure, very happy with the pacing of that fight. Sheento in particular gets a very huge boon there, was able to stop the rotation into the red from BigManTingz, clears out some waves on his own, and credit to the kill. A far cry from the 2-level lead we'd seen from Tingz in the previous match.
Panitom wants to get going, and he need to on this Erlang Shen with mannequins. Blinks forward, sends pressure towards Variety. Does still have Lord of the Afterlife. Yeah, that could have been a bait in towards Haddix. And a sneaky coup, I would argue a steal. Felt like the Leviathans surely were going to get that one, but a rotation in from Twig. Hand that one right back to the Camelot Kings. So all of that back and forth doesn't result in too much of a lead one way or another. Bit of a lead for Variety, bit of a lead for Panitom. And an Executioner start for Panitom, Myth. Mannequins into Exy. Is that telling you he's wanting to continue to scrap at this pace for the next few minutes?
Executioner is just an incredibly strong pickup, not only for Erlang Shen on his own, but it's more so suited to the rest of his team. Now Sheento and Zapman both benefit from additional penetration so long as Panitom is there. So if he's starting the fight with a taunt into a couple of auto attacks, your double hunter composition just really going to flourish. Your neutral objective burn potential incredibly high as well. I love this pickup for Panitom, and it's one that I expect to see from a lot of auto attack junglers if they're built into a draft like this.
I was about to feel bad for Ronngyu there. I was just sending up the globals, and then Yark ulted in, ruined the party. But a Riptide safely away from Ronngyu is A-okay. An interceptor snagged by the Camelot Kings. You know, Genetics has been really fun to watch grow over the last couple of years. It's looked fantastic for his team this year. And it just feels like, you know, one of those players, yeah, sure, you'll ban out the Ymir, you might ban out the Yemoja, but then he's still got Terra.
They're banning more than that, man.
Right, I mean, you're banning a lot against Genetics, but I'm saying it feels like the type of player for his team specifically, that can draw a couple bans and still have something great to pick on throughout the rest of the draft. And Terra could potentially ban-worthy as well. Got plenty of picks.
Yeah, Genetics supporting his team through every facet of the game, be it in play on field or actually in Ps and Vs, allowing some of these priority selections for the Camelot Kings, considering for the most part, on average, he might be the most target banned player in the league.
Could be.
Jarcorrr narrowly avoids the ultimate from Zapman. That should telegraph to Jarcorrr that Panitom is nearby, but doesn't exactly know it for a fact. No wards in the jungle. Seems that game sense is serving him well, though.
Still, you know, it's gonna. I think by the end of this set, I'll be over it. But still, slightly weird for me to call Yark in a game against the Leviathans, given how all the shifting and changing of this year went. So used to seeing them all in a squad with one another, but apparently ended up working out for both teams. 1-2 seed being battled over. Yark in a really good spot, so are the Atlantis Leviathans. And again, no matter how this matchup ends out, because of the way the bracket is built at Worlds, they'll be on opposite sides of the bracket. We will not see these two teams match up again this year unless it's in the grand finals of the SMITE World Championship. And so what has already been a very anticipated matchup and one that the Kings strike first in now starts to heat up a bit here in Game 2. I know the Camelot Kings talking about you got an England match to catch later on today. They'd like to make quick work of the Leviathans, but the Leviathans, they want first seed. And they're coming for variety over on the right side of the map. That's forced an ult away. Will Yark actually take the journey to right? Looks like just a threat. Twig now gets left alone, taunted in, dashes
Yikes.
away, and 2 kills escape the Leviathans.
But Panitom's so healthy, could rotate aggressively here.
I thought he was going for a pin.
Yeah, maybe. Could even move through the jungle to take away some of those back camps instead. Has eyes for Variety, who's stuck around.
Variety under the tower. Has a tether out. Haddix is going to take a tower shot or two. So is Panitom, and Variety plays it near perfect. No assistance from the rest of the team, so it's just dispelling the dive and a well-played Osiris defense.
Variety said, if you want to come to me, you have to come correct, and this time the Leviathans did not have it in them. Even slowing down some of these backs, which has opened up the door for CaptainTwig off the back of a poor gank on his part to head back to base, return to the map, and steal Panitom's farm. Variety in surviving and distracting the Leviathans has created a small opening for his jungler to close up some of that lead.
Wonder if Zap and Yark have a bit of spice in lane. Whenever Genetics wants to rotate out, Genetics been hanging out over here for a while. He's picking up all these intercept. Well, I'll have to go back. Yeah, I got to go back and pick that one up. But level equity over in duo lane. Starting to get towards pyro time. This time the Kings not with a tangible enough lead to simply take it away from the Levi's. Gold Fury would be quite a prize as well at this point in the game. But Myth, this time around, it's not necessarily Merlin versus Earthshaker, Burn versus Secure, though it could be when you got double ADC for the Leviathans.
Leviathans have got advantage in Burn, but in the direct mid matchup, I still love what Vulcan's able to bring to these objectives. The turret just so powerful as a consistent tool. It allows BigManTingz to stay involved in the DPS on objective, but doesn't necessarily have to dedicate his attention to it, and instead rotate forward and potentially meet up with the rest of his front line, act as that poke warden for his team. Leviathans positioning aggressively. Keep your eyes on Ronngyu. He's got the flank.
Wings exchanged by the junglers. And it's a wild hunt down now in the middle of the River's Rebuke are all of the Camelot Kings, but that's right where they want to be. Again, a traded out kill as Sheento is gone, eye for an eye, both junglers out of the fight. But Yark's got more on the tank. He's chased down Sheento on the back. The Leviathans, their second loss of the fight, potentially their third. But Ronngyu can rip Tide away once again. Clinical team fight calling from the Kings in the middle of that River's Rebuke.
Man, and just great positioning from CaptainTwig to apply that cripple field. Not so great from Zapman, though, who hasn't got dash and won't have it for about 8 more seconds.
BigManTingz is going to get stunned, but has that slowed down Zapman's escape? No, still quick enough. The Ishtar will backpedal away quietly and safely to the red buff.
Dangerous.
This close. We've already seen one PvE death this set. Leviathans nearly suffering their second, but Zap will be just fine. Slightest of wins for the Camelot Kings, but in Kings fashion,
Really?
they've converted it into a 1,000 gold lead, something the Leviathans want to shrink back up as a Gold Fury pulled early in game 2. We're an Earthshaker from BigManTingz, about to be up and ready to go. Will it be on time? No, he won't have it, and the Leviathans get the Gold Fury. Earthshaker drops and only hits Ronngyu. In Variety, drops down with Lord of the Afterlife, but doesn't get the root. Now Variety's alone in the midst of the Atlantis Leviathans. The Kings have done too much. The Leviathans have done just enough. And Haddix and Panitom have got more.
Jarcorrr's got a peel for genetics because there's 5 Leviathans on his heels. Haddix forced to back up here, so the Levis will take their 2 and the Fury and make out, closing up the entirety of that small lead the Camelot Kings had been able to establish for themselves a bit earlier. But that was a coin toss in the truest sense. I saw nothing that should give the Leviathans the confidence to go for the burn there, maybe except for the fact that they had timer on BigManTingz' ultimate, but really that could have gone either way. The Camelot Kings a bit frustrated after how it had gone down, chase a bit too far into the enemy jungle, and the Leviathans make them pay for it. This game's about dead even.
And we're even at 12 minutes. Big fight there from Sheento. Cern felt like was able to back away Kite very, very nicely. Highest XP per minute in the game. Just a bit ahead of BigManTingz. 1v1 over in duo. This will be big. If Yark can take down Zap, and Yark does it. Zap 1 auto away. 200 health. It was even lower than that. And Jarcorrr gets the 1v1 on old man Zap. But now the Camelot Kings, they suffering a loss over on the Pyromancer side of the map, or is it in fact a lead? Because Jarcorrr can join this fight as well. The tether should get a stun onto Haddix. Could be a good look for the Kings over in the Fire Giant pit, but Haddix living on. An Earthshaker separates the re-entry from the Leviathans. And what a last 30 seconds from Jarcorrr.
Jarcorrr is an absolute psychopath. Stands his ground in the 1v1 after allowing Zapman to do his full combo. By the way, Jarcorrr had beads. He just didn't use them. It just went through every bit of the CC and said, I'll land more auto attacks. And he was correct. He was just right. A bit lucky, a couple of crits from that Shadow Steel also turned that fight slightly in his favor. And then the Madman ults into a team fight and turns that around for his team. Essentially a 2-kill swing by Jarcorrr alone into an objective. And the Camelot Kings right back to where they were before the Gold Fury went down.
You think a matchup like this means a bit more to Yark, given the history between these two teams? Think there's a little something extra in this one?
He will never admit it, but having been benched in the past or replaced, yes, absolutely.
Yark is the softest speaking, cold-bloodingest, killerist
Carries
guy
the biggest
there is.
stick.
I know, it is crazy, but what a fun player to watch. Earned every bit of that MVP title in their World Championship run last year. And will either be first or second seed going into another opportunity for himself and the rest of his team. The storyline's already building up surrounding the World Championship. It'll be so exciting to watch. Now Yark and Sheento, they've gone punch for punch in the last couple of fights. Sheento with a few kills, Yark with a few kills. But the map mobility play from Yark wins play of the game so far. And Tings has Ronngyu behind him. Will dodge out the stun, but not the River's Rebuke. But where's the assistance? Here it is. Earthshaker down onto Sheento. Aegis used. That's actually maybe slowed down some of the aggression. Another Riptide onto BigManTingz. The second time on the Riptide. Seals the deal. Oh, it's a massive root. Is that all Jarcorrr? Has he done it again on its rotation in the mid lane? And then backs away. Jarcorrr will live on, and Jarcorrr will set up another few. The Kings are undeniable in the mid.
But you gotta give credit to BigManTingz there. He survives such an incredible amount of time considering the lockdown dedicated to him. Even finds time to return damage and creates opportunities for the Camelot Kings to rotate through. And he can trust that his ADC will be there every single time. Jarcorrr, like a hero, drops from the sky and turns around the fight. Now the Camelot Kings have got a much more solid grip on map state. We're about a minute, maybe 30 seconds away from the Gold Fury from respawning. And I think the Camelot Kings, they'll be there first.
It's about to get worse for Zapman. He's going to get ganked here. Has beads, has ultimate. First CC immunity gets used.
That's massive.
That'll save his life, but Now wave pressure missing from left. 15 or so seconds on the Fury respawn. The Kings have widened this gap. And it's a game early, Miff, where the Leviathans felt like they were in control. Never so much in the Golden experience, but felt like they were the ones flowing with the kills. Sometimes it's just X-Factor styles of plays. The playmakers, they're the ones that have stepped up now for the Camelot Kings. Some important itemization coming online for the Leviathans. Double kin size completed for the 80 carries. That'll make life difficult for Genetics, make life difficult for Variety. And it seems like we're going to get a meeting of the minds around this Fury, but Panitom wants to fight now. It's a perfect taunt into a perfect wild hunt. It's exactly what was needed from the Leviathans with the Fury respawning.
Panitom makes it happen all on his own. That double taunt sets up every single bit of it for the Leviathans there. And the Camelot Kings had just taken the Oracles, had just been able and getting into position to move towards the Primal Fury, but the jungler, the Leviathans, puts a hard stop on it. And instead now, it's a 5 versus 4 favoring the Order side. Camelot Kings, all they got to do is slow this one down.
Yep. Yeah, well, you don't have that Earth Shaker. Steal potential still there. Oh no. Oh, are you about to lose this fight big? You might, because Ronngyu had set up a kill with the River's Rebuke. Variety now the one being chased down. Another brilliant Riptide. Rongyu's been on it. Near 100% hit rate on critical Riptides. And now this game bounces right back. It's the Leviathans with 2 kills and a Fury for themselves, not giving up in game 2.
Every single game of this set is going to have to be earned. 2 dead for 20 seconds. The Leviathans in a position, and with this composition,
3 kins
to just move in towards the Fire Giant. I think they could pull it here, Dave. BigManTingz has threat of steal, but the dive potential, the zoning, could be good from the Levis.
This is about to go quickly. There is so much shred from the Leviathans. BigManTingz.
Too early.
You need a big play. Earthshaker down. Doesn't get it. But can the Kings make a play at the end? No, they can't, though. Genetics went in. And now it's just extra. Now it's just the parting gifts from the Atlantis Leviathans. FG on 5 and a kill onto Genetics.
And so much gold on map. Pyromancer spawning up as well. Camelot Kings desync deaths with Genetics gone for the next 30 seconds. The Leviathans in a very strong position from here. I think just make short work of these structures, and they will make short work of them with a double hunter composition. Move in towards the neutrals afterward. The Camelot Kings, I think rightfully so, pull the Pyromancer. Should be able to sneak away with this one, so long as Haddix can't close gap, and seems he won't be able to. But the Leviathans, I think, that's not even a phase them. Well, who cares about the Pyro? That's a consolation prize. They got the biggest one.
Look, the Camelot Kings, such an objective-minded team. We've talked about it all year long, but you cannot forget the Leviathans also play like that. They also love making the most out of the smallest of advantages. Variety is stuck around on the right side. Has a couple tethers out. And a pin from Panitom will force the Lord of the Afterlife. Now, I'll admit, Myth, I'll hold this thought, see what Ronngyu and Sheento have up their sleeve, and just going to be some pressure onto the Tier 1 tower.
Careful there, Yark.
Yeah, Yark, always something to be said. Taunt in, Variety, tether out, no
Yikes.
good. Panitom simply chases him down. This is a perfect segue. I have not fully been convinced on where Erlang Shen jungle stands. Have seen way too many games where he just doesn't get it done and it falls by the wayside. This is the pace of game you need from an Erlang Shen. Panitom has made it look great. And potentially a collapse in from the Kings around 3 members
Spotted
of the
too
Leviathans.
soon.
But it's just Twig, triple Riptide, make it a quad. Twig relentless though. Massive joust forward. And Twig goes back in. And Twig just shy of a kill onto Zap.
CaptainTwig does it all on his own for the barest of moments, tries to make something happen on the left, while the other 2-man core, Panitom and Haddix, push down the right, but shows himself a bit early on the map. I feel like the Leviathans likely would have kept up their push on left had CaptainTwig not revealed himself, but instead an immediate disengage. But we get a good look at what CaptainTwig's going to be capable of in these team fights. This damage output only going to get better as he finishes up this Heartseeker in next slot. Lancelot's certainly a threat.
Good. Amulet upgrade and an Emperor's Armor pickup for Haddix. So a big gold spend from the Artio tells you the Leviathans, with maybe the last minute and 20 seconds or so of their Fire Giant, hoping to siege. You've got 2 Tier 2 towers left.
Time to ride.
And plenty of time to get those done. But good news for the Kings is you have not fallen ridiculously far behind, and in all likelihood, you will still have all of your Phoenixes left standing with the steal potential of BigManTingz. So the stage has been set wonderfully by the Leviathans. The Camelot Kings still have a role to play here by the end of game number 2, and the dramatic swings this game has already had. I can't imagine we're anywhere close to being done. And soft defense now being played by the Camelot Kings in both left and over in mid. It's a 2-3 split from both teams. On offense and defense, goodness, what has happened here? Everyone's ults are still standing. Zapman's Aegis is down. He simply took too much poke.
Just a whole lot of damage, I think, off the back of Genetics' stun there. Zapman can resustain pretty easily, not only from his own itemization, but from his healer standing next to him. So the split push has moved a bit towards mid. 3-man core, the Leviathans try and shut down Variety, who's taking similar damage to Zapman on the opposite side.
Fire Giant's gonna fall off in 5 seconds. So it's just Gold lead providing an advantage. 2v2 on left, 3v3 in mid, but watch out, Panitom's rotating around the backside of this fight. He's got a taunt onto Jarcorrr. Jarcorrr onto the wall, but he's got to get off at some point. Dashes back behind his team.
Still alive.
Jarcorrr is stayed alive, will not make it into his ultimate. But on the other side of the fight, Genetics has traded out a kill. Ronngyu now gonna get run down. The Kings have lived through the FG, and they've now turned the fight around right on its head into the Leviathans. Goodbye, Sheento. And the carries plus support from the Leviathans gone. And Myth, the Fire Giant's gonna respawn in 30.
Respawns in 30, but Gold Fury first. 50 seconds left on Sheento's respawn. The Camelot Kings don't only defend their towers, both tier 2s remain standing, but put themselves in a much better position for this next Fire Giant. You called it, Dave. The theatrics are not over. We're going to have twists and turns. This is a Shyamalan game right now, and the Camelot Kings keep it interesting.
Jarcorrr is still dead for 15 seconds, but remember, you don't need teleport on your AD carry when he's got a global, but that also requires one of the Leviathans to be close by. In all likelihood, Yark is just going to have to walk back into this fight unless you want to ult onto Panitom, ult onto Haddix, and that actually may end up forcing a fight. Where does Jarcorrr go? Keep your eyes on the shadows. It's been procced. He'll drop down. Next 50. To Haddix, Fire Giant low, down beneath 50% HP. You've got Confirm, you've got Earthshaker, you've got BigManTingz. It's a bit early, but early is enough for the Camelot Kings, who have gotten their Fire Giant now at 23 minutes.
And the Camelot Kings to start up their own siege. But CaptainTwig sticks around too long. Joust should make his way out of there. Additional movement speed on the mount as well. Dangerous stuff. It's a thin, nice edge that both these teams are navigating right now, where small skirmishes like that could really cost you big. CaptainTwig plays with fire, but makes it out alive.
If I don't know if it's the coffee, the fact that my cut's over and I've got calories in my body for the first time in a month, or the fact that game 2 between these two teams is ridiculous.
It's probably that one.
Probably that one. A bit shaky, though.
Maybe the coffee.
In a good way. Probably also the coffee. Also, those calories haven't entered my body yet. Once lunch rolls around, though, all bets are off. Got to get through this best of 5, though, and my goodness, it's been a fun one. Now that Camelot Kings and their fans feeling like they've got the upper hand. Ooh. Oh, goodness. My heart can't handle it. Stop getting picked. We've had too many fights that have been one member of a team you think's getting caught out, but then they immediately flip around. This one's going to come down to an individual play. I just get that feeling. We've gotten a lot from Yark. Panitom has made some really nice plays as well. Early in the game, it was Sheento on this Cern. We've had a couple really nice fights. Now it's tier 2 defense time from the Atlantis Leviathans. Smith, we've gotten to see the Kings defense, granted only around their towers. Always got to keep your eyes out for those Rivers rebukes when the Leviathans are on D.
Phantom Shell available to BigManTingz, so first Rivers Rebuke unlikely to find too much value. I wonder if we'll see the Leviathans take a fight early. CaptainTwig forced to use that ultimate up down to avoid the Bramble Blast, but leaves himself in a pretty poor position. Camelot Kings, though, great position to poke some damage in the tower.
Here's Panitom, 9 turns blessing. That's onto 2. Where does Earthshaker go? Just onto Ronngyu. So we survive through the big one if we're the Atlantis Leviathans. But the big one is just the ultimate from BMT. That'll come back up here somewhat quickly, Sands of Time. Soul Gem puts you in a really nice spot. Already a quarter of the way back, not too long. send those back out somewhat quickly. We're going to shift our focus for the Kings back to the left now, but good news for the Leviathans, your journey left. It's a pretty short one, so you can just match this pressure. Neither team, if this is crazy, I don't know if I've seen this level of tug of war for tier 2 towers in an SPL match in quite some time, but neither team giving up an inch of their map without a bit of pushback.
So now the Leviathans regroup in mid as 5. Camelot Kings do the same, but keep your eyes on those cooldowns. CaptainTwig and BigManTingz very close to having those ultimates back up. Twig's got his, Tingz not so far behind.
Oh, Wild Hunt! Wild Hunt, it's down from Sheento. Another Earthshaker, that one's on to 3, and it's forced actives. Sheento and Zap don't have Aegis for the remainder of this fight. A Riptide has pulled the arc right back into the front, but he will dash away onto the back. Twig, massive up down onto the Leviathans, and Variety has finally finished off a kill, but Yark wants a bit more. He'll go up down with his ultimate, and the tier 2 tower finally called. The race is over, and the Kings will knock down the structure.
30 more seconds on the Fire Giant, 40 on Rongyu's life. Haddix has not been allowed to reset. The Camelot Kings, they want the bird.
Yeah, they're still going, Haddix. Down beneath half, Sheento sustains up just a bit. Twig slowly working down the tier 2 on the left side of the map. We'll drop that one. Ooh, and we can take a deep breath at the end of this Fire Giant siege. You gotta exhale though, man. You only breathe in. There you go. You can exhale a bit. My goodness. I thought, because in the slimmest of margins, every Rivers Rebuke gives you the wonder, all right, who's caught out inside of it? I thought Twig was in some serious trouble, but then he goes up, down onto like 4. It's the slimmest of margins. You got 1 Phantom Shell. It's what BMT has picked up here, but he played far enough back in that fight. Did not have to use it. Fire Giant will fall off. 3 Phoenixes stand for both teams, but now the tower advantage for the Camelot Kings. Gold lead very close, and it'll shrink up a bit as an Oni Fury for the Leviathans now confirmed. Closing in on 30 minutes. Myth, can you discern a lead for me here? Technically gold for the Kings, but at 28 minutes, what is 1,500 gold really feeling like?
Truth be told, just about nothing. The only tangible lead is map state. You got a couple more towers in the Camelot Kings, so opportunity to move immediately in towards the Titans, slightly in their favor, but it's going to come down to a Fire Giant dance first, and it will be a dance, considering we're spawning the Fire Giant now, but looking at the relics for both of these teams in shambles. Beads not available for the Camelot Kings.
Variety's the target. He gets blinked on. Now remember, in perfect sync, Sheento and Zapman's Aegises both down for 35 or so more seconds. Both of those pulled by the Earthshaker in mid from BigManTingz. Clearly the King's aware of that. Got a general idea of when those are coming back. Can you force a fight in the next 30 seconds? Do you feel comfortable forcing a fight in the next 30 seconds? Apparently not, as Yark has gone back. Variety again caught out. Earthshaker drops. But more pushes the Leviathans to one side of the FG pit than anything else, and a Pyromancer, potentially, depending on how long this dance lasts, helpful for the Leviathans. Go back, get back to the Fire Giant pit a bit quicker. But how about this call from the Leviathans? They pulled FG. Twig gallops through the back line, and he'll gallop right back to base. Zapman has finished off the kill. Suddenly, in the midst of the waters, it's the Leviathans emboldened by their first kill in this fight. But Yark has got something to say. He walks back in. BigManTingz with the double. And the Leviathans repel.
BigManTingz playing the wrong game, lining up these collats, just eviscerates 2 in front of them. And now it's the Kings who are on the brink. Variety rejoins the fight. Way healthier than Haddix. No way he can step forward. Fire Giant to the chaos.
After how that fight started, the Kings getting FG on 4 is unbelievable. Now Variety, who had been jumped on time and time again, the one to go back in. But the Leviathans will back themselves away. Ridiculous team fight calling from the Kings, and a bit of pressure building on left.
Left side's already got the trebuchet. Camelot Kings will join it soon as Genetic starts to work his way through mid. Camelot Kings got to play safe here. Twig's got a whole long walk all the way across the map to rejoin his team. And although you've got Fire Giant, it takes time to resustain. Kings are going to have to let this trebuchet go, rightfully so, with the respawn of Zapman and Panitom imminent. Go ahead, head back to base, start your siege once more. BigManTingz, man, something about this guy in these high-stakes battles when his team really needs him, he has always stepped up.
It's that like half moment of pause where in the middle of that fight, the Leviathans get the first kill, and then you watch both of the carries of the Kings, and you're like, wait a second, why are they not backing up? And they actually start to walk forward in that fight again. It's a sudden call where you can tell, even with a one-man disadvantage, the Kings felt like they had enough left in that fight, and they sure did. With Fire Giant on all but Twig. And now with no tier 2s to work through, you're going to have all this Fire Giant time to keep your eyes on the Phoenix. Now the Leviathans, Myth, they put up big tier 2 tower defenses. You have to imagine they're going to be feeling okay underneath their Phoenixes as well. Still got that Yemoja. You're going to have your Osiris. Yeah, he's tanky enough.
So tanky.
Withstand a little bit of poking and prodding from the Leviathans, who are going to have something to say on this defense.
Keep your eyes on CaptainTwig. In the last couple of these team fights, it's been kamikaze joust every single time. He applies the damage, he sets up for his team, he puts out the cripple field, but does not survive too long afterward. Without Fire Giant, I'm thinking that might just be the call for CaptainTwig. He's not exactly the most valuable life right now for the Kings.
Keep your eyes on the meatballs from BigManTingz as well. The quick lob into burst damage. Force out a lot. Both teams pretty healthy as far as relics go. Everyone for the Leviathans is up. And Yark, the only big one really missing, Bracer down from genetics, but the bees will be back for this Chernobog right about now. So a split with Twig over in mid, Panitom over in left. Again, you get the idea. This game is going to have to be fought near the FG pit or an over commit on a dive or a defense. Because the line has been drawn. Not a lot has been finding its way in the base. A pull back in onto Variety, but maybe that's right where Variety wants to be. He's taken some good damage from the Leviathans.
Gotta
He'll
run.
have to head back and away. Get a bit of sustain. Has teleport. The left side Phoenix has not taken that much damage.
Ronngyu is infinitely threatening with this displacement. Anyone who steps even a step out of line for the Camelot Kings takes 3, 4, 5 shots from Zapman at massive range with the sniper. Sheento as well, just peppering in that damage with the Odysseus bow at that. And the Leviathans maintain their bird on the left-hand side. Only 30 seconds of this Fire Giant to play with. Twig doesn't win this fight. He's got to get out.
Twig will get out. Relics both up for both. Ults down from both. Kings get the Primal Fury. That'll make life a bit easier around the next Fire Giant. And wouldn't you guess it, Myth? We're not going to see a full-on Phoenix Siege. The defenses have been staunch from both of these teams, but neither team has pulled a clear game-ending type of advantage from any of these Fire Giant fights. Both have been on it as far as mitigating losses around the objective fights.
I tell you what, Dave, we could be looking at a game that is decided by the Fire Giant fight in that if you lose too many members, ignore the Fire Giant, go for the Titan. The base defense has been strong regardless of the buff, so I think you move the goalpost a bit here. The Leviathans take the Pyromancer for themselves. A long team fight will favor them with the enhanced movement speed out of base. The Camelot Kings, though, still in a very good position, and the gold lead much more significant than it once was, has led them to some tangible leads. Relics getting upgraded a bit more quickly, wards in pocket, more numerous, potions finished up for the Camelot Kings at that. So the Leviathans playing into a slight disadvantage on this Fire Giant dance.
Yep. Well, this far into the game, the 4 carries have all made their way atop the damage charts, as they have all played a massive role in the fights we've seen so far. None of them pulling far and away ahead as far as playmaking status goes just yet. Saw some great early from Yark. 2, 3, and 7 doesn't quite tell the story of BigManTingz and the Vulcan yet this game. Zapman has come online. Little moments like that, poking and prodding the damage. Teleport could be important here for Variety if the Osiris either gets picked, pulled, melted down a bit. Hot of the Nemean Lion, that'll help out in blocking maybe some damage from one of these carries.
Hold on. Hold on.
Variety wants to chase down, and he's got
Yark's
assistance.
here.
His ADC is close by. Panitom, trying to help out his carry, has now put himself in a very, very bad spot. The call from the Kings now needs to be quick. It needs to be immediate. If if you have time, you can burn the FG.
CaptainTwig narrowly avoids the stun. Panitom needs to resustain quickly. Jarcorrr in a similar position. Fire Giant pulled, enhanced, and the Camelot Kings going slowly through it.
Remember, Zapman still half HP. Variety alone on the front line. Earthshaker separates out the back of the fight. Fire Giant has not been pulled, though. And now you're talking about that teleport from Variety. He can go back, he can reset. And where can he teleport into is the question.
Haddix not afforded that same luxury. If he wants to heal, it's going to have to be from Ronngyu or from himself. Variety already rejoins the fight, looking to recreate the magic he made around Zapman.
How much damage is Variety really going to take?
Hold
That's
on.
the question. He's got a couple tethers out. He's got another
That's
Lord of the
massive.
Afterlife. And it's ridiculous. It's on to all of the Leviathans. Zapman desperately clinging to life. But his life force has been drained. Panitom behind the Kings will waddle away. Both of the carries now off the map for the Leviathans. Mitigated losses is the question. But Miff, you're spot on. The Kings unconcerned with the FG. They're headed to the base.
Panitom, you're needed on the defense. Variety won't let you back. You can't do it there. Spots you out. Stops it once more. Mid-Phoenix dropped to 50%. It's just Haddix slowing him down.
They simply don't have enough. Panitom, either he's going to get this kill or die. That might be his only way back to the base. Is that how this game ends? The carries of the Leviathan swept from the map, and the Kings take a 2-0 lead.
A back and forth battle ends around the Fire Giant. The Camelot Kings and Variety, namely, doing so much for his squad there. The initial fight, it's Variety who essentially solos Zapman and forces Panitom back to base. Variety goes back, half HP, TP's in, and then hits a 4-man Lord of the Afterlife. You got a sustained composition, it just doesn't work.
Look, they got some World Cup to watch, right? They don't want to go out and game, or they don't want to tie up this set, go on to a game 4. And how different? So not only the slimmest of margins in that game, but that just changes the face of this set entirely. Now the Leviathans have to go 3 straight. They don't have any more breathing room. They cannot get it wrong in game 3 if they want first seed at the SMITE World Championships. My goodness, what a game 2 between the Leviathans and the Kings. More fun right around the corner after this break.
Exactly what I need, I'm not ashamed what I feel. Oh, what you looking at, what you looking at? Why keep we standing over here, I'm purring like a cat. Oh, what you looking at, what you looking at? I'm irresistible, I'm deadly like that. I'm deadly like that, I'm deadly like that. I'm deadly like that, I'm deadly like that. I'm deadly like that, I'm deadly like that. Would you come and get me? Heaven First, you disown me. Second chances will not be free. And third, you better find your breath. If you reach for me, I won't be
Well, in a game that is a testament to why we all love playoff Smite, the Kings still find their win after a grueling matchup, end up 2-0. And for the Leviathans fans out there, you're maybe a little worried. But I've got good news for you. There's a way you can show support to the Leviathans. You can do it in-game, out-of-game. We already talked about the jerseys. In-game, though, right now you can get the digital loot pack, which does include that Atlantis Leviathans Gilgamesh skin, as well as a few other really, really top-tier skins. But right now, they need your support. So if you don't already have that one, you want to make sure you jump into the game and get that. Plus, and I haven't tested this personally, but I have heard that it does give you like plus 50 to really cool looking, awesome Gilgamesh plays when you make them. And I know that qualifier is like a little bit of a slight against me because I know I'm not going to be making them, but it makes it look good either way. And that actually might be one of my favorite world skins, champion skins that we've got in the game. So you want to make sure you jump in and get the digital loot pack now while you can. Give them the support because, Charlie, they need the help right now. I mean, game one, it's blanked 7-0.
Yeah.
Usually games like that, and we've talked about it in the past, but you just go, okay, well, you know what? Things went wrong.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Short memory.
That did not go well. Let's just move on to the next game. Game two, you're in it. I mean, and you're equal. It's just a couple of things, and every single punch forward for one team was met with a punch back from the other. It was maybe the most fun game we've had all year.
Yeah, and that's the issue about a game like that. It's not like you can ban out one single thing. If I had to pick something that was really looking
Ban
amazing,
Jarcorrr as a
Jarcorror was going crazy
Get
on
him
that
out of there.
Chernobog. Variety on the Osiris as well. He wasn't making so many stylish plays, but hey, a four-man Lord of the Afterlife towards the end of that fight at the Fire Giant is going to go massive as well. So I think the team as a whole just looks great. You ban out the Najah from CaptainTwig. Now he's got the Lancelot as well. Maybe double banning Twig could slow down the jungle, and that could then affect every single roll on the side of the Kings. But I'd be scratching my head if I was a Leviathan, just trying to figure out what we could do to slow down the onslaught of the Camelot Kings. You're right, though. It was very even. It was just that late game. I mean, great plays all around from the Kings.
Yeah.
I don't envy the position the Leviathans are in, trying to figure out how to play picks and bans.
Luckily, they've got Oxy in his novel
That is
of
true.
information that is going to be able to help him. Maybe discern some of that, plus Zapman. Look, if you want two great minds to be able to talk about it, you've got a guy who's been around since the dawn of time for Smite. And then, again, I mentioned Oxy in his novel, and it's a little bit of a joke, but also he seriously does have wild notes. Biggie on the other side, probably happy, certainly happy with the way his squads are going. Although I feel like half the time, maybe it's like the Australian mentality we've experienced occasionally, where like they could win this 3-0, and they could have all been like game number one. He'll still come in here and be like, yeah, you know, we need to clean up some of our game
Yep.
and things like that. True coach mentality. But meanwhile, now sitting up 2-0, a very fun, entertaining game of Smite there. Unfortunately for the Leviathans and their fans, just a little shy of being able to take that one. And now they're in a situation Zapman is very used to, although not with this squad. Down 2-0, and you have to fight back in case you want to get first seed here. Again, the difference that it makes at Worlds, depending on what side of the bracket you're going to be on, as well as the number of available options. Second seed still going to have 3 teams to choose from, but potentially losing one of your better matchups can be a big deal here. And for the Kings, finally winning something, right? I mean, if you're looking at this, you even roll it back, they fall a little short to the Leviathans actually in the semifinals of this last World Championship, and then again in the finals at Masters 1, Masters 2, in the finals, first to the Titans, then to the Dragons. Now for them to be on the precipice of finally getting that win that they have been looking for all year long. We'll see if they can do it as we get into picks and bans for game number 3, or if there's going to be some more spice from the Leviathans. Trelly, something tells me there's going to be more spice. I just can't feel like it's over here.
Yeah, I can almost smell it in the air. The spice is a coming. I'm curious though.
That's lunch from down the hall.
That is true, and it was good. But now we got to focus on the gameplay. I think the Leviathans had a good plan rolling with them, right? That was the closest of the 2 games. They were just saying, hey, take away the Naja from CaptainTwig, and then we're going to ban out the Ymir and the Khepri. That's all well and good, but there's got to be an adaptation made here. I mean, I think that genetics on the Khepri is disastrous, of course, but I mean, maybe it was just the mindset switch up, right? Because Leviathans were in that game. I can't stress it enough. That was a back and forth brawl, but it looks like they're not going to make the change up and ban specifically possibly in what they first pick. Seems to me like the Yemoja was something that worked out well for them, and so they're going to grab that one more time.
Yeah, it's one of those things that maybe it didn't win, but Ronngyu still looked really solid. I mean, there were definitely moments. I mean, I'm thinking left side Phoenix, an entire siege that the Kings had paused because if they step too close, not only is Zap pelting you with damage from super far away, they're pulling you into the Phoenix and causing too much trouble for you. The Kings are going to go back to some things that found some success. It took a while, actually, for the ults from BMT to really feel impactful, but there was a fight in mid around the tier 2, pulls 2 Aegises off the carries from the Leviathans. And if you can get ults like that, he's already warmed up now. Starting at the beginning of the game could be a big turnaround for the Kings. They also pick up the Lancelot and Trelly. Those are 2 of their strongest picks.
Yeah, this was a pick that I assumed the Leviathans wouldn't want Twig back on, but it looks like they're not thinking about it. There's the adaptation. They're not going to give that Cern back to Sheento. They're going to say, hey, Zap, you take that Cernunnos. We're getting ourselves the Scylla. So that's already a complete mindset switch for the Leviathans. They don't want that double ADC anymore. They want some big burst confirm, as well as just the possibility of a reset is always going to be scary here for the Camelot Kings. This is a pick that can absolutely change a team fight. So love the mindset here from the Leviathans. And what will the Kings counter with? They're just going to grab that Terra. So they're still on that full salty run back mindset. Maybe the Leviathans will try and take away that Osiris to put a little bit of a thorn in their side.
Yeah, this is, I mean, at this point you now need to worry about your carry. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know that there's much limiting what Jarcorrr does, no matter what pick he seems to be on. But you had mentioned the Chernobog. Ishtar's still available. And so maybe something that the Leviathans have to think of, but they seem to be in the same mindset as you right now, at least with their first ban here in the second phase. The Raven, which is going to limit mostly that solo lane, where we've been seeing them a lot lately. Other side, Susano, and the Guan Yu as well, taking away a secondary healer from the Leviathans. And it's going to be the Ishtar as well. So, Osiris still available. It's just going to be an easy lock-in for the Chernobog going back over to Jarcorrr.
Might be the full run back here. Notably, when you're not up against double ADC, the Osiris does look a little bit worse, I suppose, but you can always slot in some extra magic defense and not really worry too much about the Scylla. Switch up, though, not going to be the Artio. It will be that Cthulhu, a pick that Haddix plays a lot.
Very well.
And it was banned away from him last time, and it looks like Panitom also wants that Erlang Shen. He's going to lock that one in, so not changing too much here. The real difference maker is going to be that Scylla. They've got plenty of setup for it, plenty of lockdown. They can facilitate Sheento. Could be scary late game.
I mean, you're talking about one team that has a lot of setup into a really big burst, and then another team that has a lot of setup into a really big burst. Right? As long as the mages are doing what they need to, they're going to be able to set up a lot here. And that's Scylla maybe equalizing the playing field a little bit. A couple of those late game Earthshakers were just devastating to the Leviathans, whether it was relic usage or sometimes just straight up health. But I have to ask you, and we might see the swap up. You had mentioned the Osiris maybe not being as solid into this comp as it would have been in game number 2. But does the Cthulhu, I mean, it's easy to zoom in on the Scylla, but does the Cthulhu bring enough pressure to a Chernobog and to a Vulcan specifically that Haddix can maybe step up to the level that we're used to seeing out of him?
Definitely. I mean, Cthulhu just brings so much to a team fight. I don't think it really matters if you...
He can accidentally bring a lot to a team fight.
You could just panic ult and still bring so much, so... as long as the Leviathans are following up with that knock-up, with the disruption from Descent into Madness, it should be just fine. But this would be interesting. The Thor hover. The Artio, it made sense. It can cripple a lot of the dashes here on the side of the Leviathans. Mostly makes Panitom's life a little bit more difficult. But the Thor is one of those picks that Variety definitely can execute on, but you got to make sure you're hitting everything to get that value out of Thor. And with that Anvil of Dawn rotating in late game, Variety certainly could make a big splash if that's what he decides to go to. It's just, you're relying a lot on making sure that you don't miss.
Something that has been banned out, I think, in games 1 and 2. And baited this time around. It's not the Thor. He just goes right back to the Artio. And admittedly, very standard.
Right.
But when you're looking at, like, Erlang, Shen, the Cernunnos, Scylla even, like, trying to run away from the Artio is definitely going to be something the Leviathans are going to struggle with.
Yeah, I think that this was a smart switch up. It's one of those things where if you're feeling real hot and you're feeling confident, insta-lock the Thor. But if you have to think about it even for a second, Artio is just going to bring less damage, less engage, but way more safety. You can play as annoying, you can blink to the back line, but you don't have to rely on hitting those skill shots, the Anvil of Dawn, the hammers, the walls, that sort of thing. So probably a smart call here. The Kings have created themselves a little bit of wiggle room with a 2-game lead. So I think going with the safer option probably is the call. Makes for a little bit more boring lane, but you're up against a Cthulhu anyways. It's not like Thor is going to be looking to brawl too much versus him.
Yeah, not a lot of 1v1s in the anybody versus Cthulhu. You throw a Guardian over there, kind of balance things out. Last game, Trelly, a lot of back and forth between these two. And, I said it, but the later the game went on, the more ults we got to see out of the Vulcan from the Kings.
Right.
The more pressure we saw from them just in general on the map. But every act of aggression was met with something from the Leviathans. You've got a Yemoja, you've got a Cthulhu. You know the team fight's going to be at least existent for the Leviathans. But have they put themselves in a position that we're going to a game 4? Or is this a Kings set through and through?
I mean, they do have the solid early game as long as Panitom plays the map the way we know he can. And then as long as this Scylla, with Sheento, let's be honest, he's probably not missing too much.
Yeah, I trust Sheento for a lot of things.
Yeah, I trust him to land those I'm a Monsters. The later this game goes, there's always going to be that potential. But of course, I mean, the Camelot Kings are just looking so good right now. Something has to knock them off their rhythm. And I think the Leviathans are hoping it's that I'm a monster.
Well, there were a lot of bumps in game number 2, right? Game 1, very clean. Game 2, much more contested. And so you have to imagine that they're definitely causing some turmoil for the Kings as they move forward. Lancelot, I had highlighted him a lot. I think going up against the Erlang Shen, we got to see this matchup, but it feels like Twig this week is just on a different level. Is that where you're looking for the Kings? Is that their win condition, or is it kind of spread? Then again, you know what? I say that, and then I remember what Jarcorrr did in a lot of those team fights.
I don't think any single member on the Kings is the win condition anymore.
No.
They have all just sort of assimilated into like a blob that anyone can pull off anything at this moment. But having CaptainTwig get off to an early lead is always going to be great. Panitom really does need to step up on this Erlang, so your best counter to that is saying, hey, you're not getting as much farm because CaptainTwig is also stealing all that farm. They've got plenty of time going on in that slot, so I do imagine that the Camelot Kings want to get off that early lead and try and stop what's going on in the jungle.
Well, I do know it's going to take a little bit because Sheento evidently locked in a banned skin on the Scylla. So it is they are going to go through a remake as they make sure that that one gets reset for
Mental
them.
in shambles.
Mental in shambles,
Yep.
right? He was ready to load in whatever skin it was.
Probably
I'd have to pull up the list.
I would
to
assume the
see.
new Toon one, where she goes.
Bewitching Bunny.
It wasn't
No-
that
and
one,
you know what?
unlucky.
I'll be honest. I reckon Katie loves the Bewitching Bunny skin. That's how I know that one the best, is because it's almost always reaching over me in a support role to hit somebody. And so he's going to be changing that one up, and they're going to be getting into game as soon as possible. While we look at that, though, Trelly, we can dive even deeper into some of these picks. Zapman on the Cernunnos. We didn't really talk about that. The Chernobog, we just saw what it could do. It's pretty much set. what can we expect to change for Zapman here going from the Ishtar to the Cernunnos?
I mean, they provide similar things. You're going to lose a little bit of pressure clear-wise, but I think your 1v1 potential is still decent if Yark is taking that fight, which as a Chernobog, you're probably not taking it too convincingly unless you're ulting back in and brawling, which, let's be honest, sometimes that does happen, and sometimes Zap tapes those trades. We saw it last game. Yark was able to win that 1v1, which is just so hype, you know, when you can take those trades. So I think the Cern brings incredible self-peel, you know, with that Wild Hunt. Anytime you're in trouble, you just drop it at your feet and say, hey, you're a pig now. Like, I don't have to deal with you for a bit. So some extra safety in lane. You already got a Yemoja over there. I imagine the duo lane should be sitting just fine, assuming they don't get crazy in the early, which, let's be honest, there's a lot of fighting, like level 1 to 2 from both of these teams.
I've never thought about it, but that ult is very much just, hey, you're a pig now.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just cut and dry, man, and that is what that one does. Nice big AoE as well on that. It helps match maybe a little bit of what that Vulcan is going to be bringing. And that's the other question I have for you, because you mentioned Panitom having to step up big on the Erlang. Vulcan's not super maneuverable, and his damage, at least early on, isn't so deadly that you have to be worried about him. Is that where you want to see some pressure? Do you want to see it in mid? Do you want to? I mean, Artio doesn't seem like a really easy gank opportunity. Where do you go as the jungler for the Leviathans to try and get things rolling?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Panitom uses, you know, the amount of mobility that Erlang Shen has to look over towards the duo lane. If EMT posts himself even a little bit out of position, you can run down a Vulcan if you can get those beats down, but the issue with these mid laners is they sit at tower line and they just clear, right? They run to farm, clear. They don't put themselves too far out of position. So ganking mid lane is certainly not easy as an Erlang Shen, but again, if that Vulcan beats are down, you could look there. I imagine side lanes is the call. If you can taunt Variety out of the bear dash with the 9 turns blessing, it's usually a pretty easy kill, but you're looking at a Cthulhu, so again, how much you're gonna force that dash? It can't be too easy.
You know, Trelly, because as they're getting in the game this time on correct skins, all I can think of is that the most correct skins right now that you could get are in the digital loot pack in game, that you can pick that up and again support the Leviathans where maybe they need it. Down 0-2 again. First seed is what's up for grabs right now. Both of these teams are going to be going to go to Worlds. But the question is whether or not you're going to be in the, well, you're guaranteed top 2. It's whether your first seed get the pick of any 4 of the teams out of the group stages, or if your second seed, it's any of the 3 remaining after that point. Shelly, I got to ask you the hard question. You can qualify it as long as you want. You can keep it as short as you want, whichever one you feel. Are we going to a game 4? Do you think the Leviathans have this one, or is the set over?
I mean, I get excited when I see the Scylla. So I
So
want to see some big resets. I think everyone does. I'm a monster, one of the most iconic ultimate abilities in ranked Smite and just competitive Smite in general. So I want to see the big resets. But the way the Camelot Kings are playing, someone's got to knock them off their rhythm. Like I said, I need to see some big plays from the Leviathans before I put all my weight in that basket. So I'm saying at the moment 3-0. But they always have an option.
You want some MLC stealth ripping through level of Scylla.
Oh,
You want some Paul winning Worlds level of Scylla. I want a game number 5, but to do that, we have to get through game number 3. And to take us through it, we got Dave and Mifflin.
Yeah, it's so hard to say after a game 2 that goes that way. Either the Leviathans are now feeling emboldened. Okay, we can do this. It's time to bounce back. Or you get blown out in game 1. You narrowly lose a game 2. And the mental is just broken. You know, it's hard to say exactly what type of game we're going to get here, Miff, but a lot of what worked for the Leviathans in Game 2, despite a loss, still there. Panitom looked fantastic on this Erlang Shen, still has the opportunity to keep that pace. Ronngyu on the Yemoja again, I think that's a really good look. So there's still some options for the Leviathans here that worked out despite a loss.
Haddix back on one of his most winning gods. Sheento on a playmaker out of mid. Zapman playing the Cern, I think giving over a little bit more utility in some of these team fights. The Leviathans have certainly pieced together a phenomenal composition, but when I look at the Camelot Kings draft, it just feels like everything they got is something they wanted, right? CaptainTwig's on one of his signatures, BigManTingz, in a very good position on this Vulcan as well. Purple buff dropped by the Camelot Kings. That was dangerous. They let it get low.
Little body block on the other end. We'll get some extra damage towards Ronngyu. I was wondering if all set long.
Was he good?
Oh, I'm trying to, yeah, it'll be all right. Once the arc drops the chase, I figure Ronngyu is fine. Yeah, well, has to use the med. Unlucky for the start of this lane.
Yo, he
Zapman's
alright?
hit level 2. He picked up a solo purple buff. Allow him to dash forward. I was wondering if we would see the supports just split purple on either side all set long. Not the case. Suppose Zapman the beneficiary here. He'll hit level 2 early on and exert a little bit of pressure. I was wondering, Myth, if you're looking at the jungle matchup, yes, Erlang Shen again for Panitom, but Twig has looked amazing on the Lancelot so far here this set. I was wondering if that was going to be a point of emphasis for the Leviathans and picks and bans. Get this man off the Lancelot. Was not the answer, though. The Leviathans feel like they can answer it in-game.
And they've got decent tools to deal with it. I mean, we've seen the interaction a couple of times in the previous match, but Ronngyu, if he connects the stun with CaptainTwig, while he's on that horse, just removes so much of that utility. Zapman should be all right here. I believe he's got that dash available. Should be able to escape. Doesn't even necessarily need it. Scepter for the resustain as well. He's in an all right spot.
You're looking at some answers, Myth, that you were wondering you might be able to see for CaptainTwig. How's the Lancelot going to look later out this game? Hard to compete with some of the pacing of Erlang Shen early, but didn't necessarily slow Twig down in game 2. You saw him get active almost right away.
Yeah, when I look at CaptainTwig on this Lancelot, I've got eyes on Cern, I've got eyes on Scylla. I think those are going to be the two key points for him to gank through. Sheento will have a certain degree of survivability once he ticks over to level 5, gains CC immunity from the ultimate, as well as additional movement speed. Genetics is a freak!
No. That is better than what the outcome might give him. Ronngyu almost body blocked a bit by Zapman there. I think he'll be okay. The last bit of damage won't find its way in. That was crazy from Genetics, reading the Riptide with his walls, and sends Ronngyu bouncing right on back. Unfortunately, the answer wasn't to kill, but it does build up a bit of lane pressure. And how about the mechanical back and forth that's happened all set long in this duo lane? Ronngyu versus Genetics on two playmaking style supports has been fun to watch. Wondered if Twig would get aggressive early. Well, he's here. He's in the duo lane. He's got one dash and a second for Ronngyu. But Rongyu's got a stun down, knock up, knock to the side, knock down for first blood. But Panitom with some leg in this fight still. Will not finish off the kill onto Genetics. Might hang around. Purple buff invade still a possibility. Sheento's rotated for mid. He's got I'm a Monster as well. Twig pinned and gobbled up by Sheento. And it's an answer back from the Leviathans.
Nearly able to avoid that I'm a Monster, but a great bit of CC from the Leviathans turns the 1-for-1, or the 1-for-0 into a 1-for-1. I was surprised to see the Kings stick around so aggressively after they'd already shut down Ronngyu. It seemed to me that CaptainTwig wanted to continue to look for that fight, wasn't quite ready from that rotation from the Scylla. And Leviathans keep it close once more. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way, especially after as phenomenal a game of Game 2.
Yeah.
Let's keep that pace in Game 3.
Well, it's effectively what was happening in Game 2. It was a lot of individual skirmishes that there just wasn't a clear lead being built up. And then those types of skirmishes took a wider, more macro approach. It was like one fire giant gets stuffed and then another one gets stuffed and then we're back to equal. Wondering if this game follows a similar trajectory. But it's always such an awkward spot now for the Leviathans where, you know, I was talking to Gore about this yesterday. It's weird because as far as the set goes, you can't afford to make any mistakes. But we know the Kings, they're the type of team, if you just sit back and you're too worried about making mistakes to make any active plays, the Kings will just outright win the game. The Leviathan's that type of team as well. It's just the Kings are in a spot where they can afford to roll the dice a bit more. I feel like you still need to see activity from the Leviathans in Game 3.
I think so, and that activity is going to be rooted around Panitom. Anytime you've got an Erlang Shen on your team, that's the guy who's getting proactive. That's the guy who's setting up for your team. So with Blink in first slot, expect him to be getting pretty active on the map consistently until we tick over to level 12 and a couple more beads become available to the Camelot Kings. Until then, though, 9 turns blessing into any form of damage from his carries. Pretty stifling for the Camelot Kings. I am surprised, though, that the Kings have put this much emphasis on the duo lane. I had expected a lot of early rotations towards Haddix on this Cthulhu. That tends to be the standard answer to Cthulhu in the solo, is he just hasn't really got the opportunity or the tools to fight in the early. barring that Descent into Madness, but even then, a tier 1 Descent into Madness, not exactly the most valuable ultimate on map. Very difficult for him to confirm his own blue buff or fight into an invade. Could be an opportunity for the Camelot Kings still if they want to make those rotations.
Panitom was working on the oracles, but Twig and Genetics looks like they'll split, so a small win for Panitom. On a little extra investment from the Camelot Kings. Variety hangs out. He does just fine to scrap out with Haddix, even, as you mentioned, without the jungle help. Variety should be okay. That was the game plan from the Kings in game 1. Remember when they shut down the Leviathans? It was Haddix on Cthulhu, and the Leviathans for some fights. Hello. A 6-minute Gold Fury. Is this real from the Leviathans? They're doing it, but well, they're doing it quick enough. Genetics is here. And so the Leviathans will have to drop it. The call was potentially correct. Just didn't quite have the time to get it done.
Yeah, Trelli had called for anything to knock the Camelot Kings off their pace. A 6-minute gold free pull, just a heat check you, I think. One way to keep the Kings guessing.
Yeah,
but it does not come without cost. Twig just going to punish you on the right-hand side. Panitom losing out on a whole lot of farm.
A lot of farm, back to speed. We'll go Panitom, Twig
Yikes.
now over to blue buff. Cthulhu is back at base. That's where you'll build up your difference. And again, it is so akin to game number 1, where the kills were somewhat low, but it's where the Kings were able to pull back throughout a lot of the jungle neutral farm. Now, the Leviathan's a slight gold lead, and I mean, it is effectively even. This scrap could separate things, though. It's a 9 turns blessing in from Panitom. The heal is already popped, so now damage from the Kings will get it done, and Variety's got it in spades. Panitom walks forward, tries to steal away the blue, and I'm not even sure if he was able to do that. Variety's got a blue buff. And another kill for the Kings.
The second game this set where the Leviathans fall into this aggressive trapping on the right-hand side. Panitom, I'm not certain what the strategy is there. You do win the 1v1 up against CaptainTwig, but not so quickly that Variety won't be able to get involved. And in the 2v2, you've got a Cthulhu in the early game who's sitting on just a Pythags piece, not exactly matching the pressure that an Artio is bringing at this point. And that 1v1 that Erlang Shen wins, by the way, is only if CaptainTwig decides to stand his ground and auto-attack battle you. Lancelot doesn't need to do that. That seemed to me to be a very frustrated play from Panitom. That is an uncharacteristic mistake that could cost him.
Could, hasn't yet. Again, game's still even, but it's a catch-up moment there from the Kings. Now the Kings, I mean, to your point earlier, Miff, the Kings do have to be somewhat on guard around this Gold Fury. Normally you wouldn't be for a little bit of time. The Oracle's for vision, yes, but it's more neutral farm early in the game. Now you got to ward it up, make sure the Leviathans aren't there, because you know they're willing to pull it and can do it somewhat quickly. Now Panitom in game 2 got Executioner first item. Going to kin size this time around. Better health shred. But he's fallen 2 levels behind here, Miff. So awkward spot for the Erlang Shen where you want to be active early, but you need to maintain farm pace with CaptainTwig. Want to use these kin size, but gotta really, really judge where you're sending those ganks. Gotta make them count.
Yeah, the decision to go to kin size is, I haven't got a double hunter draft, so I'll go ahead and play a bit more selfishly. Blue buff invaded once more. CaptainTwig able to take that one right from under Haddix's nose. Panitom just not on time to defend these buffs. Has been in a very tough position. And the Camelot Kings, given an inch every single time, they'll take a mile. I'd be surprised if the Kings aren't constantly on these right side camps.
Yep, have been the last few rotations. Now the Hunters have been left alone. That's given a slight lead to Zapman. Red buff walked at by the Leviathans. Erlang Shen's gonna be here, Rongnew's gonna be here, not needed though, and that's a nice steal by the Levis. And it's just Zapman with a bit of extra pressure, able to push back Jarcorrr. And so some small wins for the Leviathans, countering out some of the wins that the Camelot Kings were able to build up. Now remember, a lot of what we saw, Miff, with the Chernobog was well-timed and well-used ultimates from Yark. That possibility still stands. Might need him though. He's about a level and a half behind of Zapman, based purely on farm.
Yeah, Zap's moving different in this game. Hyper-aggressive, taking battles on Jarcorr's tower line. And with the full Shadow Steal over just the Shuriken for Jarcorrr means that crit chance favors Zapman in these next couple of trades. It's not only the levels, it's not only the gold, but just a little bit extra stat line for the Leviathan's ADC. I don't imagine we see Jarcorrr taking any battles anytime soon in this lane. Instead, could have his eyes set for rotations elsewhere. And rightfully so. If the Levi's can't take fights on the right, might as well play around your lead. Panitom steps up, takes the purple,
Ooh.
threatens the
We're
Gold
gonna split.
Fury.
Looks like we're going to split here. The Leviathans will hopefully secure this, though genetics being close. No way you out, yeah. Slim chance to outconfirm Asilla. So Pyromancer on one side for Gold Fury on the other. Panitom will send some damage genetics' way. The Leviathans, Myth, I mean, they do end up going back to the Gold Fury. They trade it out for Pyro, usually not the type of trade that tilts things one way or another. But I'm not sure the last time I've seen Haddix with a blue buff. CaptainTwig has been on time, on right the last few rotations.
Haddix isn't going to get a blue buff. Not anytime soon, not on this pacing. Interesting itemization. Heart Ward in second slot for Haddix, though. Will help out a little bit against this magical DPS from the Camelot Kings. Variety, BigManTingz, genetics, all generating enough threat that Haddix feels he needs to move in towards Magic D in second slot.
Same with
Does
Variety.
mean that CaptainTwig could very easily start applying some of that damage to this Cthulhu. Brawler's Beatstick and Eoten's is a good bit of stat line. Penetration stacked up, power's pretty good as well. Opportunities for the Camelot Kings.
It's the same with Variety. It's gone for the exact same itemization, except for the starter item, Conduit Gem, instead of Tainted Steel. And this type of pacing, more akin to game number 1. We had fought 3, 4, 5 times already in game 2. But the style of game that's happening, as far as gold and experience lead go, despite the pacing being different, it's dead even in the same way that game 2 was for a large portion. I was wondering if that first neutral objective rotation might be where you see a large divide build up between these two teams, but both happy just to pull their own, secure their own. And, you know, I imagine, you know, when you're looking at these types of leads, you got a 2-level lead for Zap on one side, but then you got a nice lead in the jungle over on the other side. It's about rolling the dice, trying to apply that lead in an effective manner. That's what Twig's doing here against Ronngyu. Crush,
Wow.
no good, but that's a massive earth shaker from BigManTingz. And Yark, with the ult, won't need it, and the Kings sweep the duo lane of the Leviathans.
The setup from CaptainTwig has just been perfect on this Lancelot twice now. Love what we saw there. The timing between him and BigManTingz on that Earthshaker, the target selection as well. And it's the timing of that pick. Zapman, we were just talking about his lead. He's really starting to form together a tangible bit of advantage over in that duo lane. And immediately, it's entirely cut. Jarcorrr right back to even.
It'll be nice for the AD carry for the Camelot Kings after having some great plays on the Chernobog over in game 2. Leveraging that here in game 3, especially with some of that global pressure. It'd be really, really nice. Again, you know, it's Twig on his own personal redemption arc, I think, over the last few weeks. Was unhappy with his play in Phase 3. Throughout the Phase 3 playoffs, though, has looked incredible for the Camelot Kings. And this is not a team that has faced many bumps in the road over this event. Looked very, very clean in their first matchup of the weekend. 3-1 to the Jade Dragons the other day. Now on the verge of 3-0ing the Atlantis Leviathans, potentially only dropping a single game this weekend. It's been near perfection from the Camelot Kings. And, you know, already probably the favorites for some to win Worlds, but if this ends up at a 3-0, that number maybe raises up just a little bit. Another purple buff invade. That's been the answer from the Leviathans, has been, let's see if, all right, on one side we're losing a lot of blues. Can we get the purples up on the other side? Panitom hanging out close by. Looks like the Camelot Kings slightly aware of what's going on. And Zap will drop the first tower of this game. It's the same thing that happened to him previously. Feels nice to have a bit of breathing room, though, for Zap and duo.
It does, but Jarcorrr has shown a propensity in this set to just freeze waves. If it gets pushed up to his tier 2, Jarcorrr could leave it there and still match rotations from Zapman to any single one of these team fights. That's the weakness of freezing at your tier 2, is that for the most part that gives onus to Zapman to maneuver the map without having to worry about counter rotations from Jarcorrr. But Jarcorr's playing Chernobog. He's got that global presence, so could be a slight skirmish or a slight interaction that we'll get eyes on a little bit later. Keeping my eyes on CaptainTwig. Seems he's developed a taste for Zapman, and Zapman is absolutely aware of it.
the barrage of pings, certain where CaptainTwig is, despite not having the best ward coverage for the Leviathans on the deep left side of the jungle. Still knowing that this Lancelot seemingly everywhere and nowhere all at once. It's been so hard to trap all set long. Some important power spikes starting to get hit though. Both junglers well underway in their build. Executioner was first for Panitom last game, now gets its second item this game. A Titan's Bane now finished for Twig. Massive power spike for this Lancelot. Take a look at the positioning of the Camelot Kings, starting to hover over towards the left side of the map.
The enemy has fully
And an Oni Fury scrap potentially brewing over the horizon.
Camelot Kings have got a whole lot of burn potential as well as confirmation. Steal a bit better as well. Leviathan's been later Sheento. Their best confirmation has to get a bit closer than Earthshaker does. Keep my eyes on Soul Laners. If Variety sticks around, the threat is real around the Gold Fury. If he heads back, that should fizzle it. And it's burning quick, Dave.
It is. The Leviathans might not be able to get in range. It's just Variety playing Separator and an Earthshaker to confirm it. But now, the team fight presence of the Kings a bit limited. Ronngyu with 2 and the River's Rebuke and a Wild Hunt finishes Variety's day on the left side of the map. The Kings get out cleanly though. Genetics unlikely though. The stun looks great. You've still got everyone from the Leviathans chasing you down. It'll be a double kill for Zapman. The pressure finally culminates. And an Oni Fury for 2 is the trade.
BigManTingz steps up to apply some damage, loses his beads. In exchange, the Leviathans, grouped and strong,
Do they
can
go
move over to the
FG?
right. I'm not certain that they can make a Fire Giant play here. BigManTingz doesn't have ultimate. Pyromancer, though, certainly an easy target for him.
Will be Pyro. And the body language says fire. BigManTingz 3/4 of the way
It's a dangerous call.
to an Earthshaker. CaptainTwig, oh my goodness, deleted by the
Never mind.
Leviathans. But you do have an Earthshaker coming up quickly. Variety is teleported into the back. This is an odd-numbered fight for the Kings, but how concerned are they? What can BigManTingz get done? Not much. Variety's got to back away, and the Earthshaker just clips the tanks. But maybe that is all the Kings needed. Mitigated losses. A nice fight win for the Leviathans. A Pyromancer, but no FG.
Yeah, Twig a bit early on the initiation there. Could have waited a little bit longer, allowed Variety to TP in first. Would have made it a lot easier for this Lancelot to maintain his life and maintain presence in the team fight. Instead, Twig goes in, but still prevents the Fire Giant from going down, and Variety's TP a bit later on secures that defense for the Camelot Kings. Leviathans, they're asking difficult questions. Are you willing to defend this 5-minute Gold Fury? Are you ready for the second rotation or the second attempt around the 9-minute mark? Pyromancer into Fire Giant off a slight advantage as well. Seems to me the Leviathans, they've got some fight left in them.
Just wondering where anti-heal might need to be prioritized. You're going up against a Terra. You've got an Artio on the other side as well. A little life steal in some of the kits for the Camelot Kings. And looks like Toxic Blade for Panitom, Shadow Steel, Divine Ruin. Now a Cursed Ankh picked up for Ronngyu. Need some anti-heal on the other side though as well, Myth. Brawler's Beat Stick, Divine Ruin, Shadow Steel, all the same, no Ankh. Feels like both teams have prioritized properly.
Yeah, I like the build from Variety as well, getting into that aura anti-heal at
Yeah,
that.
Contagion, forgot those.
Yeah, Leviathans, Haddix got the exact same one. These guys are copying each other's homework. Relics, the exact same as well. But not the same positioning. Fire Giant pulled once more. Leviathans, it's going slow.
This could be your game here early in game number 3. Taunt in from Panitom and the
Massive.
Rage Rebuke into the Wild Hunt, into the I'm a Monster. It stuffs the Camelot Kings. And Variety is the one who drops. But that is 4 ultimates from the Leviathans that get used. And only the ultimate from Genetics has been used. So there's still opportunity from the Kings.
Variety's got TP on respawn. The Camelot Kings got to buy 30 seconds if they want their Soul Laner in this fight.
Haddix teleports back in. He's got Descent into Madness as well. Fire Giant, it's not burning all that quickly. Blink in from CaptainTwig. It's knocked back a couple. Descent into Madness. Oh, that's made Genetics' life very uncomfortable. Twig off the horse. And now Zapman on the chase, and he's on a killing spree as well. The Earthshaker still stands,
Sheento.
and he won't get to use it. Sheento dashes forward, and Polly says hello. Double says goodbye, and the Leviathans back to FG.
The backliners of the Leviathans have done it all for their team. Zapman stepping up big completely isolating CaptainTwig in that skirmish. Sheento as well with the aggressive dash into double Sikkim combo. Just perfect execution from the Levi's around this Fire Giant, and it has net them the objective for themselves. The Camelot Kings, we never got to see them group up as 5. They were never quite all on the same footing. Instead, desynced, walking in one by one, and the Leviathans, they'll punish you for it every single time.
A combined 8, 1, and 5 for the Leviathans backline. And that is 100% not only kill participation from their backline, but all of the kills on their backline as well. You almost couldn't have written it up any better. Sheento's got 5 and well underway and stacking up the Charon's coin. Zapman's got Shred, and he's got 6 affected kills under his belt as well. It's been near perfection from the duo of the Leviathans. And that was so much of the conversation in the past from this team is the front line can buy space, can the back line then fill it and make use? The answer was not yes early in this game, early in this set. But finally in game 3, you're seeing vintage Leviathans team play. Set up Sheento, give Zapman a little room to operate. And Twig's dives, Myth, they've been working all set long. Not here, he's had to go in. He's been blocked at every turn.
He has. Now the Leviathans with complete map control and all the onus to get aggressive. We'll see what they prioritize. First up, Primal Fury. Let's grab the neutrals, make sure the Camelot Kings can't get any golden experience on map while you're actually sieging structures. The Kings doing their best to control the positioning of the Leviathans and potentially looking for an ambush here. Twig might have eyes for Zap.
Zap.
Spotted.
Wander back towards mid. He'll be safe for the time being. Those are the types of plays we've seen all set long. This time Zapman will avoid what may have otherwise been pro style of play, at least on the Fire Giant. But you know what? I don't mind the pressure that the Kings are applying here. They push back the Leviathans. The Leviathans haven't been able to group as 5 on their Fire Giant just yet, but Panitom has sent some pressure left with Sheento. Knocked down a tier 2 tower, opened up the left side Phoenix. Now the Kings have to spread out a bit. And this is where the Leviathans can make their money.
And they've already made so much of it. Only one tower is still standing for the Camelot Kings, and this is tier 2 in mid. I doubt we see a hard defense here, or even necessarily a soft defense. Just go ahead, let this one fall down. Instead, group up under the bird. Jarcorrr doing a great job of putting pressure on the map in his own right side, pushes into the tier 2. If he decided to stick around, if the fight continued in mid, could have ulted over, made sure that he was present for the engagement. Panitom, though, heads back to base, able to prevent that push from Jarcorrr. Rightfully deciding to back there, does not want to take a 1v1 up against an Erlang at this phase of the game, especially with some of these massive power spikes that Panitom's been able to line up for himself. Heavy Executioner and Magi's means that there's probably not a single 1v1 that he doesn't favor himself in at this portion of the match. Camelot Kings, they're looking at a pretty deficit. But the Leviathans, with only 50 seconds left on the Fire Giant, may have done about just as much as they could.
Yeah, so the Kings, you've mitigated your losses nicely. I say with a laugh as you're now 6,000 gold behind. But game 2 was a lot closer than this. I mean, it didn't get to 6K gold until nearly the end, but if the Kings were to get the next Fire Giant and knock down all of the towers on the Leviathan side of the map, then it would be almost exactly like game number 2. Luckily, experience-wise, for the Kings, you haven't fallen that far behind, but you're fighting into a team that's finally realized some of its pressure here, Myth. I think Ronngyu has been simply fantastic now, a few games in a row on Yemoja. It would have been considered sacrilegious to ever give Ronngyu Yemoja, much less 2 games in a row, and the Kings had answers for it last time. But you can really only roll those dice so many times. The River's rebukes have been perfect. They've set up nicely for the I'm a Monsters. Here in game number 3, peeled out quite well for the back. Difficult to pick an MVP for the Leviathans here in this game, but Rongyu's given us a lot to look at. That's saying something when Sheento's also 5-0-2 and Zapman's got 6 affected kills. Full team effort, but the Yemoja's caught my eye.
7 for 8 for Panitom out of the jungle as well. His initiation has been really strong in a ton of these fights. We'll see how the Camelot Kings decide to address the Leviathan's aggression around the Fire Giant. I don't imagine the King's going to be willing to let this one go. Instead, likely will take the battle in neutral territory. Some power spikes have been hit, 5-slotted for BigManTingz, but look no further than Sheento to find a whole lot of the disparity, a true 6-slot. On the other side, Starter and Soul Reaver to finish out that build. Vision advantage should belong to the Leviathans here. We've got plenty of wards in pocket.
Can the Kings get to Sheento though? I mean, how do you get back there? You've been sending Twig, that hasn't worked.
I think you gotta keep sending Twig.
All right.
You send Twig and maybe Jarcorrr. If the fight gets separated, Jarcorrr can jump into just about any shadow. But so long as Twig doesn't get hit by the first crush, you could probably fight your way back in. Hard to say though, Sikkim plus auto attack combo, you're looking at upwards of like 1,600 damage from that alone. It's not an easy task, but Twig's gotta do it for his team.
Gotta admit, I do like the subtle flex of walking around with the World Champion title on for all these Leviathans players. Maybe Yark's got it on the other side. I didn't quite catch it, not just yet, but the Leviathans keep playing like they are in Game 3 here. They've got a chance to maybe turn this set around. The Kings have dominated Games 1 and 2. Be a split push from Jarcorrr and a fast fire giant burn from the Levi's. A nice taunt in from Panitom. Yet again, Variety is caught. Yet again, a wild hunt hits. But look at this. In the backline is one. Sheento obliterates CaptainTwig. And the second I'm a monster not needed, Haddix running down BigManTingz. The Earthshaker connects, but it's all but a deicide for the Leviathans. Double for Sheento, and on to Game 4 we go.
BigManTingz couldn't catch a break in that engagement. Haddix walks him down the entire time. Phenomenal play from Sheento, catches CaptainTwig before the joust is even finished channeling the Leviathans. Gonna take us to a Game 4 in an impressive manner. Almost a complete script flip there from him.
We have traded punches all set long. Well, it's been King's left hook, King's right hook, and now a bit staggered. The Leviathans have finally been able to punch back, and they connect with a really big one here in Game 3, Myth. This is not a close game that narrowly slips to the Leviathans. This is a game that felt calculated. 0 answers for the River's Rebuke, Wild Hunt, I'm a Monster combo. It just continually caught out that front line. And it's such a different look from what we've seen from the Leviathans and the Kings in the rest of this set.
Yeah, needed that Phantom Shell a little bit earlier for the Camelot Kings. Jarcorrr had Shell unupgraded and was also not in the fight. So once Variety's there, he's stuck there. And it seemed to me that Ronngyu caught on pretty quick. Catch the bear, she's done.
We go at least one more in the battle for first seed at the SMITE World Championships. More drama still to unfold, potentially. Find out in Game 4, coming up next.
The Leviathans strike back. Make sure this one isn't going to be as simple for the Kings as possible. And of course, they make things look pretty good in that. The early game of that one, maybe we'll get into this more a little bit, but it was very Kings heavy, and they had a nice turnaround. Of course, right now, the weather's turning around, getting a little bit colder. That's how you do a segue, Trelly. It's getting colder out there. We were talking about Ymir getting just destroyed. Read Norse mythology. He becomes like the world, and that explains why it's so cold right now, probably, and why you need to bundle up and stay warm. You see, I have a sweater. This sweater, very boring. Just plain gray, not too much going on with it. You, instead, can get a hoodie to represent one of your favorite teams here in the SPL. Of course, all with your favorite colors out there. I saw the Bolts just now sitting in the break room. The beautiful blue and yellow in there. Of course, I'm always a big fan of the Valkyries color scheme, but any of the teams that you want to support, all of them right there. Shop.hi-rezstudios.com/SPL or shop.smiteproleague.com. And of course, all of that brought to you by Skulls. And of course, worth mentioning one more time, t-shirts and hoodies are 20% off until December 5th. And for those of you curious, today's December 4th. That means you have one day to be able to jump on that, capitalize on the discounts, and of course try to get these things in before Worlds, maybe even in time for Christmas, just to wear them, whether it's time for, well, I guess any holiday, really. Just try to wear them in the cold season. If you're in South America, or not South America, just South Hemisphere, buy them for the next winter because it's summer down there right now, and keep them while you can. We got Trelly over here. That's the worst. So earlier was a good segue.
Yeah.
That one was not a good segue, but
I didn't mind it.
Yeah, you know what? It's passable, and that's what we're taking here. Kings control quite a few minutes of the early game. I mean, get a lot of unanswered kills, start to get a lead, and then the Leviathans just say no. And from the rest of the game forward, it was all them. And there were moments where the Kings still caused trouble for them, but kills stopped for the team in purple.
Right.
And the Leviathans just start stacking them up and at one after another.
Yeah, this was one of those situations where I called for something to just throw the Kings off their groove, and it seemed like that something was this Scylla from Sheento. I mean, he was absolutely popping off. Those poly shots were crazy. The I'm a Monster was definitely getting reset as usual, as you would expect. Getting 2 or 3 casts of that ability goes crazy in the team fights. I think this was a complete revitalization here, and as you said, the Kings were definitely showing up in the early and it was waiting for just something that was going to throw a wrench in those plans, and I really think this was it. I mean, Sheento just started getting, I think he was like 7-0 by the end of this game, and this pick was disgusting.
Yeah, that specific I'm a monster was a huge deal. We were asking for Scylla plays when it got locked in, and it was provided in just sweeping demand. Sheento, very, very solid performance on that pick. And of course, you had mentioned the Kings needing to be thrown off their groove, at least slightly thrown off there. We'll see how much that continues. The King's New Groove, which is the absolute knockoff of Emperor's New Groove.
I was going to say, I'd watch that movie.
Yeah, it'd probably be really solid. We'll see whether or not they can find it here in game number 4 in a second. Looking at the stats, and of course how the numbers shake out. You had called it 7-0-4. Have to highlight Sheento. Haddix as well, I think the Cthulhu deserves a lot of credit.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of those team fights. 1-0-9 provides a lot for the team. And unfortunately, after a very solid start for the Kings, they slam into a brick wall, and that brick wall is named the Leviathans. We'll see if they can, like I said, bounce back in game number 4. Again, they're only one game away from securing first seed, having the pick of any team out of the group stages just the week before Worlds to determine who they will play in the quarterfinals. Leviathans, at this rate, if that is the case with the Kings, the fate that they resigned them to, would get 3 of those teams to choose from. We'll see, though, if the Leviathans still have that in mind. First seed, always fun. And then, of course, we discussed about it. I was talking to J-Mac about it a little earlier. Looking at the last time the first seed going into Worlds, one of the first seeds won Worlds, would have been the E-United set. And that was a long time ago, for those of you who are keeping track, 5 years. And so maybe something to keep on thinking about while the Kings are going forward, either trying to break the curse or maybe falling susceptible to it. Although this one feels much more like a choose-your-own-adventure version of a first seed curse, if there is one, that you get to choose your opponents and potentially swing through. And Twig had even said it at the very beginning, where he's just like, we're going to have to play everybody anyway.
Yeah.
Gotta beat them sometime or another. So we will go through it the old-fashioned way if necessary, whether it's first or second. Leviathans have the opportunity to at least make them second-guess one more time. We've had a few Game 4s this weekend, but not one Game 5 just yet. Leviathans now, as second pick, are going to have to try and change that fate if we want a little more of this set. They've been picking Yemoja first the last couple of games.
No,
and
the Kings have been letting them.
I was going to say, well, now it feels like it's a moment for the Leviathans where you might not be able to let it through, or else genetics will grab it.
Yeah, certainly not. And I think that the Kings are, for the first time, have some adaptations to make, right? Because I think the Leviathans had a good look. Like, okay, we're going to take Twig off the Naja. That's been working for us. And then another surprise was the fact that Cthulhu actually got through the second wave of bans. I really thought the Kings would take that away, but maybe we're looking for a different sort of composition here. So the Leviathans are going to take away that Yemoja. They're not going to let that get into genetics hands, and the Kings are going to make that adaptation, stop some of the early game pressure from Panitom, and get rid of that Erlang Shen. Definitely a good look, which means the Kings still do have that opportunity to grab that Naja. The Leviathans could not afford to ban that one away, because then they give up Yemoja, and they don't want to do that.
Now, here's a question, Trelly, and this should be the one I think everybody's thinking. Is Naja worth first picking? Is Naja good enough? And specifically, I guess in this case, Twig, who we know has been having a hell of a weekend, good enough to make this Naja first pick worthy?
I think so. I mean, it's just you can't put a price on comfortability, right? And Twig looked phenomenal on the Naja in game number 1. It was a complete wipe, right? Like, no kills for the Leviathans. So if you can replicate that once again, then just go for it. In this case, I would say take the Scylla away now.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I'm giving up Vulcan for Scylla just because of how good Sheento looked on it. I'm not saying Scylla's just better than Vulcan, but the way he was hitting last game,
Ishtar.
I wouldn't give it back to him. I'd grab Scylla right here.
Now, Trelly, I do have to poke a hole in something you said. But
Okay.
people put a price on comfort all the time. Like, if you you can just go find a really comfy chair. I bet it's going to cost money, man. I don't know. It's usually expensive. This time, it cost them first pick. I would say that is usually a hefty price. You get exactly what you want, though. The Ishtar locked in, but then they grab the Scylla instead of the Vulcan. Because, like you said, whether or not you want to have a debate on which one is better, Sheento hit way harder with one of those. We'll see if they go for the Vulcan. If the Vulcan falls apart, and I actually have to read this one out while it's there. Specifically was Billy saying that the price of comfort is exactly the price of a new Skulls SPL hoodie.
And you can get comfort 20%
get that right now.
off.
You can actually
until
get
tomorrow.
comfort 20% off until tomorrow. This is a good time for comfort.
Yeah. I'd say so. Now that's a segue. Let's go. I think that the Leviathans make an interesting play there. And make sure to grab that Susanoo before the second wave of bans, which means almost certainly the Kings take away Vulcan because they don't want to deal with that extra burst damage. And they were able to grab the Scylla Naja combo and take the Leviathans off that. Also an extremely smart call. So I think the Kings definitely in a strong position here. And there's that Vulcan ban as we expected. So what is Sheento going to go on in this situation? Remember, he was on the Cernunnos and actually was top damage the game they lost. So he was popping off. That could be a mid lane pick. But it's also depending on what does Zapman want to go to. Is he going to take that Cern himself as he did last game, or the game before rather, and then, or is he going to say, hey, Sheento, you take this Cernunnos? They have that option as well.
Well, we've been seeing a little bit of Merlin. Maybe it gets banned out here, but Merlin was a big pick, I think, for Sheento not too long ago. But are there any other mages like that come to your mind that as of now, especially now that Merlin does get banned, anything that comes to your mind that can fill the same role that we've been seeing? I mean, otherwise, we really have been going down the hunter tree.
Yeah, there's a few different options, I think. It just really depends on what gets locked in here. And once again, it's going to be the Cthulhu. I mean, the Kings, I think the Merlin ban was a bit much. The Vulcan makes complete sense to me. But the Merlin, it's just like there's so many mages, and the Cthulhu has been such a menace. But I guess it's clear to me the Kings do not care about the Cthulhu. They have let it through time and time again, and that is not the reason they feel as if why they lost that last game. So they're going to continue to let that one through, which means Sheento could take the Cern, or he could just grab pretty much any mage he wants in that slot.
Well, that is, and actually, while they hover the last two for the Kings, I think this is somewhere. I just have all the mages in front of me, Trelly, and it kind of occurred to me that we saw a lot of Chronos earlier this week, and kind of scattered throughout. Is there a world where you think that's the go-to? Like, I mean, he hits pretty hard late game, but is it worth the sacrifice that it could take otherwise to get to that point? I
don't think the Sheento Chronos comes through, but I suppose if he's feeling confident on it. I mean, I remember he played it before.
Yeah.
And it looked kind of good. He had one shot potential, but was not able to find that 100-0 burst. He wasn't able to confirm those kills.
Where's Yu Huang?
Yeah,
where's he been hanging out?
He's been gone for a while. And I'm getting a little tired of Variety just teasing the Thor. He hovers it for a bit and then never commits. He goes for an easier god to execute on the Hades, which, let's be honest, still has an incredible team fight. So not going to be the biggest issue. Still have a lot of CC, beads burning, 4 Twig on the Naja, or vice versa. So the Kings have a great team fight here. It just looks like they're not going for some of that Thor play that, I was kind of looking forward to. Maybe if we go to a Game 5, but the Kings don't want to have that situation.
No, instead it's just Hades. And it's weird to sound so dejected about that. It's going to be a fun-looking Hades. Does he have the matchup? I mean, you were talking about it before. I think it was actually last game you were talking about that into, like, double Guardians and potentially having a lot of presence.
No way they locked that.
Yeah, I'm holding my thought on what gets locked in down there because I don't think that's going to happen. How do you like the Hades just into this matchup?
What?
Okay, never mind. Yeah, ignore Hades. Who cares? We've seen him. He's been around. Thoth gets locked in for the Leviathans.
Wow. I mean, I'm a big Thoth fan. Always have been. But he's not in a good spot meta-wise at the moment, especially...
He's got this really good book, I've heard.
No, he's got a great book. You should read it if you get the chance. But... I guess you're picking Thoth for range damage, right? You want to try and stay away from Naja, stay away from the Scylla, stay away from the Hades, stay really far back in the team fight. The issue becomes if the Kings are winning, then they are able to just run you down. They don't care about evade and punish. They're trying to get to the back line. You only get one set of beads, and if you're getting taken up by Windfire wheels, it doesn't matter how far you go. But if Sheento is able to position in the back line of these fights, Thoth can do an incredible amount of damage, especially with the setup from Typhoon or Descent into Madness, or even a well-placed freeze from Ronngyu.
I mean, you're talking about like the back line. Like he's got a whole wall that lets him sit further back.
Oh yeah.
Feels like he might be in the position to try and do that. Twig though is really adept at weaving his way through to those pesky backliners. Blows my mind to see that pick locked in. Impressed to the point where I wasn't even thinking about it in the list of things I was going to go through. I mean, I could have gone through 5 more mages on that tab before I hit Thoth at the minimum. And so, ignoring jungle matchups, which is always hard to do because they're almost fused with their mid laners at times. But just between him and Scylla, I was going to ask how that matchup would be, but instead of asking you, I'll just find out in game number 4. See if the Leviathans can push us to 5 or the Kings secure first seed right here, right now.
We've had plenty of game 4s this weekend. Will we get our first game 5? That's the question. The Camelot Kings have found control in the first couple of games. Did not look particularly close, but now the Leviathans have punched back. In at least one more we go. And the Leviathans, Myth, with the ultimate dice roll. A god we had not seen much, if at all, in Phase 3, have not seen at all in the Phase 3 playoffs. It is a Thoth to try to bring us to a Game 5.
With the broad, sweeping mage item change we'd received recently, I had thought Thoth would come a little bit more to the forefront of the meta. The build's a bit faster now. Sands of Time giving you additional damage on minions means that his clear's getting a nice little boost throughout the early game as well. But when I see Thoth here, it's a direct answer to BigManTingz on this Scylla. It's similar to the OG Thoth versus Raijin matchup where you wait for that ultimate, the Taiko drums, or the I'm a Monster. You say, all right, I got a pretty massive target and a pretty massive ultimate that I can fire off in exchange. So
Sure.
you've got a very strong matchup in the 1v1 in mid, poke advantage, wave clear advantage as well. I'm excited to see what Sheento's able to do on this pick.
I think we're all really lucky to get to watch the jungle matchup that's about to break out here in Game 4. You got Panitom on maybe one of his best picks, but also maybe one of the best 1v1 junglers there is, playmaking junglers there is. And CaptainTwig was something that slots in so nicely with BigManTingz in the way that the Kings really like to play SMITE. Got to imagine eventually you're going to see Panitom really fuel up. Start to look for some scraps later on this game. I do think, Myth, this one, we've seen a great jungle battle all set long. I think this one here in Game 4 ends up being a lot of fun.
Yeah, Panitom, I think, probably tries to establish pace around level 5 or 6 after he finishes up that first item. CaptainTwig's able to get involved right now, and he's got some great targets for it. Sheento in particular could really struggle up against this Naja. Downside of the Thoth is you've got no inherent CC immunity, so those beads going to be under threat for a whole lot of this game going forward. So long as CaptainTwig can keep them on cooldown, it's one way in.
Panitom
Uh-oh.
gets sickumed, has beads. Wow, the chase still going. Twig blinks in front of Panitom, crush down, sash good, and Twig gets first blood. It's a simple chase down, Myth. You set the stage perfectly, and CaptainTwig does get active right now. And everything has to connect there, and everything does for the Kings.
Frame perfect blink from CaptainTwig to completely stop the escape from Panitom. That is the only line of play that this Naja had to confirm that kill. Perfect execution from the Camelot Kings. And Panitom not looking great, falling behind on a Susano this early, also losing the beads at that. So next round of Sash and a Sikkim combo just got a little bit easier for a 2-minute window.
Nice try.
Great start for the Kings. See if they can keep that pressure going. Something we know CaptainTwig would really, really like to do. Now, BigManTingz also gets the assist there. A little bit of a boost for him and himself over in mid. Now, the early goings of these games have all been dictated by buff invades. Have been plenty of right side pressure from the Camelot Kings. Again, if they have the opportunity to do so, the Kings, they've got Haddix on Cthulhu. It's been the target of CaptainTwig numerous times, even if it wasn't kills like it was in Game 1. Plenty of blue buff invades throughout this set. And clearly Variety's got some pressure going in lane.
Yeah, Haddix is not going to get the better end of that matchup. It is impossible for Cthulhu to match the pressure that a Hades has got. He just clears the wave more consistently, has more sustain and kit, and should have the assistance of CaptainTwig for some blue buff invades if the opportunity arises. Panitom makes the first rotation of solo, though.
Yeah, but what can they do?
Nothing. He could get a little bit of farm. He could take some away from Haddix.
Yeah, right now Haddix is just getting his farm split with his jungler. I'm not sure. I mean, he can go in with the Sent to Madness, Haddix can. And actually, CaptainTwig not fully over on right now, so it could have been a 2v1, but won't end up being the case. Twig is rotated towards mid. Everyone outside of the supports and Zapman and Yark have their ultimates ready. Now Yark's got his, and Zapman and Ronngyu will have theirs here in just a moment. So Windfire Wheels into I'm a Monster becomes a very realistic combination. Beads will be back up here from Panitom shortly. But also just a bit behind for Panitom. Hasn't fully been able to complete that first item, so while he does have Typhoon and the big ultimate, won't have full potential, at least for a little bit of time. I think maybe smart here from Panitom though, Myth. Maybe sensing a potential for invade from Twig. Heads on over right, but Twig, he is invading. It's just on the other side of the map. A clean purple buff for the Kings.
Yeah, the Leviathans expect a zig, and CaptainTwig zags there. Heads over to the left-hand side.
That's another split for Haddix as well.
It's a tough situation. Haddix will fall slightly behind in farm, but not so much so. If Variety's able to solo out his own blue buff, though, that is massive for him. This Hades could be a pretty major issue going forward. And the thing about the build that Variety is starting to line up for himself, the stacking into just standard damage output, full mage Hades, is that with Tainted Steel on upgrade and a fully channeled Hades ultimate, fully maxed out, you're essentially prot capped regardless during the Pillars of Agony. So it allows Variety to go in towards just full damage elsewhere. I love this itemization for him. Hades in a very good spot in the meta right now.
Yep.
And not exactly in a position that could be slowed down either. Panitom's rotations over towards Hades, not exactly the strongest. Your follow-up from Cthulhu, not exactly strong enough either. I think Variety is just coasting throughout the early.
Yeah, why not? Style of pick that Variety can make work. Meeting of the minds in mid, and Twig actually able to steal away one of those mid camps. So a nice little look there for the Camelot Kings. Pacing of these types of games, though, interesting. Leviathans with not much to lose in Game 3 can play a bit looser, but now they're thinking, all right, one game at a time. We're getting real close here. Don't want to make too many mistakes in Game 3. Though the Kings didn't overextend in Game 3 by any means. In Game 4, rather, is where we are now. And so, onus still maybe with the Kings to pick the pace, because they know that they've got an extra game in hand if needed. Panitom hovering over, but yeah, absolutely spotted out here. So the time of Susano a bit wasted. Though I suppose that's what you have to look for in the early goings of this game. Yark slightly overextended. Blink Sash, none of it good, and now he's actually frozen. This could be a forgetful moment for CaptainTwig, and it sure is. None of it connects for Twig. Everything connects for Panitom, but the I'm a Monster, fantastic from BigManTingz, but still not quite enough. Ronngyu on the edge, stands there and looks over the side while the Leviathans pick up 3 for 1.
BigManTingz puts up so much damage there, but only enough to shut down the jungler on the Leviathans. Rongyu's ultimate, perfectly timed. Confirms another kill for his team, also mutes a good deal of damage as well. Love what we see from the Leviathans. Over-aggression from CaptainTwig. The blink forward, I think questionable. Really only had eyes for Ronngyu there. Maybe didn't realize how many members of the Leviathans were hovering close by. BigManTingz
Nice.
steps back up, keeps things a little closer.
It was such an awkward fight, I feel like. You know, Twig wanted it, but it was really over the oracles. The Leviathans will take that every day of the week. Not really fighting over much, but a set where Twig has been as on it as he has. Eventually, something's got to go wrong, and unfortunately for Twig, it was directly in the center of the screen just a moment ago. Now, back to hitting with the sash. Blue buff not going to be up, but back camp's aplenty for Twig and Genetics to peel away. As Twig has fallen just a bit behind the Panitom as far as experience goes. Another fight brewing over in mid. Ronngyu has already survived once. BigManTingz walled off. I'm a Monster. And the wall roots him in place. And Ronngyu will not sidestep the last bit of damage. But again, Twig in on his own. So a 1-for-2 trade this time. Leviathan's just coming out ahead of these small skirmishes.
Yeah, Twig goes in with the ultimate there just to create some space for his team to finish off the kill on the Ronngyu. Lands into his death. I think once you use Windfire Wheels in a position like that, you kind of realize if the fight doesn't go quickly for your team, there's no way you make it out on your own, and simply just doesn't go fast enough. Variety, not quite enough damage on this Hades with just 50 stacks in that Book of Thought. Has to dedicate the Devour Souls to finish off his kill. So Ronngyu falls, but a trade I think he's very willing to take.
Should be so far. Again, that equalizes it. That's, you know, that was the pace in Game 2 where we fought early and often. but none of the fights were enough to fully break the game open. And what a game that ended up in game 2. We'd love another one of those. Things get as chaotic as they did in that game. Good news for Varieties. He's kept his pace over in solo, stacking up quite nicely. The pace of this lane continues for Variety. Won't be hard-pressed to be worried about this Hades later on into the game. Now, early for Sheento, Myth, a lot of fighting happening around mid. Sheento, 100% kill participation on this Thoth at 104, and you can already see some of the range and the difference that makes. And also, some of the combos that the Leviathans are looking for. A simple wall, once BigManTingz is in that I'm a monster, lines up a perfect, easy target as you looked for. This is interesting from Genetics. He'll walk forward, take the freeze, and luckily for him, he'll dash away. But again, these small little skirmishes building up right around Sheento.
Yeah, and keep your eyes on both mid laners. So far, I've been very impressed by both BigManTingz and Sheento. Big Man landing every single one of his abilities, connecting those ultimates consistently. But Sheento has been there every single time to make him pay for it. When Scylla decides to shoot off I'm a monster, it roots her in place. That is a great opportunity for Sheento to return ultimate, and so far has been on the ball with it. And it's a faster build. Divine Ruin and a Spear of Desolation as opposed to the Book of Thoth, Divine Ruin for BigManTingz. Tingz will get the better end of it when he's 6 slotted, but for now, Sheento gets a little bit more value.
The Kings will move themselves just away from the Leviathans, and you can sense maybe a mentality shift from the Kings where the early fights haven't gone their way, and so maybe not overextending quite as much as they had, and also haven't seen the big buff invades that we wondered if we would see. So Haddix has survived the onslaught of blue buffs being taken away on Cthulhu this time around. Doesn't mean it won't happen, just has not happened, but has also received a lot of help from Panitom out of the jungle, and Panitom still maintains a 1-level lead on this Susano over CaptainTwig on the Naja. But with Pyromancer spawning, if that's where this game could start to tilt. Remember last game, teams happy just to split Gold Fury, split Pyromancer. You got Confirm for both mages out of mid this game, big burst ultimates. And just like in game 2, it's the objective fights that change things around. Leviathans, again, in early Gold Fury pull of 6 minutes in game 3. But here in game 4, should be, unless Yark steps forward quick enough. I don't think he's got the range, and that'll be simple 12 minutes silent Gold Fury for the Atlantis Leviathans.
Levi's, that's, well, the first time it's really worked out, but they've been threatening these early objectives, just sneaking them away every time. There's the objective trade you were calling for. Pyromancer is the standard response. The Camelot Kings will take this one for themselves. Should keep the game in a dead even state, but the Leviathans finally getting the better end of an objective trade have put themselves in a slightly advantageous position. Synced up neutral objective deaths means that that trade could continue. I believe it's only about a 10-second difference in death timers on the both of them. I imagine we see this game start to slow down from here. Both junglers trying to get eyes or hands on secondary relic. Panitom likely to move towards Blink. CaptainTwig, probably beads in that second slot for him. Would be very important for this Naja to get some CC immunity available. A couple of times this game, we've seen Twig step forward, try and line up the sash, the ultimate, and is met with a freeze. Beads will help out.
Steps forward, lines up the sash, doesn't hit it, but this time Windfire wheels into the I'm a Monster. But that's the combo. That's what the Kings got in mid, and it does not result in the kill this time. Instead, Yark is rotated out, stun no good, nicely sidestepped by Panitom. One last auto needed. And CaptainTwig gets it. This time, Final Judgment no good. Big from Sheento on the Scylla. As Crush has connected. Zapman, though, out of duo. No shot. Sheento lives the wall from Ronngyu. Sets up for the body blocks with Zapman. And Genetics needs the heals, needs the dash. And will drop to Ronngyu again, though Leviathan simply winning the skirmishes in the early game.
Sheento just lives way too long there. CaptainTwig a bit early on the sash. Uses it into the beads of the Thoth, so no value there. Just closes gap, but couldn't find the auto attacks afterward. Variety, I thought would make a huge splash in that team fight, but gets caught by Haddix in mid. Wasn't quite able to rotate, else he brings a Cthulhu with him, and the Leviathans turn around this exchange once more. Sheento's Thoth already finding a whole lot of value.
Variety and Zap crawling out over in duo. The winds of change blowing here in game 4. And the Leviathans have made some headway. Maybe their second straight game of the set. Though all of these scraps have not resulted in anything overwhelming, not even close. But they are setting the tone for how the fights could go a bit later on. Now, you imagine things only get better for Tingz, right? I mean, that last fight in mid, it was a sash, Windfire Wheels, I'm a Monster onto Ronngyu, and it just simply didn't do anything, and that's the combo already down. Later on in the game, that likely hits a lot harder.
Yeah, you need the penetration before you go for targets like that. CaptainTwig taking Ronngyu up into the air. Probably fine. BigManTingz wants to throw out some damage, but looking at the build from the Ymir, Bulwark already finished up, Gauntlet of Thebes fully stacked. Charon's coin will help. Maybe you're waiting on the Ob Shard before BigManTingz is really generating enough threat to actually make Ronngyu susceptible to that type of engage.
Up in the air goes one, hit this. Yes, this time Panitom.
That's easy.
No chance for escape. And that's a perfect combo from the Camelot Kings, and actually a little pressure building up
Twig?
on the mid lane tier 1. Dash forward
What a
from
wall!
Genetics. A wall from Ronngyu stuffs Twig, and actually Sheento has returned some decent damage, but a nice pause from the Kings means the tier 1 drops.
Where will the Kings go next? Panitom's still dead for 10. Just the Greater Scorpion. No way Fire Giant's an opportunity here. But you're right, man. That wall from Ronngyu was just perfect. If the Sash connects on a Sheento, Sheento's probably just dead. Doesn't have access to either one of his relics there. Crush, Sikkim combo. Just enough damage, I'm thinking, at this point that this Thoth doesn't survive. Heads up play from the Ymir player. It's hard to make that decision in spots like that. Do you want to use your wall to separate the majority of the targets of the Camelot Kings or stop this one bit of CC? Ronngyu flips that coin and it lands correct.
Well, look, Miff, I mean, game 3, remember, that was a large carry performance from both of the Leviathans where Sheento had a miraculous game, so did Zapman. It is potentially building up in a very, very similar fashion if the Leviathans can weather a bit of the storm that's brewing from the Kings, where Sheento hasn't died yet, Zapman hasn't died yet, Zap's got a 2-level lead over Yark. Maintaining that pace could be a good look for the Leviathans.
Look at the relics from the Camelot Kings. They could fall prey to a similar win condition as they did in the previous match. The walls from Ronngyu are just going to find immense value against these more immobile targets in the Camelot Kings. CaptainTwig and Genetics, Jarcorrr, all very susceptible to that summoned structure from Ymir. No Phantom Shell pickup. That means you have to play very carefully around these dances, around the neutral objectives. Get caught out just once. The CC lockdown, the chase potential from Panitom, Haddix. It's pretty great. I'm surprised the Kings don't elect to pick up a Phantom here.
Well, it was BigManTingz. Remember, Ronngyu now in a couple fights has timed the walls. You use it early. You assume I'm a Monster is going to be happening a bit later, and then you get your wall back, and you just send it behind BigManTingz when he's up in his ultimate. That's a Pyromancer confirmed by the Kings, and the Leviathans, just like last time, will be over on the Fury. This is a Fire Giant call, though, from the Kings. You know the Leviathans are over by the Fury. The Fire Giant indeed begins in 18 minutes. The game is even. In fact, the Leviathans maybe a bit ahead, but the Kings on the objective have forced the hand of Haddix. They've made the Descent into Madness come out. And it looks like the Descent into Madness is enough. A risky call from the Kings. If nothing else, pulls an ultimate out.
Gain some valuable information, though. The Sunder from Genetics does make it a bit easier to shut down Haddix once he descends into Madness. The DPS from this itemization from Jarcorrr, yellow damage build, should be kin size in this next slot. Will make it a little bit easier. AoE damage as well in some of these team fights. The decision making from the Camelot Kings, though, to pull that Fire Giant, such a brave call, especially knowing full well that 2 members of the Leviathans were hovering so nearby. That could have been very, very bad had the Leviathans, the 3-man core that were on gold for you, rotated lower through the map. Fortunately for the Camelot Kings, they were able to make it out of there alive.
I think, you know, those are moments where Kings fans grip their seats a bit.
Lean forward.
but I'm the type of fan, not necessarily the Kings or the Leviathans, just
Smite.
I like, yeah, Smite in general. I like the roll of the dice. Force the hand of the opposing team and see what they answer with. And when I talked in, in game 1 about how, in game 3 really, where the Leviathans were able to bounce back, of course the Kings can make leads out of almost nothing. The Leviathans can do the same. This is the type of game where, despite kill deficits, the Kings have been able to keep things close. And it's plays like that around the Gold Fury. It's forcing the hand. But experience-wise, you see on the graph there, 2,000 or so for the Leviathan. So the kill's not for nothing. Call it a lead here, a lead there. But really it's Zapman. It's getting the Cernunnos involved. He is 2 levels ahead of Jarcorrr. How can you get Zapman in the fight? Look at the dead procs from Variety. Beads get used. Wild Hunt, all of it. Pillars of Agony down, and I asked for it, and I get it. Zapman on a killing spree with a 2-level lead and positioning for the Fire Giant and the Leviathans.
Haddix uses ult, though, a bit early just to get eyes from the Camelot Kings. But the Fire Giant's still 50%. This defense could still go well.
Where's Tingz? Where's Tingz? Keep your eyes on the Scylla. It's still leashed by Zapman. Oh, CaptainTwig, he's gone in so far, but CaptainTwig will take the long road back to base. That makes this Fire Giant much more simple for the Atlantis Leviathans. BigManTingz positioning himself for a steal. Crushed down, so is Sikkim. But it looks like Haddix and the Leviathans have done enough. First Fire Giant of the game at 21 minutes to the Atlantis Leviathans.
Yeah, it looked to me like CaptainTwig threaded the needle really well in his ultimate placement. I believe connects with Sheento, but the beads just perfect from him. And immediately, when you're surrounded by 4 as a Naja in that kind of position, you don't walk out of those, not scot-free. Instead, into the grayscale for the jungle at the Camelot Kings. And Fire Giant now on 5 of the Leviathans with plenty of towers to collect gold from. It's all off the back of that 1 pick. Variety just too far up. A rotation from Zapman, for sure unexpected, especially all the way into the soul lane, but you gotta believe the Leviathans were fishing for anything to net themselves that fire, and they come up successful.
First big tangible gap for the Leviathans was there in experience. Now it's there in both gold and experience, with plenty of map to work through as well. Certainly has not gone the way that the Camelot Kings were hoping here, and they were trying very early to look for picks. The damage burst simply was not there enough, Myth. Wondering how base defense could look for this team. Twig wants to go out. BigManTingz wants to follow up. They have enough to absorb the pressure that the Leviathans are bringing.
The defense from the Camelot Kings is not poor. Their initiation is very strong. Their poke potential very strong as well. But I think why we see this positioning from Twig is that he wants to make use of these burnt beads from Sheento. You have a minute window now where a Windfire Wheels would just result in a death of this Thoth. Instead, the Camelot Kings spotted on the left. Zapman and Ronngyu back themselves up. Create some space for the Levi's elsewhere. Pushes wave into mid. Move over to the Pyromancer. Get an even further extended gold lead. Levi's playing it patient with this fire.
They are so far. It's because when you're crossed up against a team that can quite effectively. Remember, this is something Variety said earlier on in the weekend. They're a team that feels comfortable, from a respectable gold deficit. Once you're getting 6, 7, 8,000 gold down, I don't care how comfortable you feel.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to that.
Yeah, we're getting close, but actually might get there after a gold fury drops. But Variety talked in that interview about they feel comfortable because they're a team that feels like they can capitalize on mistakes of opposing squads. And when opposing squads are far enough ahead, you might overextend, you might do too much. But the Leviathans don't necessarily strike me as that type of team. A team that plays their leads close to the chest and know exactly how much they can get. I don't see the Kings getting this massive throne opportunity from the Leviathans.
It just takes one connected straight ultimate from BigManTingz. Could just immediately remove one of these priority targets from the map. Panitom, Zapman, Sheento, all very susceptible to just being deleted by the mid laner on the Kings. So Levi's showing a good deal of respect here on their siege. Have 1 minute left to play with this Fire Giant. They've already extended their gold very well. Haven't necessarily taken the most permanent structures, but clearing the map, getting on the neutral farm, and priming themselves for the next wave of pushes.
Man, it's been a forgetful game 4 from Twig. Well, BigManTingz catches a stray there. And that's the big ultimate from Sheento, but no variety. Has he been caught out? Pillars of Agony have done enough. And the Descent into Madness should finish the job here. Panitom will blink forward. Now suddenly this base defense far from guaranteed for the Camelot Kings. They've lost their solo laner, and that's so much of their initiation, and their counterpunch Crush drops, but hits no one. Genetics weaving desperately will use his ultimate. A double pull from Panitom somehow from behind the wall, and the double stun from Jarcorrr simply looks good, but nothing from the Kings has worked out. Zapman's on a warpath, a double kill for the Leviathans. Can you hear it? Coming around the corner, it's a game 5 calling for the Leviathans. They still stand here in this best of 5, and it's all but guaranteed. Kings, Leviathans go the distance.
What a phenomenal showing from the Leviathans once more. Clean team fights, clean objective play, and just a bit of overextensions from the Camelot Kings on defense. Turns what could have been another Fire Giant dance, a potentially 10, 15 minutes tacked on to the end of that game, into one of the quicker matches of the set.
Kings a bit too eager to go catch England kicking the football around, right? U.S. lost, so we have to call it football for the rest of the week. Unlucky. At any rate,
You're right.
the Atlanta. No, it stinks. Unlucky for me, but a great look for the Atlantis Leviathans here, and this is the resiliency that this squad has. After game 1, there's a complete blowout. Game 2, you're wondering, that's the pivot point of this set. Either the Leviathans so tilted by a close loss in game 2 that it's just over. No, they stand up, they make the big play, and now it's the Leviathans carrying momentum. A game 5 for first seed at the SMITE World Championship. It's all on the line. Game 5 coming up next.
No matter what they call it, no matter what they want it, they don't know there's no way they will ever get it. Wind just blows, but we keep on standing. We'll call it whatever that we want it. Don't you know there's no way they will ever get it. Wind just blows, but we keep on standing. Took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how it used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just 2 passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. don't shoot me down, 'cause I see it. Heaven, don't shoot me down. Heaven, don't shoot me down. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head. Bring me back in your bed, let me get stuck in your head. Let me get stuck in your head.
Well, it's a 2-2 set here. So we start to move towards game number 5, the first game 5 of the event. And of course, it's between our top 2 seeds here, the Leviathans, coming in as number 1 for the event, number 3 coming in for the Kings. But now, guaranteed top 2 seeds for Worlds. This next game decides who is going to be number 1. Pick of the litter out of the group stage, and I'm excited to see what it is. A nice, so far, 2-sweep comeback for the Leviathans. It's Gorr, it's Trelly, and it's an exciting game number 5 on the horizon.
Certainly is.
I mean, look, you know, we saw Thoth. We threw some question marks up. Mifflin mentions at the beginning of the game that he kind of expected to see it after some of the mage changes. And Sheento shows us why throughout several instances of that game. There are a couple moments that feel a little dangerous, man. It's something that Thoth is going to have to deal with. But the damage output that he had, and along with the way the rest of the team played, it was just really, really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, it seemed like Panitom took all the fire, right? He's like, I'm going to go in. They're going to be focused on me. You just supply the damage. And that's what Sheento did. Usually when you see a Thoth, you think, okay, there's going to be a lot of focus put towards this character, but Sheento stayed too far back. They couldn't really get to him. The focus was not on the Thoth, and he was able to free cast. And I think credit to the whole Leviathans team to be able to make sure that your carries are facilitated in that way. Zapman also had a great performance on this Cernunnos. He was able to essentially frontline with his team. He goes vastly untouched in these team fights as well. I think a relatively forgettable performance from CaptainTwig. I was hyped to see him back on the Naja, but I think went a little bit too deep sometimes trying to set up for his team, but sometimes that's the play you have to make. When Panitom is being this disruptive, Twig sort of had to go in and try and match that disruption, but really just couldn't in this one. This was all Leviathans after, I'd say, probably like that first Gold Fury skirmish.
And the Susano has been banned in the bottom 2 for quite a few times this set. And Panitom, they pick it up in the top 3, opting for that over a mid laner. I guess because they knew they were going a little bit further deep into their pockets for the mage picks. They end up making it look good. Zap has a swell game as well, 4-0-4. Right there before he picks up a final kill running into the Titan room and ending at 5-0-5. I mean, the team just looks amazing. And like you said, the lightning rod that is Panitom lets the rest of the team run rampant. 2-0-10 for Sheento, 2-1-10 for Ronngyu. A lot of good freezes, a lot of good walls, a lot of good presence from Haddix as well on the Cthulhu that we got to see. And Trelly, now we enter, and this is always the fun of 5-game sets, and specifically game number 5s, those weird areas where you're like, man, that Susano was a pain. Leviathans, as long as this is accurate behind me, are probably going to be first pick again going into game number 5. And all of a sudden, do you weigh on a Susano? Do you let a Susano through? Do you let Daji through? The Morgan? Like, there's too many gods up at the top to try and handle.
Yeah.
And definitely a lot that the Leviathans can go back to, and that the Kings can go back to and feel confident with.
That's the thing about Game 5s, right? Your picks and ban strategy kind of changes and develops as the set goes on. And it's like, okay, we take away the Naja, and we're fine. Then you let the Naja through, and now that's an issue. But then you take the Scylla away from Sheento. Surely you have a winning strategy, but now he's got a Thoth, and it's just popping off. So the mental gymnastics you have to do to try and figure out exactly what you need to take away.
Yeah.
For both of these teams, it's going to be difficult. But as you said, Levi's in first pick. They got the option.
Well, who cares about speculation? Picks and bans, game number 5. We can figure it all out now. See what these teams are truly anticipating for the other. Again, I joke that Oxy has a novel that he's written.
He's got a novel.
That's what he does quite legitimately. He has a very thick notebook. So does Biggie. And I am watching with bated breath to see how this one shakes out, or if nothing changes. I mean, that's another interesting dynamic that we could approach here. First pick for the Leviathans tends to throw up some red flags, I think. Yemoja being actually banned out by the Leviathans, opting not to pick it up for themselves this time. Don't want to give it over to the Kings as they did earlier this set. I think that was game number 1. Feels like ages ago. And it is a shift in bans. You get the Khepri, the Yemoja, the Cupid from the Leviathans. The other side, the Morgan, Cthulhu, and the Daji banned out by the Kings. A top 3 that the Titans let through the other day, and I don't expect to see the Leviathans get again for the rest of the year. They first pick Cernunnos, Trelly, and so far the response is Kings going for Ymir, and the Naja making a run back for Twig.
Wow, that does leave the Susano and the Scylla available for the Leviathans, and already that's looking scary. I mean, we're in reverse sweep territory. They've got the momentum, and you're giving them these 2 picks as well. I mean, Sheento looked great throughout the entirety of this set, but that Scylla was disastrous. So I'm wondering, what is it that the Camelot Kings are doing to shut down that Scylla?
Yeah.
It's possible that they figured, the Cthulhu was the problem, I suppose, and then Scylla was just,
Ishtar.
you know, following up on
Capitalizing
that
on that,
damage,
yeah.
right? So that could have been the call, but letting Scylla and the Susanoo through is going to be real scary. That means that the Leviathans have that option to ban away the Vulcan if they think Tingz will go to it. But still, I mean, that still has been disastrous for the Camelot Kings.
Well, you know, you're the tier list guy. Are these two S gods S tier, or is it just kind of an event meta that is outcropped for them to stand up above the rest right now?
I would say in most people's hands, Susanoo is just strong, but on Panitom's hands, yeah.
Panitom's Susanoo.
Put him in S tier, and Scylla as well. Sheento, I mean, he just doesn't miss, right? And I think, again, good setup from the frontliners of his team. It's not easy to just hit a Scylla ult full out. You have to sort of wait for setup, or at least try and follow up off things, and I think that's what he does perfectly. So, shouts out to Ronngyu, and of course Haddix for setting up for that. We'll have to see exactly where Tingz decides to go here, because a lot of his god pool has been taken shots at. He's got some hunters in the background as well, if that's what he wants to look towards, but I'm interested to see what he'll go to.
Yeah, the Athena, the Horus banned out by the Kings. And the Horus is the one that maybe is the most eye-catching, just because that is a direct Haddix ban. Like, nobody else, outside of genetics, is really playing that god. And with the Ymir already locked in, doesn't seem like it's going to go to the Kings anyway. So they make sure to take a shot over towards him. The Athena as well, something that we've seen. I honestly want to give credit to the bolts a little bit more, but again, a lot of people have been picking it up. I think they just come to my mind because they were playing it one of the first sets I think I was casting that I got to see here. Merlin and the Vulcan banned out by the Leviathan, so just as you had said, got to reach a little deeper into the mage pool. And with Silicon, you know, we saw the Thoth, so I guess there are options, obviously, out there that are going to be able to take hold. Where do you go? Where does your mind go if you're in mid right now and you're looking at some of these? Or do you just wait and maybe go last?
I mean, I was going to say the disco. Yeah, if it's me, I'm not going to disco, but if it's Tingz, he wants to go to Discordia.
That's a better way to analyze this.
Yeah,
I'd rather know what Tingz is doing.
Yeah, I've got, doesn't matter what Trelly wants, the Discordia is what I figured Tingz would go to, and not because it's his favorite god, it is one of his most played for sure in the SPL, but with all of those other options taken away, I'm just looking at your matchup into Susanoo specifically, because Tingz has to know this Panitom on the Susanoo is going to be running him down throughout the entirety of this set, and the Apple is just a great tool. It shuts down a lot of the momentum and just all of the movement abilities that Panitom wants to use. It's good follow-up from the Naj out. Of course, you can body block it, but there's ways to bounce the Apple around and still follow up on the Windfire wheels. So this is exactly where I expected him to go to. With that passive, he can facilitate his team as well. I think a smart look just going to be getting that pick online.
Right now, hovering. Potentially the Hades pick, something that we've seen banned away from Variety, picked by Variety. And then a ton of other solo laners. Really, Fine OK has been playing it a ton over the last few months. Baskin's picked it up as well. It has become a very mainstay staple. Hovering it with the Osiris right now, and now, swapping one of those over to the Terra. The Discordia, though, if we're looking at the Kings and maybe in the things that are in the realm of locked in, joining the Naja, the Ishtar, the Ymir. A very Kings-oriented draft, it feels like. The Discordia maybe giving it that extra flavor that feels more BMT. Leviathans answer back with Terra and Osiris. And Trelly, you had actually liked the Osiris earlier into Double Hunter. How do you like it into something like a Discordia plus the Ishtar?
I think it's got a good matchup into the Ymir specifically, so getting to the carries, if that's your issue and you can just walk through the wall to do so, I think always going to be a smart call, and just an annoying pick in general, right? If you can just say, oh, Naja sashed in, I'm going to tether and force him to use beads or ult out, I think that's always going to be a good look as well. So this just seems to me like the Leviathans needed a brawler in the solo lane, and Haddix can deliver just fine in that regard. It's clear to me that the Camelot Kings are really thinking about this last one. I did appreciate the tier hover, but it looks like they're still thinking about exactly what they want for variety in that lane. He's got a lot of options, but considering the fact that they already have tremendous setup and peel with the Ymir Naja combo, they could go for this all-out dive, they could go for even more CC, and it looks like they're going to go for a little bit of both. The Mulan is going to be the last pick here. I got to say, the Discordia, that's exactly where I thought they were going. The Mulan, that one took me for a loop.
That is not, I think, a god I expected for Phase 3 playoffs in general. I mean, maybe, you know, over the next couple of weeks when we're getting some of the semi-pro teams, qualifying them up to the group stage. probably wouldn't mind seeing a shy Mulan every now and then, but coming in here, and not only coming in game number 5 scenario, something that we don't get to see too often for a while there, it was being picked up. I actually want to say, maybe it was Haddix, I can't remember off the top of my head, who was locking it in as like a counter matchup, and I believe it was a counter matchup into Variety at the time. But how do you like the Mulan as the Osiris lane, like so beginning and the mid when we start seeing it rotate, and then of course late game with as much disruption as she can bring?
When I'm looking at the Mulan, to me it looks like Variety said, I want to bully Susanoo. Like, you're not winning the bullying match versus Osiris. To be honest, you don't care about it too much. You're saying, hey, if Panitom rotates in, I'm trying to hit him with Spear Thrust, do half his health, make him leave. I don't want the Susanoo running the backline. Mulan does a ton of damage to squishy characters in general. So I think Variety's trying to help out and just be that extra bully with the team. And I do enjoy it. So I think that's Variety saying, I'm not going to sit back anymore. I don't want to be that solo laner that just farms up. I want to get involved.
It's a lot of options out there for the Kings. Again, at this point, trying to seal the deal. It's been 2 games in a row that they had a 2-0 lead, and they just weren't able to get it. 2 games in a row that despite a 2-0 deficit earlier, the Leviathans have pushed back. Zapman is great at comebacks. Can he do it here in game number 5, or will the Kings seal themselves as the #1 seed going to the Worlds? We're going down to Dave and Mifflin one last time to find out.
That's right, Cormiser. #1 seed at the SMITE World Championship on the line. Is it going to be the broken reverse sweep, or is the broom gonna actually be mended this time? We'll find out. I don't remember when that got broken. There was another attempt. I think Hindu Man snapped it at some point. It was a fully completed broom. And a reverse sweep in the past was stuffed. And we will see what happens here. Unfortunately for the Kingsmith, let's rewind to SMITE Summer Masters, if you will. Grand Finals, Game 5, lose to the Jade Dragons. So this year alone, now in back-to-back tournament events, the Camelot Kings find themselves in the finals in a Game 5. But this time it's the Leviathans who come in with a bit more momentum. Kings take the first 2 convincingly, and Leviathans punch back. And now just one more game. And a lot of the composition myth of the Kings, you got to imagine, hinges around Twig, who didn't have the best Naja game in game number 4. Somebody's got to deal with these backliners, because Sheento and Zapman on these 2 picks already put together some really nice games already in this set.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, but it's not just Sheento and Zapman. Panitom is on a pick that could very easily dominate. Speaking of, a dash forward, drop Jarcorrr to half, should spell the end of that small skirmish. But I've got some question marks for the Camelot Kings draft. Namely, it's around Variety on this Mulan, a pick that we haven't seen too consistently as of recent. Feels like she really fell out of favor once Soul Eater ate the nerfs to the sustain. Feels like maybe this is one place the Leviathans could try and rotate over towards, put some pressure on early on.
Yep.
Otherwise, I love everything else about the Camelot Kings draft. We got CaptainTwig on one of his bog standard picks, BigManTingz on the Discordia, one of his favorites and one that he's executed on well. This could be a good one.
Ronngyu takes a bit of backflip damage. He's got to use the med early in this fight. Zapman's just trying to box out for his support, where Yark trying to limit the value that Ronngyu gets from the med. So Genetics still has his, but I'm wondering if Genetics might try to get aggressive towards Zap here. The tug of war myth in the duo lane all set long has been crazy fun to watch. Both supports getting some of their favorite picks each. Zap and Yark playing near the top of their game. It's not been a duo lane without a little bit of action. There's another example, the freeze and the stun from both Genetics and Ronngyu connecting perfectly and limiting any further aggression. Rongyu's still level 1. He's been zoned out of the last wave. Catch up a little bit, but I suppose as far as XP goes, the Kings, a small win in the first couple minutes.
Small win for the Kings holistically, but maybe Zapman pleased with getting a bit of solo farm for himself. Purple buff spawning up. Camelot Kings showing some presence. Jungler's absent from this one. It's just going to be the duo.
2v2 for purple buff. Ronngyu.
Ooh.
Yeah, use the hog, but the buff was already down, and that's a steal from the Camelot Kings. And this is a game, this is a set already where the smallest of advantages have made for big, big leads rolling through. Imagine the next purple buff gets looked at by the Kings. Maybe that's when you see CaptainTwig rotate over for the first time. Whereas Panitom still hovering in the mid lane, waiting to hit that level 5 mark. He'll want to set pace as well. Now, solo lane Myth has been the target of many buff invades throughout this set already. We figured it could be an option. This is awkward. So he bounced back to duo lane. Freeze under Ronngyu, who's dropped the pillar, the double root, but the wall from Genetics. Oh, it's wonderful, but it doesn't last long enough at this point in the game to keep Ronngyu where he stands. And I think if the dash from Yart connects, it's a real good look at first blood. The margin for error in these little duo lane fights, so slim. And it is solo lane, again the target of early aggression, and it is solo lane who helps out on first blood. Twig on Naja, hits pay dirt at 345.
Twig hits 5 first, gets involved first, and sets up the first kill of Game 5. The Camelot Kings off to the right start, and that's how you play through the Mulan. I was concerned about her ability to hold her own in lane up against Haddix. Concerns alleviated. Now with the lead, you can trust Variety to run with it.
Well, it's been relentless from the Kings. They both hit 5 before Ronngyu and Zapman do. So those ults are just going to get used. Tilt a bit of pressure back in their favor. So a nice start for the Camelot Kings. Puts a bit of weight already early in this game on Panitom, on one of his favorite picks, on the Susano. Can find solos, can find fights. This game far from out of control, but Twig is already established where he wants to go, has already established first blood. Panitom needs to look for some targets here in the next few minutes.
Fortunately for Haddix, not much farm on the right-hand side of the map will keep CaptainTwig away from him. One of the most back-breaking plays for a soul laner is TP in a lane, die immediately afterward. It makes it so difficult to maintain your farm. Fortunately for Haddix, nothing will keep CaptainTwig on this side of the map for now. Instead, strays his way to the left. I imagine we see CaptainTwig try and form up with BigManTingz shortly. Phenomenal ultimate combo between the Windfire Wheels and the Golden Apple, but it's not just that. Genetics as well with Shards of Ice. You can very easily time that one out. Sheento finding out quickly why BigManTingz is so apt to go towards this pick. Strife and Unruly Magic, just an immense amount of poke already.
Yeah, you know, Myth, Discordia, especially for BMT, struck me as one of those types of picks where you almost forget about it in the sense that it hasn't fully been in the meta ever. If ever, you know, it's been infrequent here during all of Season 9. But not the type of out-of-meta pick for BMT. When it gets locked in, you're scratching your head, you're wondering why. You're like, oh yeah, Discordia, pretty standard. Big burst damage, gets some good lockdown. The passive is nice. You always have a little extra level of trust, despite Discordia not being picked league-wide. That said, Sheento already this set, as I mentioned earlier on the Scylla, has, you know, was untouchable in one of the games. You know, 5-0, 6-0, something like that. And that'll end up being the next question for the Camelot Kings. Can you throw up the wall behind the Scylla in the I'm a Monster? Can you open up the door for CaptainTwig to get in there, burn the bead, CC immunity? Because if Sheento, you know, Myth, up there was one of the best mid laners in the league, given the space to operate, this is the type of pick that'll take a game over.
And he's got great facilitation built around him, a stun from Ronngyu or a root from Haddix, or even a stun from Haddix as well. All very sizable windows to line up that I'm a Monster. But maybe the most concerning thing for the Camelot Kings is CaptainTwig might be setting up for a Golden Apple, might be setting up for Shards of Ice. Sheento knows exactly where you're going to land as well, and he can chase you down with his own I'm a Monster.
That's a good point.
At that. So you got to be real choosy if you're the jungler for the Camelot Kings on where and when you're initiating with your ultimate.
Looks like the jungler's happy with the pacing of the game in the first 7 or so minutes. Will not be immediate return pressure over to the solo lane. You know, I suppose in the Runeforge solo meta that we've seen, makes some sense that you'd still stick with it on Mulan. Genetics goes towards mid, but so does CaptainTwig. The wall kind of sends Panitom off to the side. Golden Apple! Not enough damage. It's Ronngyu and Sheento make their way back towards mid. Maybe Be a smart play from CaptainTwig, trying to see if Panitom was gonna stick around, farm up the back camps. Will not, and is now maximized. You don't get a kill, but you steal away a decent amount of farm from the Susano, and can now have an opening in the solo lane. Lord of the Afterlife used. Sash follows in. Variety on the stun, and it's another one for the Camelot Kings in the solo lane. Both onto Haddix.
Twig gives and takes, drops the kill onto Panitom, steals the back camps, tanks up the tower for Variety, who is now on a tear with this Mulan. Haddix struggling to find his footing in the solo lane. Love what we've seen so far from the Camelot Kings. Calculated aggression across the map. The Leviathans not quite able to find an answer, and that gold lead starting to spool up already. But you gotta talk about the comeback mechanics, the comeback potential of this draft. Given an opportunity, Panitom got me a bit worried there. Mulan's first potential is so incredibly high, especially now that that second ability's been upgraded. You gotta think Panitom gotta play safer in situations like that. Counter engage has always been the name of the game for a composition that has a Terra built into it. So if anybody from the Camelot Kings steps out of line, Earthen Fury is a burst heal, gives over a little bit of additional survivability, but it's also that burst of damage on the enemies that can really turn around some of these engagements. Haven't had too many opportunities for Ronngyu to get involved in these fights towards mid or the right-hand side. Could be a saving grace for the Leviathans.
This is the Camelot Kings team that, you know, by their own admission, broke a curse earlier on this weekend, beating the Jade Dragons, a team had plenty of success against the Kings all year long. The next curse for the Camelot Kings is Game 5 in the finals.
Finals in general.
And now they've had a really good start to their Game 5 here. But Leviathan showed, especially in Game 3, the tilting of things until we're getting to FG time. They never count out the carries of the Leviathans. Now, Zapman, Yark, speaking of carries, largely been left on an island on their own, really all set long. Haven't seen too much from the junglers being sent over to duo. Was wondering if we might see Panitom fully commit in there, but pressure against Yark means that the Ishtar can backpedal away, stay beneath the tier 1 tower. The real tangible lead myth is over in solo lane. That's where this Mulan has been able to mount up the pressure. Haddix gonna take a bit longer to get this Osiris in fighting shape come teamfight time.
Yeah, already has the blink available for Variety. Haddix still sitting at level 10. Variety does TP in the lane, so unlikely that he makes a rotation over towards a team fight anytime soon. But when he does, we'll have the ability to get into that backline with much more ease than Haddix. Doesn't have access to that second relic for a couple of levels now. Same could be said of Panitom. I know that ganks onto Ishtar sound pretty good and great for Susano, but will really struggle to find those opportunities until he has that gap close mechanic available to him. Having gone for beads in first slot gives you a lot of safety, but it mitigates your effectiveness early.
Well, the small things, it's what you look at early in the game. Pyromancer, call it medium size for the Camelot Kings. They pull it quietly. Yeah, it's fine. It's a perfect size for the Camelot Kings right now in the first 11 minutes of this game. And there's no answer back from the Leviathans. Shouldn't be, right? But there is, you know, confirmed no Gold Fury pull from the Leviathans on the other side of the map. Much more calculated pace from the Camelot Kings, realizing what they can take and what the Leviathans can and cannot contest. Likely, you know, the Leviathans, given the pacing of the game on right, not feeling comfortable with any type of pushback.
And this is a worrying trend now for the Leviathans and their fans. The Camelot Kings are lining up their standard win conditions, get control of the macro farm in the early. Generally, the Leviathans, the exchange is, okay, Camelot Kings have been controlling Pyromancer, but we can at least grab gold in exchange, or vice versa. Should the opportunity arise, this time the Camelot Kings take Pyro with zero opportunity for the Leviathans to look elsewhere.
Wow.
Gold Fury pulled out as well. Leviathans know about it. They're doing this in vision.
Gotta be Zapman that steals this away. He does have vision of it, but Twig has vision on Zap. In the meantime, Gold Fury drops for the Kings, and Zapman sends out his ult. Nif, it's far too early in the game to be calling anything, but if you're referencing trends, the most worrying of trends now for the Leviathans, especially if Variety's got enough damage for Panitom here, ults away. It doesn't hit anyone, so he can get out. That is crazy. The Leviathans send 4 to Variety, and Variety somehow deals the most damage. Now Sheento has got to dash away. He doesn't have ultimate. Side steps the golden apple, but Twig's got a reminder. It's a pull back in from Panitom though, and the Leviathans with their first kill of the game.
Variety's going all the way around the fight. BigManTingz now on the retreat. Genetics has to peel him out here. The Leviathans spot Variety in the back. Sheento forced to retreat. That should be it. Haddix doesn't have enough threat here to actually stop Variety on his own. Could potentially defend this blue buff though.
Variety, if he needs more, will also get the blue buff invade, 2 levels ahead of Haddix. And what I was talking about just prior to that fight is, you can't call a trend yet. Goodness, Strife, freeze, or the afterlife needed by Haddix. But the early goings of this game are akin to game 1 for the Kings. Methodical, they take the Pyro, there's no pushback from the Leviathans, they go take the Gold Fury, there's no answer there from the Order side, and then eventually the gold leads at 3,000. You're not feeling great if you're the Leviathans about the next Pyromancer. You're hoping that that is not the snowball that's been set in motion, because we all know how that story ends. Panitom, with the 1 level lead over Twig though, maybe now draws the card. The Leviathans teammate. There's got to be a springboard here in the mid game.
Panitom hovering nearby, as is CaptainTwig. Purple buff available, and the Leviathans let this one go. Maybe overly concerned about rotations from the Camelot Kings, assuming that there were more than just Twig and Jarcorrr nearby. Incorrect assumption. That would have been a 3 versus 2 for the Leviathans, but a bit too much respect. Only cost them the purple buff. Not backbreaking by any stretch of the imagination, but will start to slowly accumulate, especially considering the state of the gold as it is.
In from Twig, but has Twig done too much? He has this time. It's another for Panitom. And so the win condition of this mid-game continues to be so. Another for the Susanoo, who's gone full damage now with a little defense after the fact, but the hi-rez, right after that Brawler's beat stick, means slamming damage into CaptainTwig, who's been both of the King's deaths.
Twig just hasn't really had too many opportunities to escape these situations with that Aegis in first slot. Would be real useful against an I'm a Monster, but I'm a Monster hasn't been the issue for him just yet. Has ticked over to level 12. We'll keep our eyes on that relic selection. And it is beads. So no blink for Naja this time around. Gonna have to initiate the old-fashioned way.
Ronngyu just alongside Genetics' wall, but the stun ends up connecting. I'm not sure Med will make a difference, though perhaps the walls will, and the difference is time, and Ronngyu has run out. Another for the Kings. The good news for the Leviathans, no Fury spawn on the left side of the map, so you lose your support, but might just be it, though. Genetics and Variety.
Good wall.
Who's over here from the solo lane, wanna fight. Ultimate from Variety. Pin Zapman, and it's another for the Camelot Kings. This game runs through Mulan, and at 2:02, Variety brings it left.
Hyper aggression from the solo laner of the Camelot Kings has done so much for his team, but you gotta give credit to Genetics once more. The timing and placement of these walls has been backbreaking for the Leviathans, just not quite able to escape those situations, and it's not for lack of trying. Ronngyu finished up the Phantom Shell very early this game, prioritizing it over his even second item. He even uses it there, but not enough to get him out alive, and without him, how is Zapman to escape a situation like that? The Camelot Kings, they find one small pick, turn it into 2, and an invade.
I'm about ready to say that trend has arrived. We're now too far behind in gold. We can't fight over the Pyromancer. The next Oni Fury is going to be up in 20 seconds. We're 5,000 gold down. We haven't been able to fight over anything in the neutral jungle. Are we fighting over the Oni Fury? The Leviathans in just such an awkward spot. Again, Panitom strong at 2-0, 1 level ahead of Twig. But once more, the ADCs find themselves at a level discrepancy. Zapman's been ahead a couple times this set. Now Yark ahead by 2 levels. Again, Variety, the one dominating the front line so far with a little assistance from Twig early in this game. He's just going to solo zone 3 members of the Leviathans, who have now 3 split a mid camp. And it's simple for the Camelot Kings. The slow burn, the slow bleed picks up a bit of pace. The Camelot Kings could be considering a fire giant at any moment.
It's one of the most difficult positions to be in SMITE. The Leviathans find themselves here in Game 5. Do you want to step up and defend the Fury? It's not the most valuable objective on the map, but the gold lead already starting to spool out of control. Do you want it to get worse? If you do step up, you're not favored in the team fight either. Haven't exactly hit the power spikes that you need to be comfortable in any of these engagements, so you don't want to turn it into an even worse situation by dying. But in action, could be a great killer here for the Leviathans. The Camelot Kings take the
Even
Oni
the trebuchet.
Fury. The Trebuchet is doing it too. The Kings, man, this is exactly what they want. They got the Leviathans right where they want them.
Yeah, I wonder if Variety's just going to be able to control Panitom alongside Genetics. I've mentioned the Susano
Close.
as needing to be there for the Levi's. But if Variety is simply blocking off that target, really what does it matter? How aggressive do the Kings want to be in this Game 5? Love a pick early. Haddix does have teleport. So even if he's got to go back and reset, you'll be able to make your way back. Fire Giant's been started. This could just end the game if the Camelot Kings get it cleanly. They've got a lot of gold
50%.
remaining to knock down on the map. Ronngyu around the corner. Keep your eyes on Sheento. I'm a monster. Ready. Crush
Found
goes
him.
down, but Variety is zoned, and now Fire Giant has been dropped. Sheento's in I'm a monster, but there's no target to use it on. He's got to back away to solo lane. Panitom will
It's
knock
4.
up 4 with the Typhoon, but the knockups have not killed anyone. And the Kings now double back, but not on the FG.
Camelot Kings resetting. Jarcorrr and BigManTingz to base. Ronngyu stops BMT. But that should still be a clean disengage. The Camelot Kings, when you've got a lead like this, you're allowed to go for these hyper-aggressive plays. Haddix TP's in. You'd called for it. Poked out. Rejoins the fight. And it's actually the Leviathans who consider Fire Giant pull and wisely drop it.
And we'll back off. Little wave pressure building for the Kings on left. Likely won't finish off that tower, but something the Leviathans will have to be mindful of. Looks like teleport from Variety is going to get used over in mid. So if there's another sort of tug-of-war style dance around the fire, Variety won't have his teleport for, call it a minute after Haddix when his comes back up. But it looks like both teams, Smith, happy to take a breather, reset the map a bit. If the pacing continues the way it is, the team that's taking the breather is actually still slowly bleeding out the Leviathans on the other side.
I'd like to see the Camelot Kings go ahead and pull Fire Giant again.
Let's go back.
You've got Beads Aegis on both Twig and Tings. You know that the Phantom Shell's down for about a minute in the Leviathans as well. Why not force another engagement while the Leviathans are so far behind? This is a great call for the Kings.
Wow,
Keep the
Zap.
pressure up.
Zap's not even there. Zap's not even there. The Camelot Kings pulling this in the face of the Leviathans. And it's an I'm a monster from Sheento again. That may need to be well-timed. Crush onto Twig. Fire Giant again
Reset.
dropped by the Kings. The threat of steel large enough that the Kings will not fully commit around the FG. Sheento, a playmaker, a game changer. And that threat is enough to keep the Fire Giant on the map.
The Kings can continually poke out, poke prod, take positioning, move up, get some wards out too. Ronngyu isolated.
There's a fight now. Rongyu's used ult. Haddix steps forward. Variety, Genetics, they're in the blue buff pit. But look at
Wow.
Sheento and Zap. They're simply not in a position to deal damage to the Kings. That's forced ult out of Ronngyu. But BigManTingz sent the apple forward as well. But Ronngyu sticks around. It's effectively a 4v5 that Terra can't afford to reset, but now has to because he can't afford to stay in the fight. It all comes down to Sheento. As the Fire Giant drops beneath half HP, Haddix hovering close by as well. Panitom also at half, but the Kings still not convinced that's enough. A kill onto Zap would go a long way. Phantom Shell used. It's by Ronngyu this time. And Pyromancer will be the prize.
A battle of attrition where the Camelot Kings have got all the resources is going to go their way every single time. Each member of the Leviathans that attempts to step up, drop to half, disengages. Now the Camelot Kings, having taken the Phantom Shell, 100 seconds on that cooldown, and the Pyromancer can reset, utilize that additional movement speed, get back to the Fire Giant pit, and keep up this pressure. So long as the Camelot Kings stay on fire, the Leviathans have to show face. If the Leviathans are showing face, they are not farming. So they are right to pull it again.
Panitom, yeah, he canceled his back. He's got nearly 2,000 gold in hand, Panitom does, but won't have the chance to spend it. Will not upgrade that Morningstar item prior to this next fight. You can see the desperate struggle. Channels it, cancels it, channels it, cancels it. Now might complete the back. Has speed buff, you'll get back here a bit quicker. Now's the time where you have to commit on it. It looks like a decent power spike, a Heartseeker. You really need to have that coming into this next fight for Panitom. The King's wary enough, Myth. Is it the threat of Sheento? Is it the threat of some of that burst that's keeping the Kings back?
It could be anything. The Camelot Kings are not a team that is willing to take risk. A Typhoon from Panitom, an I'm a Monster from Sheento, a straight Bramble Blast from Zapman could all take away this objective.
Is it the steal or the fight, you think?
It's the steal. They are desperate for the fight. The Camelot Kings would love to enter the ring with the Leviathans, but the Levis are playing wily around these objectives, aren't quite able to catch them out, or the Camelot Kings. So go to the easier objective. Maybe Gold Fury is an opportunity. So long as you have vision on Fire Giant, the Leviathans can't sneak it away. The Kings, they're desperate. They want anybody.
Well, the Kings might get Ronngyu, but the freeze not followed up. So give credit where it's due. The Leviathans have kept everyone on the map, albeit half HP, but everyone's been on the map for the Leviathans over the last 10 minutes. While this Fire Giant has stood. Now there is a Gold Fury spawning left. But that's not something, you know, the Leviathan, sure, you might have enough damage to sneak it away, but the moment that sound cue comes through, the Kings immediately pull FG. The Gold Fury not worried about being taken down here over the next few minutes.
No, and even a Gold Fury wouldn't do enough.
No.
It's not worth it for the Leviathans to even risk an approach on that side of the map. Best case scenario for them is maybe Zapman heads over, attempts to solo it while the rest of the team maintains presence around the Giant. The Camelot Kings, there's a thin line between wary and overcautious. I think maybe approaching that overcautious section. When you're 9,000, nearly 10K up, these fights should be going a bit smoother. The Fire Giant should have likely fallen by now. Kings pull it once more.
Again.
Levi's, best of luck.
We go once again. Scylla, the icon on your map, needs to be tracked. Sends a crush up and over the wall, and the Fire Giant again is dropped. But now Haddix below half HP. Panitom searching for a target, won't find it. Rongyu's used his ult Typhoon. Knocks up a couple, and Panitom has actually won a decent damage trade. Double stun from Jarcorrr. The wall from Genetics has kept everyone where they stand. Sheento hits the I'm a Monster, but doesn't get any kills. And Rongyu's gotta back away. Variety hoping to chase down the scraps because scraps are all that remain. The Kings will decimate the health bars and find a clean 2.
It took 20 attempted walls, 3 rotations of Phantom Shell, maybe 4 usage of beads on each individual member of the Leviathans, but the Camelot Kings have finally opened the door, have finally taken the objective. One of the longest Fire Giant dances we've had the opportunity to see throughout the entirety of this best-of-5 set. We'll see it land in the pocket of all 5 members of the Camelot Kings, and they have got plenty of time to play with. 20 seconds on Zapman's respawn. This right side burn won't last so long. Genetics grabs the wave, and the Camelot Kings, they approach the base.
Yark went into that fight a full silver branch up on Zapman. They might be able to just shift their pressure elsewhere. Oh, no, there's still 2 tier 2 towers left, so no, mid and left Phoenix will be safe for now, but maximizing their advantage, as hard fought as it was, important for the Kings. Unfortunately, if we talked about it, for the Leviathans, the writing was on the wall from like minute 15 onward. It was this slight gold lead and non-commitment around the objectives from the Leviathans. And the Kings will laugh at you while they expand their gold lead in moments like that. It's gotten slightly out of control, and base defense has got to be near perfect for the Leviathans to grab the win, grab the reverse sweep, and grab first seed.
Leviathans have still got strong counter initiation. Panitom's ultimate, a phenomenal separator in these team fights. Ronngyu increases the burst of his team so long as Northern Fury is connecting with the Camelot Kings. Also increases your survivability. But the Kings, anytime any team has got a Ymir on it, it is just in such an advantageous position come Siege. The ability to lock off half of a lane with your wall, use it to block out anybody as you start to approach the Phoenixes or the towers, poke in some damage, utilize Fire Giant to resustain. It's such a difficult situation to find yourself in. Generally, the answer to a Ymir on Siege is all-in engagement. I don't think the Leviathans have got the resources for that, not this far behind. They've got to play it very intelligently. It's going to come down to Sheento and Panitom, those ultimates, the Typhoon and the I'm a Monster. Those are your win conditions.
Ronngyu has been effective all set long on every support that he's played. The Terra has been limited so far in this game. It's 0-1-2. I mean, 100% kill participation, but hasn't been able to find that one pivotal stun, the one pivotal root that has put the Kings at odds. Mid lane tier 2 now drops. Crush thrown out from Sheento. Panitom kind of hovering between left, between mid. It's going to be a 4v4 over here on left, but the left side Phoenix is already gone. Zapman had to use the beads, but there's nothing left to defend for the Leviathans over on left. You're going to have waves of fire minions on either side of the map, and one Phoenix remaining in mid.
The Camelot Kings take that Phoenix with too much ease. It costs them nothing. A blink from Variety and Windfire Wheels from Twig are the only resources used.
Ronngyu, strifed, right in place. Half HP on the one ability, gets hit by it yet again. Variety won't follow it with the stun this time. Look how far back Sheento's got to play. All the way back by the Titan. Will go the Scylla. Ronngyu drops the ultimate. It's now or never from the Atlantis Leviathans. And the Ronngyu ultimate, the Terra ult, will simply time out. The Kings disengage wonderfully.
The Camelot Kings maintaining presence, though. Maybe willing to keep up this push.
Fire minions.
Only 30 seconds left on Fire Giant, but map state's so good now. The Camelot Kings have got a lot of damage here.
A team that is risk averse might be willing to take a stacked dice roll to secure first seed. The Kings have made their way into the finals time and time again. And now is their time to claim the throne, to claim first seed. Typhoon will not be enough from Panitom, but Zapman does live on. I'm a Monster flies in. We're still waiting to be used. Haddix has got to leap away. It's a wall up from Genetics. A killing spree from Jarcorrr. And Variety started this game on a hot streak. He'll end it there as well. Reverse sweep. No more. Your Camelot Kings. First seed going to Worlds.
You cannot allow the Camelot Kings to play that pace of game. The writing was on the wall. 2,000 gold lead, 6 minutes in, slowly accumulating. Pyromancer goes down, 3,000. Rotate to the Gold Fury, 4,000. Wait again, 5, 6, 7. The Leviathans never drew their line in the sand.
Yep.
Even on Phoenix defense, all the birds go down. Nothing used by the Kings until you walk into the Titan room.
Yeah, if you're the Leviathans, you feel like that's a game that just got away from you, and you're now going back, you're reassessing where you might have been able to make that stand. This is not, an overwhelming defeat for the Leviathans. I mean, their second seed.
It went 5.
It went 5. They're your second seed going to Worlds. And as a reminder, these two teams will now be on opposite sides of the bracket. They were always going to, now that they made it to finals, just which side each of them were on opposite sides of the bracket. So if we're going to get a rematch of the Kings versus Leviathans, it'll be in the grand finals of the SMITE World Championship as the Camelot Kings secure the win and secure first seed at SWC. That's been Mifflin and Dolson on the call, and we'll go back to Gore and Trelly on the desk.
The Kings gave us a hell of a show. The Leviathans, actually, let's be real. The Leviathans gave us the hell of the show. They pushed us to 5. Gave us a real fun one earlier. Mifflin gave me the broom. It's still broken, but I guess we can just keep that away for now, right? Yeah, and it needs to stay broken. And with that fall, it might have broken, actually. It is not held together very well, and it is not deserving of today. The Kings seal the deal, find themselves 3-2. And look, there's definitely a lot more to this game than what I'm about to say. But also, Variety was not going to let his team lose that game. I mean, dragging, it feels like, whether they wanted to or not, he was going to go to the win.
Mm-hmm. I was very impressed with Variety's gameplay throughout the entirety of this set, but when I saw the Mulan come out, There was, you know, I saw two ways this game could go, and I was like, man, Mulan doesn't get online, doesn't go good, or Mulan does get online and absolutely runs the team fights, and that's the Mulan that we saw this time. Once you get those abilities upgraded, she really can devastate the backline. I think the entirety of the Kings, you could see the emotion in Genetics' face when he jumped up and just screamed about that one. They got to be proud about that win.
And especially when you think about, again, what matters, right? And Dave highlights it really well at the very end. That's not like the end of the road for the Leviathans at all. These two teams now on opposite sides of the bracket. The Kings get the pick of the litter. Any of the 4 teams out of the group stage that they want to face will be the team they can choose for their side of the bracket. Leviathans will then get the remaining 3 that are left. But giving us that much of a show, I mean, at this point, showcasing I think what I at least personally anticipate to see a lot of at the World Championship. Back and forth, really good gameplay from both squads. And Trelly now being able to finally secure yourselves technically. I mean, you get a playoff victory finally this year, and you get to go into Worlds as the #1 seed. And I'm sure they must be feeling great, and maybe none better than the newest addition to the Kings, the reigning Worlds MVP right now. We got Jarcorrr standing by for an interview.
That's right. Yark, you're here with me. Look, I got to get a tap into your mental at this point, because what a year it has now been for you personally, right? You start the year as a member of this Atlantis Leviathans team you just beat. You're then a member of the Scarabs for a while, and that team found it hard to string together a bunch of wins. Now you're on the Camelot Kings, who have just won the Phase 3 playoffs, your first seed going to Worlds. Has it been emotionally back and forth for you all year long? What does this mean now to be on the first seed team going to Worlds?
I mean, it's just have been a really like a roller coaster of emotions. But I think the most important thing is that every single place that I've been just learning a lot. And I think the Jark that I'm right now is probably twice as good as the Jark that won Worlds just a few months ago. So I just feel like really happy for like everything that happened. I mean, obviously going kick, I didn't want that to happen, but I mean, it happens, you know. And then I feel like just learning and keep learning.
Yeah, it's not Yark the Shark anymore. It's Yark the Megalodon. You're the massive mythic beast, and you've totally performed here this weekend in finals as well. It's awesome to watch. Now, for the rest of your team, this is a team with the rest of the roster of the Kings. They dropped to the Dragons in Summer Masters, a team that has been to the finals, but weren't able to capitalize. Did you get a sense that for the rest of your roster, this was also a weight off for them, finally getting that tournament win, finally grabbing themselves a win in the finals?
Yeah, I think it was. And I think we still have time to figure out like more things. So I'm just really happy that we went 5 games today. Like I have an idea of a lot of stuff that I really want to work on with them. So I think we are in a really like great spot right now. So.
Well, look, you and now the Leviathans will be on opposite sides of the bracket at Worlds. That was always going to be the case. Do you get a feeling this could have been a preview of a potential Worlds Finals matchup? Do you think you both have what it takes to get back there in Arlington?
Yeah, I mean, it would be crazy that I just win back-to-back MVPs too, so let's see what happens.
Hey, if you're twice as good, you got a real good shot out at Yark. Hell of a set from you guys. Congrats. First seed going to Worlds. That's been Jarcorrr. Fantastic play from him and his team today. And we'll go back to the desk to round it out.
You love to hear the immediate, hey, wanting the back-to-back, wanting the MVP again. I mean, hungry is what it seems like the Kings are. And they get a crown on their head for this one, but now looking for a little bit more, looking for Thor's hammer, the World Championship. We won't see the Leviathans again until then, going in a 2nd seed. This is a very, Charlie, I mean, I'm just, it's real, right? Like, it's now become real. We know that it's happening.
When you said Thor's hammer, I got a little tinkle. I started thinking about all that world stuff. And you're right. I mean, every time you've said it as of recent, it's been prefaced with, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But are we, though? Like, playoffs are almost over. We got, I mean, these need to play that before group stages. So it's about that time, you know. We got one more match before we figure out the top 4 seed, which is insane.
We have, one more best of 5 this weekend. Is yet to be played. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Instead, we can just look at this game. I mean, you do still get some good fight back from the Leviathans here. And I think, like I said earlier, and I think we started the set with this. I'm going to end the set with this as well, which was, it would not surprise me if this ended up being a preview of the World's Finals. And man, what a hell of a finals it could be if we got something like this. Really well played. It's just small moments that slowly start to grow into big moments that just get taken away from the Leviathans there. A fun game to watch, Trelly. And again, the Mulan caught me off guard, but carried me with the rest of the Kings into a very happy state.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Mulan was a pick that I did not expect, especially 2-2, reverse sweep on the line,
Yeah.
first seed at Worlds on the line. Variety goes to the Mulan, but there was a reason he was so confident in it, and I think the play on field certainly reflected that. I was also a bit nervous about letting the Susanoo and the Scylla through. I mean,
Yeah.
Panitom and Sheento had such a fantastic set on both of those characters, but they were able to shut it down with relative ease in this case. I mean, I'm not going to say the game was easy, but, you know, being able to shut down that amount of damage, BMT on the Discordia, you know, when the cards are down and you need to buff your team, and in this case, buff Variety and say, hey, you go fight. Like, get my passive and go fight. Variety, he did not stray away from the brawls.
Yeah, jumped into it. Giving us a reminder, I mean, not too long ago, and there was a lot of contention in it. Even though they didn't win, people were still saying Variety. I believe it was maybe season 2, maybe season 3, actually, I think was the Worlds. But like, Variety deserves MVP. It doesn't matter that he didn't win. Variety deserves MVP. And I think that's a little bit of what we got to see here today, is that Variety MVP kind of level of performance, what we could look at. And again, maybe a small taste, what we'll be experiencing in just a little over a month, actually. It's a month now until group stages. Then we start to open up towards Worlds. Now, though, it is to find out the seeding of the last 2 teams that end up going through. We'll look at the bracket so you can see how things have shaken out, how we've gotten here. And of course, the 2 teams that were eliminated, the Warriors and the Titans, who are going to be hanging around a little bit earlier. Sorry, not a little bit earlier, a little bit later in the group stages. Dragons, Bolts, they're going to be coming up next. The Kings securing first seed, Leviathans now in second. Whoever wins this seeding match that we're about to go into is going to be your third seed. Have the 50-50 of the 2 teams that don't get picked by the ones that we just watched play. And admittedly, Chelly, this is another one I'm really excited for. I don't think it's a SMITE playoff set at all in the last few years if there's not a Bolts-Dragons matchup somewhere in there.
Yeah, I would say third and fourth is extremely important as well, right?
Yep.
First and second, you still get, if you're second place, you still get 3 options as to who you can choose as your opponent. But third and fourth, you get the option between actually picking your opponent and being left with, I'm not going to say the scraps, but what's left. You don't really get a choice in that regard. You get what's left. So I would say the Dragons and the Bolts definitely have a big choice up in front of them here about who is going to take it, because you definitely want that option. If you have the choice between picking your opponent and not, I would probably say you want to pick.
You still want to be able to pick, right? Yeah, a lot that is still on the line. Of course, I'm just expecting more exciting SMITE at this point. So we're going to kick it to a quick break, but then when we get back, we've got the Dragons taking on the Bolts.